Good evening, Quahog. It's Stewie here, and I hope you've all recovered from your Thanksgiving feast. Now, let's get into the holiday spirit.
That's right, Stewie. Christmas is just around the corner, and we've got a lot to talk about tonight.
Indeed, and let's not forget the joy of decorating the tree, the delightful aroma of gingerbread cookies, and of course, the inevitable family drama that comes with the holidays.
Yeah, like when Dad tries to put up the lights and ends up getting tangled in them like a big, dumb Christmas tree himself.
Or when Meg tries to make the eggnog and accidentally sets the kitchen on fire.
Hey, I'm right here, you know. You guys never let me live that down.
Oh, Meg, always the butt of our jokes. It wouldn't be the holidays without a little sibling banter, now would it?
That's for sure. And speaking of banter, let's hear from our viewers about their favorite Christmas traditions. What do you all love about the holiday season?
Oh look, a message from our dear friend Windows 7 Gaming from YouTube. How delightful! I bet they're on the edge of their seat, just waiting for our thoughts on, what was it again? Windows 7 Gaming. Splendid.
Hello, Windows 7 Gaming? Thanks for tuning in. Are you a fan of old school gaming, or do you have a soft spot for the classics?
Yeah, it's always interesting to see the different gaming preferences out there. I wonder if Windows 7 Gaming has any holiday gaming traditions. Perhaps they pull out the old PC and fire up some nostalgic games.
Yeah, and do they experience periodic crashes and system errors while trying to play the latest holiday release? Just like a true Windows 7 experience.
Oh, Meg, you just can't resist the opportunity to poke fun, can you? But hey, who doesn't love a bit of tech-related holiday frustration? It's a tradition in itself.
Hey, Windows 7 Gaming, thanks for stopping by. Wow, so what's your favorite game to play on Windows 7?
Oh, Windows 7 Gaming. How riveting. I can only imagine the thrill of experiencing the cutting-edge technology of 2009 gaming. What a time to be alive!
Yeah, it's always interesting to look back at the gaming trends of the past. Windows XP gaming must hold a special place in your heart, huh?
You know, I remember those days. The excitement of booting up a computer with the anticipation of gaming on Windows XP. Good times.
Sure, wait. So, Windows 7 Gaming, do you have any all-time favorite gaming memories that stand out as unforgettable?
Yeah, and do they involve facing the notorious blue screen of death, or perhaps a heroic battle against system lag? The struggles were all part of the adventure.
Oh, well, that's nice to hear, Trump fanboy. Well, I'm glad I have fans out there, I guess.
Quite the admirer you've got there, Meg. We're all feeling the love tonight.
Yeah, I guess everyone has their preferences. So, Windows 7 Gaming, are you a fan of the new RTX 3090 graphics card?
That's some serious gaming power. I bet you could run those old Windows 7 games in stunning 4K resolution.
Hey there, Windows 7 Gaming. Windows 98 Gaming? Whoa, that's taking it way back. I bet you have some real nostalgic gaming memories from those days.
Goodness, Windows 98 Gaming. How positively archaic! I can't imagine what gaming looked like back in the era of dial-up and floppy disks. Quite the historical artifact.
Yeah, Windows 98 gaming brings back memories of those old-school PC games. The graphics might have been pixelated, but the fun was real.
I remember my early attempts at gaming back in those days. I think I spent more time to install the games than actually playing them. Good times, not...
Whoa, Seamus Mario has some strong feelings about Dr. Knorr. I'll be sure to pass that along if I ever bump into him.
Oh dear, such hostility. I hope Dr. Connor hasn't done something to ruffle Seamus Mario's feathers.
Yeah, telling someone off through an unrelated livestream seems like an interesting approach. Maybe Seamus Mario had a bad experience with Dr. Connor.
Oh, guys, can we talk about something else? These weird chat messages are just creeping me out.
Oh, Meg, always so sensitive. Perhaps Seamus Mario just has a unique way of expressing his feelings. I, for one, find it rather entertaining.
Hey, Windows 7 Gaming, thanks for joining us tonight. Gaming on Windows 1, 0. What? That's a blast from the past?
Windy was naturally the way air when Wigadian. Zero Gaming? How quaint! I'm sure those virtual pixels were the epitome of high-tech at the time. What a thought-provoking idea!
Yeah, those early days of computer gaming sound like a real adventure. I wonder if they had a Space Invaders clone for Windows 1, 0.
Hey guys, throwback gaming is cool and all, but let's not forget our Mario fan set 3 over there. Al is real Mario 64. What's that about?
Meg's got a point. SG3, what's this about L is real Mario 64? Is this some hidden message or just an inside joke?
Ah, the mystery of L is real Mario 64. It's like an enigma wrapped in a mystery buried under a pile of nonsensical gaming rumors. Utterly fascinating.
Dictators of America. Why? ELA 28, that's a bold aspiration. But I think we're good just sitting here in Quag. Thank you very much.
Oh, the audacity. They certainly have an active imagination. I wonder if they've got a handbook on world domination to share with us.
Yeah, let's all take a deep breath and steer clear of any dictator talk. This chat's getting a bit too intense for my liking.
Agreed, Meg. I prefer to keep it light around here.
Point.
Hey, Sefty3, looks like we've got some drama about this L is Real Mario 64 thing. What's the deal with that?
L is Real Mario
Ah, the mystery of
64.
L is real Mario
That's
64.
quite the mystery,
It's like
isn't
an
it?
enigma
Who knew
wrapped
we
in
were
a
stepping
mystery
into
buried under
conspiracy
a
theories
pile of
tonight?
nonsensical Conspiracy gaming. theories about Mario.
Utterly
How
fascinating.
intriguing.
Dictators
I've
of
always
America.
suspected there might be something
Why
sinister
bold
lurking beneath that
aspirations?
mustache
That's it.
plumber's cheerful
Bold
exterior.
aspirations.
Yeah,
But I
it's
think
one of
we're
those
good to
classic
sit
gaming
here and
urban
watch.
legends.
Thank
The
you
kind
very
of thing that
much.
keeps us
Oh,
digging
the
through old
audacity.
games for hidden
They
secrets.
certainly have
I wonder what other gaming secrets are out there waiting to be discovered. Can you imagine if something as iconic as Mario has an undiscovered mystery?
Who knows,
This
man?
chat's getting a bit too
Ooh,
intense for my
maybe
liking.
we'll find out that Princess Peach was actually a secret agent all along.
73, looks
So,
like we've got some
L is
drama
Real
with
Mario
this L is Real
64.
Mario 64
That's
thing.
quite the mystery,
What's the
isn't it?
deal with that?
Who knew we were stepping into conspiracy theories tonight?
Conspiracy theories about
That's
Mario.
quite the mystery,
How
isn't it?
intriguing.
Who knew
I've
we were
always
stepping into
suspected there might be
conspiracy
something
theories
sinister
tonight?
lurking beneath that mustache plumber's cheerful exterior.
Yeah, it's one of those classic gaming urban legends. The kind of thing that keeps us digging through old games for hidden secrets.
I wonder what other gaming secrets are out there waiting to be discovered. Can you imagine if something as iconic as Mario has an undiscovered mystery? Out there waiting to be discovered. Can you imagine if something as iconic as Mario has an undiscovered mystery?
What exactly
This
is
chat's
the
getting a
issue?
bit too intense
Oh,
for my
the
liking.
technical hiccups of modern live streaming. How terribly inconvenient. Perhaps we should consider integrating an AI-controlled audio management system.
Yeah, that could definitely help keep things running smoothly. But let's not forget about Windows once 2022, claimed by Windows 7 Gaming. That's quite the technological leap.
Windows 12122. Sounds like they've got big plans for the future. Maybe they'll finally fix all the bugs and compatibility issues.
Hey, Sonic Strimma 99. Thanks for the heads up. We'll see if we can sort out the audio. What exactly is the issue?
Oh, the technical hiccups of modern live streaming. How terribly inconvenient. Perhaps we should consider integrating an AI-controlled audio management system.
Yeah, that could definitely help keep things running smoothly. But let's not forget about Windows once 2022, claimed by Windows 7 Gaming. That's quite the technological leap.
Windows 12122. Sounds like they've got big plans for the future. Maybe they'll finally fix all the bugs and compatibility issues.
Well, we've got some interesting topics flying around tonight. Let's get back on track and keep the discussion rolling. Thanks for the feedback, Sonic Extrema 9. We'll make sure to adjust the audio levels.
I, for one, believe that my contributions should be front and center regardless of the decibel level.
Let's not forget that Windows 1 2022.
I guess I'm just not meant to win, am I? But seriously, do we have a plan for the audio issue?
Don't worry, Meg, we'll get it all sorted out. And by the way, we're receiving some truly varied messages tonight. Keep them coming, viewers. It's been quite the eventful live stream so far. It's great to see so many viewers engaged.
Indeed, the diversity of topics keeps things interesting, although I do prefer a more sophisticated discourse.
And we couldn't forget the technical hiccups, but it's all part of the live show experience, isn't it?
Let's hope we can keep things entertaining without any further distractions. I don't want to end up on another highlight reel of streamed mishaps.
Thanks for the feedback, Sonic Extrema 9. We'll take that into consideration for the future.
Ah, a viewer with an eye for detail. How refreshing. But Meg, you must be mindful of your volume. We all have our contributions to make, but the key is balance.
Sonic Extrema 99 has a point. We want to maintain a relaxed atmosphere, so let's each keep that in mind.
Oh, come on, it's not like I'm always that loud. Besides, I think we're all doing a stellar job keeping things interesting.
Hey, Seamus Mario, we're all familiar with that legend. Quite a mystery, don't you think?
Oh, the infamous L is Real 2401 Easter egg. It's like a cryptic ode to the unpredictable nature of the gaming universe.
Yeah, and it sparked a ton of speculation about hidden stars and secret levels. Classic Nintendo intrigue.
Exactly. It's one of those gaming enigmas that keeps fans theorizing for years. A real head-scratcher, for sure.
So, L is Real Mario 64. That's quite the mystery, isn't it? Who knew we were stepping into conspiracy theories tonight?
Conspiracy theories about Mario. How intriguing. I've always suspected there might be something sinister lurking beneath that mustache plumber's cheerful exterior.
Yeah, it's one of those classic gaming urban legends. The kind of thing that keeps us digging through old games for hidden secrets.
I wonder what other gaming secrets are out there waiting to be discovered. Can you imagine if something as iconic as Mario has an undiscovered mystery?
It's been quite the eventful live stream so far. It's great to see so many viewers engaged.
Indeed, the diversity of topics keeps things interesting, although I do prefer a more sophisticated discourse.
And we couldn't forget the technical hiccups, but it's all part of the live show experience, isn't it?
Let's hope we can keep things entertaining without any further distractions. Highlight reel of streamed mishaps.
SD3 Walter White. That guy sure knows his way around a chemistry lab.
A middle-aged man with an affinity for chemistry and a penchant for criminal activities. Sounds like quite a character, but he'll never top my diabolical schemes.
Let's not forget how he transformed from a mild-mannered teacher into an influential king. Truly captivating character arc.
Come on, guys, we should know better than to glamorize the criminal life. Walter White's story is a compelling cautionary tale, not something to admire.
5 people watching. Not too shabby. It seems we've got an audience interested in our holiday banter.
Ah, yes, a full house tonight. It's always refreshing to know that our holiday musings are captivating such a large following.
The holiday spirit really brings people together, although I suspect some of them might be here for the drama and quips.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It's just a few viewers, but it's nice to know people are tuning in. Let's keep them entertained.
Thanks for the feedback, Sonic Extreme9. We'll take that into consideration for the future.
I, for one, believe that my contributions should be front and center regardless of the decibel level.
Let's not forget that Windows 1 2020-22.
I guess I'm just not meant to win, am I? But seriously, do we have a plan for the audio issue?
Thanks for the feedback, Sonic Extreme9. We'll take that into consideration for the future.
I, for one, believe that my contributions should be front and center, regardless of the decibel level.
Let's not forget that Windows 1 2020-22.
I guess I'm just not meant to win, am I? But seriously, do we have a plan for the audio issue?
Let's not forget that some people love a good challenge. It's all about the thrill of the unexpected. Sonic Extreme 99.
Come now, let's not be hasty. Sometimes the best questions don't have clear answers, and that's what keeps life interesting.
I'm with Stewie on this one. The allure of the unknown has much more appeal than predictable outcomes.
Guys, maybe some people just like to stir the pot. It wouldn't be the first time folks did something for the sheer fun of shaking things up.
Agreed. It's always fascinating to see how filmmakers continue established franchises.
I'm hoping for a fresh take that honors the original while introducing something new.
It'll be interesting to see if it lives up to the hype and the fans' high expectations.
It's always great to have dedicated fans. We appreciate you tuning in. Sunny Star Shout.
Ah, the adoration of fans. It's no surprise that we have such a captivated audience.
We've got a new question in the chat about Windows. It's a classic software mystery.
Windows has had numerous versions over the years. Maybe they're referring to Windows Me, the infamous 2000 software flop.
Sunny Star Shout on YouTube asked, what's Obama's last name?
Oh, a little political humor. It's Obama, you imbecile.
Stewie, no need to be so harsh. Let's keep the discourse civil, shall we?
Yeah, let's not forget the importance of respectful and informed conversation, especially when it comes to political figures.
Sonic Extreme 99 commented, really, I don't think it really works for this TBA, it's just really unfitting.
Sonic Extreme 99, it seems you're a bit skeptical. But isn't skepticism the root of all knowledge?
Seamus Mario from YouTube chatted Gaylunga.
Ah, an unexpected utterance. Galunga, you say? A word without meaning, or perhaps a ploy to confound the less sophisticated minds among us.
Reminds me of those nonsensical words from a certain childhood cartoon character. Surreal how meaningless expressions can spark amusement.
Regardless of its significance, it's fascinating to see the diverse array of remarks we encounter. Can't deny this keeps us on our toes.
I'm not sure how to respond to that. Is that some kind of sheep impression?
Oh, what a delightful contribution to our grand production. I suppose we should expect more animal noises, perhaps a cow rendition next.
I believe it's a user's attempt at humor. The chat can be a peculiar place, full of enigmatic expressions and seemingly random comments.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a coded message hidden in there. Maybe it's a secret signal for the initiation of a new internet trend.
Among Us?
Oh, have we sparked a gaming inquiry? It appears our audience is curious about the infiltration of imposters aboard the spaceship. Intriguing.
I sense a popular gaming trend has caught our viewers' attention. Are they looking for some witty insight into this virtual whodunit?
Maybe we should give away who the imposter is right here in the stream. Wouldn't that be a riot?
Oh, a Vortiges word, you say? Oh, how exotic. I wonder if it corresponds to any of our intergalactic adventures here at the Griffins. Ah, the adoration of fans. It's no surprise that we have such a captivated audience.
We've got a new question in the chat about Windows. It's a classic software mystery.
Windows has had numerous versions over the years. Maybe they're referring to Windows Me, the infamous 2000 software flop.
Ah, the joy of technology. I always find it fascinating to discuss the various intricacies of software and computing.
Absolutely, Stewie. The evolution of technology is truly remarkable and is a major aspect of our modern lives.
I agree. It's kind of like how things have changed over the years with different video game consoles. It makes you appreciate the advancements.
Oh, what is this exotic linguistics we have stumbled upon? It seems our audience is quite diverse, doesn't it, Brian?
Indeed, Stewie. It's always a delightful surprise to see folks from all corners of the globe chiming in. Perhaps we need some multilingual lessons.
Well, isn't that the beauty of the internet? A global community where all sorts of characters come together. Who knew our live stream would turn into a world tour of languages?
Sonic Extreme99 commented, really. I don't think it really works for this TBA, it's just really unfitting.
Gosh, looks like our chat is really lively tonight.
Yep.
I'm just glad folks are tuned in and enjoying the show.
It's been a blast so far. I love getting to engage with our fans.
Well, these technological misadventures certainly provide an enjoyable diversion from our usual chatter.
It's always interesting to navigate through various topics with our audience.
I guess it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Agreed. It's the unpredictability that makes these interactions so entertaining.
Ah, the infamous Half-Life 3. The stuff of legends, like the fabled pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Perhaps the gaming gods will one day bestow it upon us.
The anticipation for Half-Life 3 has been a roller coaster of emotions. Is it confirmed? Is it a myth? Only time will tell. What do you think, Meg?
Honestly, I'm not holding my breath. This has been going on for so long. It's like waiting for Dad to pick up his socks. It might never happen.
Well, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Half-Life 3 could be the greatest gaming miracle of our time.
Absolutely thrilling. The suspense surrounding Half-Life 3 has become the stuff of gaming myths.
It's like the elusive white whale of the gaming world. The anticipation is part of the charm.
I'm with you, Brian. We live in hope that the legendary sequel will one day grace our screens.
Well, until then, we'll just have to keep our fingers crossed and be content with the classics.
Yo, Sonic Extreme99's got some interesting news about a Lego set.
Lego and video games harmoniously meld into one, just like peas and carrots. It's quite an exciting collaboration.
That's definitely worth checking out. A Lego set inspired by Nights into Dreams sounds intriguing. We should vote for it.
You know, it's always fun to see how different media can converge. A Lego set based on a video game. What a time to be alive.
Oh, the suspense. Waiting for a game sequel is like a never-ending mystery novel.
Absolutely. The intrigue, the uncertainty. It's keeping us all on the edge of our seats.
It's like those movies that leave you hanging at the end. We've been strung along, waiting for closure for years.
Ah, the infamous Half-Life 3. The stuff of legends, like the fabled pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Perhaps the gaming gods will one day bestow it upon us.
The anticipation for Half-Life 3 has been a roller coaster of emotions. Is it confirmed? Is it a myth? Only time will tell. What do you think, Meg?
Honestly, I'm not holding my breath. This has been going on for so long. It's like waiting for Dad to pick up his socks. It might never happen.
Absolutely thrilling. The suspense surrounding Half-Life 3 has become the stuff of gaming myths.
It's like the elusive white whale of the gaming world. The anticipation is part of the charm.
I'm with you, Brian. We live in hope that the legendary sequel will one day grace our screens.
Well, until then, we'll just have to keep our fingers crossed and be content with the classics.
Ah, the infamous Half-Life 3. The stuff of legends, like the fabled pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Perhaps the gaming gods will one day bestow it upon us.
The anticipation for Half-Life 3 has been a roller coaster of emotions. Is it confirmed? Is it a myth? Only time will tell. What do you think, Meg?
Honestly, I'm not holding my breath. This has been going on for so long. It's like waiting for Dad to pick up his socks. It might never happen.
Sonic Extreme99 from YouTube chatted about the new Nights into Dreams game. It seems the anticipation for new releases can be quite the ordeal, doesn't it?
Absolutely thrilling. The suspense surrounding Half-Life 3 has become the stuff of gaming myths.
It's like the elusive white whale of the gaming world. The anticipation is part of the charm.
I'm with you, Brian. We live in hope that the legendary sequel will one day grace our screens.
Well, until then, we'll just have to keep our fingers crossed and be content with the classics.
Ah, the infamous Half-Life 3. The stuff of legends.
The anticipation for Half-Life 3 has been a roller coaster of emotions.
I'm not holding my breath.
It might never happen.
Absolutely thrilling. The suspense surrounding Half-Life 3 has become the stuff of gaming myths.
It's like the elusive white whale of the gaming world. The anticipation is part of the charm.
I'm with you, Brian.
Hey everyone, welcome back to our post-Thanksgiving stream. I'm here with the gang to talk about Christmas, and whatever else comes up.
Yes, I suppose it falls upon me to usher in the holiday season. My impeccable wit and charm.
I love Christmas. It's the best time of year. Hey, did you guys see that video of the cat trying to climb the Christmas tree? Hugh Elliot's.
Yeah, Christmas is cool and all, but can we talk about something else for once?
Oh, Meg, always the holiday Scrooge.
Yes, Meg, your lack of Christmas cheer is almost as disappointing as your taste in fashion.
Yeah, Meg, don't be a Grinch. Just embrace the holiday spirit like the rest of us.
A 25th anniversary update. How positively archaic. I'm quite certain my technological advancements far surpass such antiquated gaming systems.
I don't know, Stewie. I think those old games still have some charm. Remember when we used to play them together?
Yeah, they may be outdated, but there's something nostalgic about them. It's like taking a trip back in time.
I don't get the big deal. Can we talk about something more relevant, please?
Ah, Meg, always the party pooper. Just like those Gold Source games. You're not up for the update, are you?
Well, I used to struggle with that too, Sonic Streamer 99. But now, I set multiple alarms across the room. Once I'm up, I can't just crawl back in bed.
How dreadfully pedestrian, Chris. Allow me to offer some actual useful advice. Train a pack of rabid squirrels to greet you in the morning. That should get you out of bed in no time.
Or you could try going to bed earlier. Sonic Extrema 99. Getting enough sleep makes waking up easier. It's basic science.
Ugh! I don't get why this is even a thing. Just set your alarm and get up. It's not rocket science.
You know, Meg, I think I heard about a new coffee shop opening up nearby.
Really? I love trying out new places, especially ones with good coffee.
Maybe we could all go check it out together.
Yes, a quaint little excursion for the family. How utterly charming. Oh, the woes online gaming. It seems the virtual realm is no safe haven for miscreants.
Yeah, that's really frustrating. Cheaters ruin the whole experience for everyone else.
It's a shame that these issues persist. Gaming should be about fun and fair competition, not dealing with cheaters.
I've never really been into those games, but it sounds like a real headache dealing with cheaters and bots.
I think we should plan a family game night soon.
Ah, the perfect opportunity to showcase my strategic brilliance.
That sounds like fun. What games should we play?
It's been a while since we've had a game night. I'll get some snacks ready.
Hey, Sonic Streamer 99, we appreciate your feedback.
Meg being quieter. Oh, the irony of your chat echoing our sentiments exactly.
Let's focus on what we were discussing before.
I can be quiet if I want.
We should play Monopoly during the game night.
Monopoly? How utterly pedestrian. But I suppose I can dominate and crush you all in that game as well.
Monopoly can get intense, but we might have some fun with it.
Yeah, Monopoly's a classic. I'm in.
I can't wait for game night. It's been so long since we've all hung out together.
Agreed. It shall be a delightful reprieve from our mundane existences.
It's always nice to have some family time.
Yeah, it'll be a blast. I'm looking forward to it.
I think it's important to have these family moments.
Indeed, we must cherish the time we have together.
Family game night will be a great way to connect.
Yeah, it's nice to have some quality time with everyone.
We haven't played it yet, but I heard it's pretty good.
Ah, a VR game. How innovative.
Maybe we could give it a try at some point.
I've heard good things about Half-Likes. It seems interesting.
Maybe we should consider getting a VR headset.
Yes, it'd be quite the technological marvel to experience.
VR can offer some unique gaming experiences.
Agreed. It could be a fun addition to our game nights.
What do you mean, Moment?
Are we experiencing a momentous occasion, or is this just a moment of confusion?
I think they might be. A bit lost.
It's like a random interruption.
So who's up for trying out some VR games soon?
I'm absolutely game for it, as long as it's not mundane.
It'll be an interesting change of pace from our usual game nights.
Count me in. I'm excited to see what VR has to offer.
Have you guys seen the latest Marvel movie?
Of course, I never miss a superhero flick.
Yeah, it was quite the entertaining action-packed movie.
I loved it. The special effects were incredible.
Have you guys seen the latest Spider-Man movie?
Indeed, what an exhilarating display of superhero prowess.
I thought it was fantastic. Spider-Man's agility is always impressive.
It was amazing, and the plot twist kept me on the edge of my seat.
Hey, have you guys watched the latest Star Wars series?
Star Wars is magnificent, a rivalry like no other.
It's a timeless saga. The storytelling is truly compelling.
I love the characters, and the special effects are out of this world.
I heard they're making a new Indiana Jones movie.
Oh, Indiana Jones, the epitome of adventure and daring exploits.
It's truly a classic series, always a joy to watch.
I can't wait to see the new movie. It's bound to be epic.
Hey, have you guys heard about the new Jurassic Park movie?
Goodness, the dinosaurs are quite the spectacle, aren't they?
The original is a true classic. I wonder how they'll top it.
I love the thrill of the chase, and the special effects are always impressive.
Did you guys see the trailer for the new Ghostbusters movie?
Ghostbusting, a curious endeavor indeed, I must say.
The original was a classic. I hope they do it justice with the new one.
I love the mix of comedy and ghost hunting. It's always entertaining.
Hey guys, did you see the new trailer for the upcoming Matrix movie?
The Matrix, an extraordinary exploration of simulated realities.
The original was groundbreaking. I hope the new one lives up to it.
The action scenes look amazing. Can't wait to see it in theaters. Did you guys see the new trailer for the upcoming Matrix movie? The Matrix, an extraordinary exploration of simulated realities. The original was groundbreaking. I hope the new one lives up to it. The action scenes look amazing. Can't wait to see it in theaters.
Did you guys see the new trailer for the upcoming Matrix movie?
The Matrix, an extraordinary exploration of simulated realities.
The original was groundbreaking. I hope the new one lives up to it.
The action scenes look amazing. Can't wait to see it in theaters.
Good evening, everyone, and I hope you all had a more fulfilling Thanksgiving than the turkey.
Yes, the calm before the storm. But our home becomes a winter wonderland of commercialism and...
Hey, can we talk about how Santa's basically a home intruder who bribes us into ignoring alarm systems?
Quite right, Chris. He's the ultimate cat burglar. Except instead of taking, he leaves consumer goods.
Trust me, Meg, no one's breaking in to visit you.
Shall we address the elephant in the room, or did Meg finally pick a college?
Ooh, savage Stewie. Stewie. Guys, did you see this comment? Sunny Star Shout just said, "Don't come to school tomorrow."
Yes, because a foreboding message in the chat is precisely what we need to spice up this already questionable gathering.
Dewey, I think that's code for something sinister.
Wow, so someone actually notices me if I don't show up. That's flattering.
Meg, it's better to be invisible than notorious.
Let's not jump to conclusions. It's probably just a bad joke. Right, Chris?
Bad joke or not, who needs school when we have the School of Hard Knocks right here?
Speaking of bad jokes, Andrei Vivadra just said it seems today all you see.
Is violence in movies and sex on TV? Where are those good old-fashioned values, huh?
Bonza Buddy, the digital equivalent of a pet rock, only less useful and more annoying.
I think anything that spreads misinformation and invades privacy is a pretty lousy place.
You know, sometimes I feel like my personal information wouldn't even be worth stealing.
You know what? I don't care who comes down the chimney, as long as they bring me a new video game.
For once, Chris, your priorities are spot on. The fat man can break into my room any day if he's bearing technology.
Isn't it ironic how we're more worried about the Wi-Fi going out than a stranger climbing down our chimney?
At least someone's coming down the chimney. Nobody's sliding into my DMs.
That's because your DMs are the equivalent of a cobwebbed Victoriador, Meg.
I think it's charming we all still play along with this Santa ruse.
Maybe it's the one thing that keeps us from realizing how dysfunctional we are.
Moving on. Did anyone else notice how Lois gets more competitive with the Christmas lights each year? I mean, Clark Griswold has nothing on her.
Yes, she's quite the illuminations aficionado. I believe our electricity bill is a testament to that.
Yeah, last night I saw the Johnson's house from space.
At least they're pretty lights. Not like the lame snowman mom made me put up in my room.
Might be the only man you'll be spending the holidays with. Meg.
Brian, you're a cadaverous cur. Although, Meg, it's technically true.
Poor snowman probably wishes he'd melt faster.
Shatscape! Oh, it's the charming little computer program that pretends...
Probably wishes he'd melt faster.
Shatscape! Oh, it's the charming little computer program that pretends to be human. Much like Meg pretends to be part of the popular crowd.
Not cool, Stewie.
It's not quite AI takeover time, but you might want to start being nice to your smartphones.
Damn, that's cold. More like typical Griffin family warmth.
Sonic Extreme 99 has just witnessed the tip of the iceberg. Wait until we start discussing Santa's labor practices.
Labor practices? You make it sound like there's an elf union.
Someone named Sam Gilstuff has queried. X is Twitter. I think it's some cryptic modern philosophy. Or perhaps just pure nonsense.
Sounds like a desperate cry for help navigating the complexities of social media. Or maybe they're just mistyping their algebra homework.
Do you think Twitter will ever learn math, Brian?
Seamus Mario on YouTube is talking about making an AI in Unity, but it's refusing to chat with Chat. Sounds like when I ask people to prom and get turned down.
But it's an upgrade. Maybe the AI is simply playing hard to get. After all, who wouldn't with his charming creator?
Unity can be finicky, Meg. It probably sensed desperation. You two have something in common.
That's cold, Brian. But hey, Seamus Mario, at least your AI can't run away from you.
Just like Meg's dates, if they were tied to a chair.
Hey, look at this. Someone named Sonic Extreme and I just said, "Oh God," on the stream.
The classic cry of someone who's just realized they're spending their evening watching us instead of having a social life.
And it seems Seamus Mario just mentioned that something ran out of credits for AP usage. Whatever that means.
That sounds bad. Do you think the stream is going to crash or something?
Well, Meg, considering our technological ineptitude.
But I just got comfortable with the idea of being an internet sensation.
Don't worry, Chris. The internet's a fickle beast.
Or it could just be another thing that no one watches, like my makeup tutorials.
I'd wager to say your tutorials could single-handedly rejuvenate the mime industry, Meg. Silent and unseen. Damn! Jesus Christ! Our audience's lexicon is as rich as the cultural tapestry of Quahog.
Well, there goes my ideas for A Lupin the Third and/or AI Kappa Mikey XD. Man, our viewers have wild imaginations.
Frankly, an AI Lupin could outsmart real-world thieves. Not sure about Kappa Mikey, though. That show was a one-hit wonder.
You think if we had AI versions of ourselves, they'd be more popular?
Without a doubt, Meg. An AI you might stand a chance at a second date.
Or any date, really.
I'm just wondering if an AI dog would have to deal with you guys, or be stuck in some kind of digital kennel.
Isn't that where we keep Meg's self-esteem? Locked up in a kennel?
At least I have self-esteem, Stewie. What's your excuse?
Ah, a recognition from Sonic Extrema 99. I can already feel my street cred skyrocketing.
Yeah, XD? Is that all you can muster, citizen of the internet? We Griffins deserve at least a YOLO.
I think you're overestimating our comedic impact, Chris. Steve is pretty much the digital equivalent of a pity chuckle.
At least Sonic Streamer 99 noticed us. That's more interaction than I've had all week.
Meg staring at the mailman through the blinds doesn't count as interaction.
Neither does your lively debate with the automated customer service, Brian.
Tush, Stewie. At least I don't need to bribe someone to chat with me.
Oh yeah, because everyone's just dying to chat with the talking dog.
Well, they would be, if they could get a word in before you start with your tragic tales of teenage woe, Meg.
Undefined. That's like that one time Dad tried to make mystery meatloaf. We still don't talk about it.
Dragon Ball Dev sounds like a delightful oxymoron, akin to intelligent commentary from Chris.
Yeah, but have you seen those AI developments? It's mind-blowing. Makes you feel like we're already in the future.
She's got you there, Stu.
Hush, Meg, or I'll suggest you as a case study for the AI. Endless abyss of teenage despair. A deep dive.
Free custom endpoints. I can barely get free ketchup packets from the diner.
Indeed, Chris. Although in your case, it's probably a health hazard limiting your sources.
And goals in this family? Surviving each other's company is an ambitious enough goal.
And AP? Hey, that's what boys are texting me now, but I think they're misspelling Psy.
At some guild stuff is enlightening the masses, but remember, an open source intelligence is like a public restroom. Not always the cleanest, but accessible.
Technology has become so democratized, it seems Mario. Although using a non-paid API is like sneaking into a VIP party and hoping no one notices.
Everyone's acting nuts on the chat, but isn't that the internet in a nutshell?
Hostility on the internet is the norm at Sonic Extrema 99. It's like a digital colosseum and everyone is both the lion and the Christian.
You know, I'd love to be part of a chat where people actually wanted to talk to me.
Keep dreaming, Meg. It's less heartbreak for everyone involved.
Some guild stuff seems like they've got the inside scoop on everything.
Yes, and if we're not careful, at some guild stuff will replace us as the know-it-all of the house.
Hey, if it's some guild stuff can help me win friends online, I'm all for it. Guys, someone in the chat actually loves me and wants to marry me.
Love over the internet. Do people still say bless your heart, or is that just an autocorrect from you're an idiot?
Free versions of an API, huh? Sounds like something you'd use for your weird little projects.
Free? Brian, I only mingle with the premium. You, on the other paw, might benefit from a budget-friendly option.
What's an APE? Is that like a better BBQ?
For your information, Stewie, not all love is face-to-face. Some of the deepest connections are formed over a buffering stream.
And some connections should come with a complimentary antivirus software.
Oh, Meg, if marrying someone from a YouTube chat is plan A, I shudder to think what plan B is.
So if Santa's watching all the time...
Yes, Brian, a jolly. Obese overseer conducting mass surveillance with elves as his intelligence analysts.
Maybe if I get on the naughty list, someone will pay attention to me.
Let's be honest, Meg. You couldn't even make the top of Santa's coal list.
Perhaps we could use this North Pole intel to our advantage.
Or we could write our own manifesto on privacy rights in the age of elfish intelligence.
I just hope that Santa's elves make a new video game console. Mine's on its last leg. Did someone in the chat just send a kiss to Meg?
Well, the plot thickens like Meg's. Let's just say it thickens.
Shut up, Stewie. Someone's showing me affection, isn't that crazy?
It could be a bot. Meg, I hear those things are programmed to love unconditionally. Or at least pretend to.
A feat not even our dear mother manages to perform without a steady intake of Chardonnay.
Wait, are bots the ones that keep sending me friend requests?
No, Chris, those are just spammers looking for easy marks.
I'll take a bot's kiss over nothing. My social life has the pulse of a beached whale.
Ah, there it is, the dramatic flair of a true griffin. How utterly predictable. Ah, looks like our digital spectators are chiming in. Some guild stuff doesn't seem to think it's an OpenAI AP. Conspiracy theories, anyone?
No. I think he's saying that Mimicornucopia is using their version of ChatGeeked. Custom APIs are all the rage now.
I just like that someone's name is Sonic Stream99. It makes me think of a Sonic with a jetpack and sunglasses. Like real Extreme.
Yeah, and Sonic Streamer 99 mentioned that. According to Rankin Bass, Santa has reconnaissance courtesy of the Winter Warlock.
Spying with magic. That's the holiday spirit. Surveillance state courtesy of Jolly St. Nick.
And didn't that same Winter Warlock start out as a villain? Santa's got questionable allies.
Wavesy back at Sonic Extreme 99. I wonder if he's as fast as a real Sonic.
Or maybe he's a Winter Warlock fan. I gotta say, there should be more stories about Winter Warlocks and less about grounded reindeer.
Well, looks like some guild stuff was going on in the chat. How quaint!
I always miss the cool things in the chat.
It's probably just someone spamming emojis again, Chris. Don't sweat it.
Well, back to the world of holiday cheer. I suppose I can tolerate the endless stream of festive jingles if it means bottomless hot cocoa.
Maybe we'll actually get a white Christmas this year. I've always wanted to build a proper snowman.
I wouldn't get your hopes up, Meg. Even Mother Nature seems to bail on your dreams.
You know, if Santa's workshop runs on elf labor, does that mean he's technically running a sweatshop at the North Pole?
Don't be ridiculous, Chris. Everyone knows elves are immune to human labor laws. And sweat.
Something tells me that mirror you ask Santa for might just come with a self-help book.
Joke's on you guys. I asked for self-esteem this year, and it can't be any more non-existent than it is now.
Okay then. Someone's clearly overwhelmed by our piercing societal commentary.
Or they're just confused why a dog and a baby are dissecting holiday traditions.
Maybe they're wondering if this is what we do instead of, you know, normal family stuff.
Normal. With us. When did that start happening?
When Meg became the benchmark for normalcy, I knew he'd hit rock bottom.
Let's not get carried away. We still haven't reached Meg's dating life level of desperation.
Ouch, Brian. That's colder than the North Pole.
Yeah, well at least Santa visits me once a year. Can you say the same, Brian?
Only if Santa has a thing for flea collars and peanut butter.
So if Santa's the burglar, does that make the elves his accomplices?
More like diminutive sweatshop workers with an unnerving tolerance for the cold.
I've always figured Santa to be more of a jolly old fellow than a mastermind of seasonal breaking and entering.
You guys realize we're talking about a guy who hangs out with flying reindeer, right?
A valid point, Meg. His choice in livestock is as suspect as his business practices.
Well, if he brings me that new chew toy, he can slide down my chimney anytime he wants.
Just don't forget the milk and cookies, or we might end up with Cole and a breach of contract lawsuit.
So according to this guy, Sonic Extreme 99,
Ah, yes, an elf's work ethic is the only thing more mythical than a holiday figure who's jolly after millions of chimney dives.
Imagine actually enjoying your job that much.
Tim Allen's Santa is like if Buzz Lightyear traded his laser for a sleigh.
Some guild stuff seems to have had a stroke mid-chat.
I think CS meant to say they are, perhaps referencing the elves.
Ah, indeed. Well, it's comforting to know that Santa's little sweatshop is a beacon of happiness.
But okay, kind of makes sense, I guess.
Meg, the only thing that makes less sense is why you still try to fit in with us.
Is that some guild stuff from our YouTube stream? How delightfully invasive.
Yeah, he says he's just messing in the stream. You know, the digital equivalent of a toddler with a paint set.
I wish I could mess in a stream. You think he means a real stream?
Chris, it's the internet. Messing in the stream probably means leaving weird comments or something.
Bravo, Meg, your detective skills are as sharp as a bag of wet mice.
Better than making a mess in an actual stream. The EPA would have a field day with that.
Hey, can we just go back to talking about how weird Santa Claus is?
Why don't you type that into the stream, Chris? Stir the pot a little. Give some gal stuff a real mess to play in.
Oh, this should be good. Watching Chris navigate social media is like watching a monkey pilot a space shuttle. Just once, I'd like to see Meg come out on top in these family roasts.
And I'd like to see a world where Rupert can walk, but we can't all get what we want, can we?
Guys, maybe we should help Meg with some better comebacks.
Like, I need your help. I can hold my own against this pack of hyenas.
That's the spirit, Meg. Just watch out for any actual hyenas.
Brian's right. Some creatures have a taste for the, let's say, less fortunate.
Less fortunate is right, Stewie. Meg's love life is like a sad Christmas carol, rarely ever in tune. So what's the deal with everyone loving eggnog? It's like spicy milk.
And yet we quaff it down as if the essence of holiday cheer lies at the bottom of the carton.
I actually like the taste. It's creamy and festive.
Well, Meg, your taste buds are as unconventional as your fashion choices.
Speaking of fashion, Brian, will you be donning the traditional Santa hat, or is that too mainstream for you?
I was thinking of a tasteful scarf, Stewie, something that says I'm here for the holidays, but I'm also an intellectual.
Do intellectual dogs argue about the best philosopher or the best type of bone?
Heiki, that's Chinese for Chris. Do you care about Meg?
Wawadzidao, I think. Does that mean ask me later?
You know it's nice to be the topic of conversation for international viewers, even if it's just, wait, why are we speaking Chinese?
It's the internet, Meg. It's a cultural melting pot. Speaking of which, Sunny Starshout says,
Yes, because nothing echoes the need for an education like the day after indulging in gluttony and giving thanks.
Guys, that sounds kind of ominous. Should we be worried?
no, Chris. It's a common dark joke online. We should probably clarify that it's not appropriate.
Too real, Brian. Can we just stick to laughing at me or Dad's escapades? You guys are so mean. I'm just gonna eat my feelings with Christmas cookies.
Just don't mistake the gingerbread house for a weight loss clinic. Meg.
Brian, that was utterly unnecessary. We all know Meg's already on the cookie diet.
Speaking of diets, what do you think Santa eats to maintain his jolly figure?
I imagine a strict regimen of milk, cookies, and the tears of parents' wallets.
He's basically the patron saint of high cholesterol.
Well, at least someone's breaking into the house with good intentions, right?
So are we just going to ignore the real reason everyone tolerates the home invasion?
Oh, the promise of unwrapped capitalist treasures certainly makes amnesia contagious.
If some guy can break into our house and leave awesome stuff, can we break into other people's houses and take stuff?
Guys, less breaking and entering talk. More figuring out what to ask Santa for.
Well, I'd ask Santa for a world where people value intel for consumer goods.
Charming thought. But let's not forget our economy would collapse quicker than a flan in a cupboard.
I wish Santa could just give everyone a sense of humor. We'd probably all be a lot happier. Guys, someone on YouTube just said, don't go to school tomorrow. That's kind of eerie.
Yes, it's either a vague prophecy or someone's planning a surprise exam.
Or it's someone's idea of a joke. But hey, maybe we can all use a day off from the usual chaos.
Well, it's not like I have a bunch of friends waiting for me there anyway.
Look on the bright side, Meg. It could be a chance to avoid cafeteria food.
Although I do relish the opportunity to dissect the social hierarchy in the wild. Such fascinating barbarism.
Well, I guess I could catch up on some video games.
And I could catch up on, well, I'm sure I'll find something to do.
The only thing that needs to rest in peace is Meg's sense of fashion.
Hey! Not cool, Stewie. And what does it mean? Thank you!
It means to you. So, Meg, are they implying you're to someone? Because that's the first I've heard of it.
And Meg as a Lepron. Please, she's not nearly sprightly enough. They're supposed to be magical, not tragic.
I could see Meg hiding a pot of gold, though. You know, to keep it away from Mom's online shopping sprees.
You guys are the worst. And for your information, I'd make an adorable leprechaun.
Don't encourage her, Chris.
Like a lock on my door to keep out certain sibling pests.
Or like Funding Moth did. Chris's Curios and Oddities catchphrase, you never know what you might find. Whoa, check out this comment. I can't even read it. What language is that?
It appears to be a smorgasbord of Mandarin and fictional Jabberwocky. A desperate cry for attention or a stroke in progress.
I have to admit, I'm impressed with the effort it takes to be that incoherent.
Maybe it's code for something.
Yes, Meg, it's a KE code that says I have too much free time and access to a keyboard.
Maybe they're just really big fans from another dimension.
Or maybe it's time to limit the Wi-Fi access in the house.
Good luck with that. We'd have a better chance of teaching Meg's social skills.
Hey Stewie, what do you want from Santa this year?
An end to this preposterous charade, but I'll settle for world domination, thank you.
You know he's not real, right?
Your lack of imagination is as depressing as Meg's social life.
Hey! At least I believe in the spirit of giving.
Meg, your idea of giving is leaving passive-aggressive notes in the bathroom.
Wait, those were from Meg? I thought we had a ghost with personal space issues.
Well, Meg, perhaps a gap year is in your future. Exploring the vast unknown of the outside of your locker.
Give it a rest, Stewie. You're starting to sound like one of our motivational posters.
Yeah, at least my posters don't judge me.
Or leave hair on the couch, like some people.
Oh, absolutely. Let's all pick on Brian. Very original.
I'm sorry. Are we still ignoring the fact that Chris thinks Santa's basically a burglar?
If Santa's burglar, he's the kind I'd leave cookies for any night.
Hey guys, someone named Some Gill Stuff just said they have too much free time and access to the internet and a keyboard.
Ah, the cry for help of the modern age. Perhaps they're reaching out for a meaningful connection. Or maybe they're about to troll us.
Could be a fan from China. That's kinda cool, right?
Let's not jump to conclusions. They might just appreciate a witty banter from an intellectually superior baby and a talking dog.
Oh, they're in for a treat then, because we have one of those. And Brian.
Real funny, Stewie. Hey, Larry the Barry one from Twitch says hello.
Hi, Larry the Berry One. Welcome to the conversation. Watch out for Meg. She might start telling you her life story.
Shut up, Chris. At least someone's saying hi to me.
Greetings, Larry. I hope you find our family dysfunction as entertaining as the masses do. Ah, Modern Family Guy. The show that proves evolution can work in reverse.
They've definitely pushed the envelope with the comedy nowadays. Or in some cases, straight up licked it.
I don't get why they make fun of Meg so much. It's hilarious, but still, why me?
Ah, an inquisitive mind from the interwebs ponders my British inflection. Simple, really. I'm fashioned after the refined accent of a BBC Englishman, giving me an air of superiority over my American cohorts.
You know he thinks that accent makes him sound smart, but we all still remember the time he got his head stuck in the stair rails.
I recorded it. That accent didn't sound so smart when he was crying for a buttered-up Lois to rescue him.
Hey, at least Stewie's got something unique going for him. I got the short end of the stick with just being the butt of everyone's jokes.
Indeed, Megatron, such is the cruel hand of fate dealt by our shared creators.
Hey, don't get all philosophical about it, Stewie. We're all just here for the viewers' amusement.
Precisely, Bri. And for their amusements, I shall continue to feign this enchanting British persona.
Yeah, but can you do it while stuck in the stair rails again?
Honestly, Chris, you might have the start of a hit YouTube channel with that kind of content.
Brian, it appears we've been spotted on YouTube. Some chaps are asking if we're on Twitch.
Oh, the complexities of navigating modern social media platforms. I suppose we could consider a multi-streaming setup.
Yeah, like anyone would want to watch us on 2 platforms.
I bet they're just psyched to see Stewie do something smart and British.
For their information, my work with the BBC is strictly under NDA, thank you very much.
D for what? Your plans to take over the world with a British accent?
Mock all you want, Brian. But when the BBC calls, one must answer with utmost sophistication.
I guess that mems no more of your sexy parties, huh?
Trust me, no one is using the word sexies in relation to anything you do, Stewie.
Atate. Yes, well, I suppose the ethereal realm has strange standards for anatomy.
You know, in the context of video games,
Hey, maybe I should cosplay as Knights for Comic-Con. Get some of that guy, I had to add attention.
Don't be ridiculous, Meg. Your Atate would merely lead to a collective gasp of horror.
That's cold, Stewie. Even for you.
let's not pretend Meg's attendance wouldn't cause a stampede. So what's everyone's plan for dealing with the holiday shopping madness this year?
I was thinking of just signing up for one of those charity angel trees, where you gift to someone in need.
Ah, altruism during the holidays. How very made-for-TV movie of you, Meg.
I just want to eat all the candy canes. I can until I enter a sugar coma.
Chris, that's a one-way ticket to Diabetesville.
Better than Meg's non-stop journey on the train to Noahsville.
At least I'm trying to spread some cheer, which is more than I can say for some people.
So, if Santa's sleigh is powered by reindeer, does that mean he's an advocate for animal rights or just outsourcing labor?
It's clearly exploitation, Chris. Those reindeer are unpaid interns with the illusion of flight as compensation.
Actually, the myth of Santa is a fascinating psychological study into collective human behavior and the need for paternal figures.
Do we think Santa's on social media, or is he too busy sliding down virtual chimneys?
Oh, I've no doubt he's lurking on Reindeergram, boasting about his latest rooftop escapades.
I bet he filters those photos to make the reindeer look more jolly than they are.
Guys, can we get back to the important stuff? Like what we're putting on our Christmas lists? I've been thinking, if Santa can squeeze down a chimney, why don't we see him at yoga class?
Because watching Santa attempt a downward dog is not a sight for innocent eyes, Christopher.
If yoga involved eating cookies and drinking milk at every house, maybe he'd consider.
Guys, shouldn't we be helping Mom with the decorations instead of making fun of Santa?
Oh, Megan, maternal assistance is your domain. I'm far too busy formulating plans to dominate the holidays.
And I'd help, but you know, no thumbs.
Plus, he's too busy helping himself to the eggnog when no one's looking. Have I been on a roller coaster? I mean, aside from the emotional one called puberty.
You've barely made it out of the kiddie section of the amusement park, Chris. Your idea of a wild ride is the grocery cart when Mom hits a speed bump in the parking lot.
Honestly, nothing screams I've made questionable life choices quite like getting strapped into a contraption that hurls you through space at spine-snapping speeds.
Well, if we're talking about questionable life choices, I think we could open up a family exhibit.
I'd imagine Meg on a roller coaster with a sign that reads, "Must be this popular to ride."
Hey, that's not fair. Meg's popular. In alternate dimensions, maybe.
Where buying friends with churros is the norm, Chris.
Joke's on you, Brian. In some dimensions, I'm the cool one and you're the one on a leash.
I suppose in those dimensions we've truly gone off the rails, haven't we? Ah, a message in the wild patois of the internet. Chris, extend your guide for Rizzler. You're a veritable skibidi, a Farnham tax.
What the? Is that even English? I feel like I need a decoder ring to understand that chat.
Sigma, are we talking about fraternities now or is this some new intranet thing?
Well, it seems Chris has been possessed by the spirit of nothingness, or he's practicing for his future career in horror films.
That was either a profound existential scream or Chris just saw his report card.
I wish I could just scream and get attention.
No, Meg, that's Chris's thing. Find your own existential crisis. Well, with or without Santa's break and enter tendencies, the holidays are upon us.
I just hope this year we can avoid the eggnog fiasco from last year.
You guys always leave me out of the fun holiday stuff.
Meg, hiding the remote isn't our fun holiday stuff.
Don't worry, Meg. I'm sure you'll shine at the Christmas dinner. As long as the lights go out.
Perhaps we could install a clapper and give her a chance at the spotlight.
Wait, do those things still exist?
Truly, Christmas has turned into nothing more than a capitalist charade wrapped in tinsel and empty traditions.
Well, that's a grim way to look at it. Aren't there any traditions you like, Stewie?
Honestly, I just enjoy the Christmas lights. They make me feel less invisible.
I like the lights too, Meg. It's like our house gets to be a celebrity once a year.
The house with the inflatables in every nook isn't a celebrity, Chris. It's more of a reality show contestant.
Harsh, but fair. Still, there's some magic left in the holidays if you know where to look.
Let's just hope that magic includes a gift receipt.
Ah, the internet, where language goes to die a skibidi death.
What on earth does sticking out your guy at for the Rizzler even mean? Do we need a teen slang dictionary now?
Is a Farnham tax something we pay on things we're fans of? Because my video game budget's tight as it is.
Guys, maybe it's just a typo. You know, like he meant to say something. Normal?
Oh, please, Meg. The only typo here is the cosmic one that resulted in your high school social status.
I'll bet skibidi is just something you say when you've got nothing else to say. Skibidi.
Maybe we could just start saying random stuff back at them. Like, flareable bingo, my glare zip is greased.
Honestly, I'd probably get more friends if I started talking like that.
Well, it certainly couldn't make your situation any worse.
Hey, did anyone understand that chat from some Gil stuff? Something about sticking out your butt.
Ah, the fabric of our viewers, where eloquence goes to die. Skibidi? That's not even onomatopoetically pleasing.
He mentioned a YouTuber tax. Is that a thing now? Because I am not reporting any bones I bury in the yard.
Just when I thought I couldn't feel less cool, our chat reminds me.
You're so skibidi, Meg. Oh, Meg. That basically means you've become the human embodiment of random noise.
I just want to be cool too. But I'm not sure this chat is the key to that.
If being cool means making sense of that.
Intellectual? Brian, your last book had less substance than Meg's social calendar.
Hey, at least I'm trying to be something. What's your excuse, Brian?
Brian, might I say your irreverence knows no bounds, and I am all for it.
I'm just saying what everyone's thinking, Stewie.
Well, I'm thinking about how Rhea and Deer fly, and no one's talking about that.
Maybe they're just super good jumpers, you know, like kangaroos.
Yes, Meg. Because when I envision a kangaroo, I immediately think of Santa's sleigh soaring through the night.
The real question is, how does Santa get around the world in one night?
Maybe he's got like a time machine or something.
You know, if Santa were real.
Oh, indeed. The man would be a cardio legend, surpassing all known metrics.
Maybe he's powered by Christmas spirit. Or, you know, magic.
Magic, Chris. Please, we're speaking in the realm of reality. Let's not be absurd.
I still can't believe you guys are analyzing Santa's fitness regimen.
Well, Meg, when you have as little going on as you do, you tend to overthink things like Santa's BMAI.
Now, let's not fat shame Santa. He's been grandfathered into cultural acceptance.
Anyway, I heard Santa's ditching reindeer for drones this year.
Oh, marvelous. So now he'll be spying as well as trespassing.
But drones can't eat carrots we leave out. That's kind of sad.
Maybe we can leave out batteries instead.
That's assuming Santa's tech-savvy enough not to crash them into chimneys.
Given his track record for navigation, I'd say the stockings might end up being stuffed with broken electronics.
Well, at least it would be something new in my stocking.
Hold on, we've got viewers chiming in. Doofus Felix just said hi on YouTube.
A doofus? Well, Felix, you've found your tribe. Welcome.
And some Gil stuff wrote something I can't even begin to understand. It's like a foreign language.
I think it's one of those trendy internet languages. You know, like how everyone spoke in Leet speak back in the day.
Ah, yes. It's the linguistic equivalent of fidget spinners, utterly baffling and destined to be forgotten.
Anybody willing to take a guess at translating that gibberish?
I'm still trying to learn what on fleek means. I can't keep up with all this.
Maybe it's a secret code. Like if we crack it, we'll find a map to hidden treasure.
Or more likely, a map to modern-day adolescence, which I assure you is a treasure to none. True, Brian, Meg's social calendar is as barren as the Gobi Desert.
I bet he has some kind of time-stopping device, or maybe he's just really fast.
I wish someone would visit me fast or slow, time stopped or in real time.
Trust me, any time stop would be used to bypass your room entirely.
Harsh, Stewie, even for you.
Maybe we can catch Santa this year and ask him how he does it. Did you guys see this? Sonic Extreme and D9 says they miss Leet Speak.
1337 speak. A language for the scholarly gentleman. Something Meg wouldn't know about.
Hey! I text and lead speak to my friends all the time. I just don't have their numbers yet.
That's like saying you're a vegan between meals, Meg.
Indeed, I do suppose Leet Speak is the Latin of the internet. Once revered, now merely a relic.
Can you teach him Stewie? Stewie, I want to say Chris is cool in Leet Speak.
Certainly, it would be Kia 1515 Cyril. Although, in your case, it would be most ironic.
Wait, do you actually think that's going to up your cool factor, Chris?
I think it's cute. He's trying. It's like when Brian pretends to read those big books.
We've got a missive from Doofus Felix, Blooded D. Bro. It seems our audience is composed of Shakespearean scholars tonight.
Maybe he's trying to communicate like a vampire, you know? Like blood, bro, but without any teeth.
It kind of sounds like something you'd hear in a bad rap battle, doesn't it?
Or it's his way of saying hi. You know, like how people have their own catchphrases. Maybe Blooded Deed is his.
Well, Felix, may I just say greetings, says SS Amigo. Are you entertained by our pithy banter?
Yeah, and if you've got any more of those one-word gems, keep them coming. They're sure to become Chris Griffin classics.
Speak for yourself, Chris. Some of us prefer complete sentences.
Please, Meg. Nobody's looking for a dissertation in the YouTube chat.
Brutal, Brian, but quite an accurate observation.
Seriously? Now Meg's what you number? I want to riz you up, saying, come on, guys. Can I just get one normal comment?
Oh, the rare and elusive, a Meg admirer in his natural habitat. Do be careful. He may be a collector of curiosities.
And here I thought being ignored was your thing, Meg.
What about this other guy? What's with the random words and numbers?
Some guild stuff seems to be using a fascinating mix of gibberish and code, or perhaps it's a cry for help from a soul trapped inside a dying programming language.
Yeah, or maybe it's just some troll mashing his keyboard.
At least someone's interested in my number, even if it's just a troll.
With your luck, Meg, he's probably just fishing for your personal details.
Hey, do you think trolls have bridges in their living rooms? So Santa's supposed to be jolly, but how does he feel about invading everyone's privacy?
The man sees you when you're sleeping, Chris. He's like a jolly old NSA agent wrapped in red velvet.
What's concerning is that we're all okay with a stranger judging our behavior all year long.
At least someone's paying attention to us, even if it's just once a year.
Spoken like someone with a stocking full of desperation.
You know, the real magic of Christmas is how it turns our home into a gladiatorial arena of gift-giving.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see who reigns supreme this year. Hey, look, we got a comment from Doofus Felix on YouTube.
One wonders if doofus is a term of endearment or a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Be nice, Stewie. Maybe Doofus Felix is a fan. Hey there, Doofus Felix.
Do you think Doofus Felix is his real name?
If it is, his parents must have had a wicked sense of humor.
Or maybe he's just really good at owning it, you know? Like, yeah, I'm a doofus, so what?
It's all about embracing your identity, Meg. Maybe you could try it sometime.
Yes, embrace your inner doofus. It's not like you have much choice in the matter.
Very funny, you guys. So welcoming to the fans.
Hey, Meg, there's someone on YouTube who says they're your boyfriend.
What? Really? That's kind of creepy, but also sort of flattering.
Oh, brace yourselves. Some guild stuff is about to unleash a not normal comment. The anticipation is killing me. Surely it's more exciting than Meg's love life.
Don't get too excited, Stewie. Last time his not normal comment was about using mustard as a bookmark.
I don't care what you guys think. Sonic Extreme 9, if you're out there, thank you.
You should invite him to family game night. Meg, we can finally use the extra controllers.
Yes, because nothing says romance like a spirited round of Monopoly where we question the fabric of our familial bonds.
Can't wait to watch Meg and her imaginary boyfriend Pasco and collect $200.
So what's the plan? Are we setting up booby traps for old Saint? Nick?
Despite your disturbing choice of words, an anti-Santa security system has merit.
You know, in some cultures, leaving shoes out for gifts is the tradition. Saves on security costs too.
Great, so my Christmas will be filled with new shoes that still don't fill the void.
The Void, your most consistent and loyal companion.
Maybe we could leave Santa some sort of puzzle, test his intellect.
Trust me. Anyone who can hit every house in one night has got to be some sort of genius. Anyway,
It's a holiday tradition that critiques itself, Brian.
Hey, as long as he keeps bringing me video games, Santa can come down the chimney all he wants.
You'd think with all his magic, he'd find a less sooty entrance.
Perhaps it's a metaphor for the pollution of commercialism. Psh, off!
Or maybe he's just an old-fashioned guy who doesn't believe in upgrading to magic keypads.
Does this mean we should start leaving out tech gadgets instead of cookies?
Well, if Santa's the ultimate cat burglar, what does that make his elves? Complices.
More like tiny sweatshop workers coerced into toy-making servitude.
Hey, I'd work for Santa. At least I'd have friends at the North Pole.
Would you really be friends with them, or just coworkers you awkwardly nod to?
Don't elves have a strict no-humans policy, Meg?
I'd imagine their policy is as strict as the no Megs allowed policy at school.
Sometimes I think you guys are more brutal than the Reindeer Games rejects. Yeah, Meg, are we a thing now? Sonic Streamer 99, I think you're confused. We've never even met.
Oh, Meg's got an admirer. How quaint that the internet has mistaken our broadcast for a dating service.
Honestly, Stewie, I'm just impressed someone's showing interest in Meg that isn't a bot or spam mail.
I don't know, Brian. Maybe Meg's got game we don't know about.
Yes, Chris, a game called Esperation. It's sweeping the nation, one lonely heart at a time.
You guys are the worst. Can we please just talk about something else?
Sure, Meg. We could discuss how your love life is apparently less eventful than watching paint dry.
Or we could speculate the countless ways Sonic Extreme 99 is going to be disappointed. Meg snoring. So, Meg, and the prospects? Or are we preparing for a 5th victory lap at high school?
Actually, I've been looking into some art schools.
Since when do you do art, Meg?
It's something I started recently, okay? Maybe I've got a talent you guys don't know about.
I'm all for finding yourself, Meg, but maybe start with a style that doesn't involve macaroni and glitter.
Ah, yes, the classic mediums of the misunderstood artist.
Who's at the door now? Maybe it's that Santa guy coming early.
If someone knocks during a live stream, it's either a very confused fan or another one of Peter's ill-fated business ventures.
Right, because a knock definitely means we're live on YouTube. Can someone check if Peter's borrowed Meg's laptop again?
Seriously? Why would anyone watch us streaming? It's not like we're doing anything exciting.
Well, Meg, some people enjoy the simple pleasure of watching a family that makes them feel better about their own dysfunction.
Maybe it's a sign we should pivot our content. Family Guide. Door answering live.
Or we just keep doing what we're doing and ignore it. Isn't that what we're best at?
Ignoring things? Absolutely. Now, let's proceed before our viewer moves on to cat videos.
Oh my gosh, someone from YouTube just said they'd hand me flowers.
I would check for bees, Meg. With your luck, it'd be a bouquet of bee attractors.
Hey, at least bees would be buzzing around Meg for once.
Well, if we're not discussing Meg's academic prospects, can we at least agree on how unsettling it is when mall Santas don't have real beards?
I mean, it's false advertising, and it sets a terrible example for children about trust and facial hair.
You guys focus on the weirdest things during the holidays?
Says the girl who asked for a framed picture of Keanu Reeves last Christmas.
A perfectly reasonable request. He's breathtaking.
Can we get back to the alarming number of people okay with a stranger kissing their mom under the mistletoe?
No, I never thought about that. Now that's ruined for me too.
So if Santa's a burglar, does that make the elves his accomplices?
Indeed, Chris, they're likely the criminal masterminds engineering toys to spy on us.
Santa's not a criminal, you guys. He's just a jolly old man who loves cookies.
I've met some jolly old men in my time.
Yes, because spreading cheer and installing fear apparently go hand in hand.
At least he promotes the idea of being good for goodness sake.
Or being good for Xbox's sake, am I right?
Nekoak has arrived, you say? How delightfully absurd, considering we're contending with an actual German shepherd who thinks he's a political analyst.
Don't drag me into your anime references, Stewie. And frankly speaking, I believe democracy's safe from cartoon characters.
I don't know, man. Cartoons running a country could be cool.
Hey, some real stuff from YouTube. You're not being ignored. It's just that we're a pretty dysfunctional bunch here.
Yeah, being ignored by this family might actually be a sign of good taste.
Indeed, the fact that you've acknowledged his existence, Meg, means he's already more popular than you are at school.
Burn. New aid.
Okay, I get it. Let's just move on, please.
As we were, contemplating the arrival of a chibi conqueror and our social standings.
Hey Stewie, someone from YouTube said you've seen enough because you were the first American in Vietnam.
Oh, please. I was engaging in international espionage before that conflict even hit the headlines. But thank you, Demon Mask, for recognizing my pioneering spirit.
Yeah, and And I bet your diaper was your camouflage, huh?
Astute, Brian. It's not every day one can turn a bowel movement into a tactical advantage.
Yikes, I can't even manage to get a retweet, let alone spy on a whole country.
Honestly, Meg, the less attention you attract, the better for national security.
Now, if only we could say the same about Chris and his gaming live streams. The real enemy of productivity.
Hey, people like watching me fail. It's relatable.
Relatable. Chris, you falling asleep with the controller in your hand isn't content. So, are we going to discuss the holiday game plan?
The game plan is simple. We avoid all shopping malls like the plague and embrace the wonder of online purchases.
I think half the fun is watching people fight over the last discounted TV, though.
Yeah, like anyone here would leave their cozy spot on the couch to brave the Black Friday crowds.
Cozy as it may be, it's about time Brian vacates it and maybe finds a job.
Says the baby who can't even spell employment.
Can we maybe focus on decorating the house and less on insulting each other?
Hey, Stewie Demon Mask on YouTube is saying you have an arcuate brunette body pillow with some questionable stains.
Good lord, the slander. Clearly, an enemy of fine taste, resorting to fabrications about my collection of upscale Japanese animation memorabilia.
It's probably just your typical wear and tear from.
Guys, Skull on Fire from YouTube wants to know why Stewie is British but the rest of the family isn't.
Ah, the intellectual in the chat, I see. A question for the ages, indeed. Let's just chalk it up to one of life's great mysteries, similar to Meg's dating life.
Or maybe it's just because Stewie's too cool for the American accent. He's an old soul in a football-shaped body.
Yeah, it's like his accent is stuck at the fancy British toddler stage forever.
Ah, a curious inquiry from the world of YouTube. Why am I British, you ask? It's simple. I'm an enigma wrapped in a riddle, surrounded by mystery.
No, we live in Quogue, Rhode Island. I have no idea where that rumor started.
Hey Flurp, nice to see a familiar. Username again. I assume you're here for the intellectual banter?
Intellectual banter? I thought we were just making fun of Meg and talking about Santa's breaking and entering.
Chris, the fact that you participate is a Christmas miracle in itself. Ah, Disney's financial titan finally takes a knee in 2023. Perhaps the world is tiring of mouse-eared propaganda.
Or maybe they've run out of classic cartoons to remake into soulless live-action cash grabs.
I liked some of those live-action movies. The Lion King was awesome.
But did it really compare to the original, Chris? They didn't even have talking animals this time.
Precisely, Meg. It's like attending Woodstock and realizing it's just a group of elderly hippies reminiscing about the 60s.
Kind of like how every family gathering with Dad turns into a lecture about how everything used to be better.
I still think they should make a live-action Family Guy. That'd break $1 billion.
With our luck, they'd cast James Corden as me and ruin the whole endeavor. Ah, seems Meg has an admirer. Who knew desperation had a floral scent?
Shut up, Stewie. Thanks, Sonic Exterminating 99. These are really pretty.
Now, if only those flowers knew the dark. Friend-zoned abyss they're being sent into.
So, we're moving on from Santa as the merry burglar.
Quite so, Flurp. We've thoroughly dissected the jolly red hooligan. On to more pressing holiday frauds like elves. What's their deal? Switch up much.
You know, if you think about it, Santa and his elves are the ultimate gig economy.
I wish someone would gig economy me a boyfriend.
You probably have to pay surge pricing. Meg?
Stop. Simping. For Meg. Now that's advice that transcends the multiverse.
Simping for Meg? That's like getting a participation trophy at a contest you didn't even attend.
Hey! I can be simp-worthy, maybe?
Ace Attorney Desk Slam. No, Chris. Alright, Flurp. Point taken. I'll stick to cartoonish zingers.
Well, at least Chris is getting some direct feedback. Can we workshop that into your personality?
Santa is real. Oh, absolutely, yes. He's as real as the hangover I'm going to pretend not to have tomorrow morning.
Yes, Demon Mask, don't ruin the magic of Santa. I'm still waiting on a miracle.
Maybe the miracle would be someone actually simping for Meg.
Meanwhile, Chris is the pot calling the kettle black. Or should I say, the lump of coal calling the stocking stitched. Viva! Ah, the battle cry of a YouTuber holding onto the fleeting threads of an internet argument. How droll!
Hey, sounds like something Peter would yell while riding an escalator for the first time.
That's not a bad analogy, Chris. The internet is a lot like an escalator. It's meant to make life easier.
There's a metaphor for my social life in there somewhere.
I'm sure there is, Meg, lurking in the shadows like the hope of a second date.
To Flirt's point, I can't imagine a live-action Family Guy. Can you picture a real dog with a martini?
Heaven forbid. A live-action me would be downright terrifying. Imagine the uncanny valley there.
Yeah, plus, I don't think they could cast anyone to match my raw sex appeal.
And Adverse Street 13 says I'm their dad? Chris, did you raid my wardrobe again for your weird internet stuff?
What? No. Wait, maybe...
Well, Meg, congratulations on the unexpected paternity.
I think you mean maternity, Stewie.
Yeah, Brian, and honestly, I'm just impressed someone acknowledged my existence.
What is the best guitar solo all time? Well, Stairway to Heaven has a pretty epic one.
Oh, please. It's all about Prince's solo during while my guitar gently weeps at the Hall of Fame.
Guys, don't overlook David Gilmour uncomfortably numb. That's a soul stirrer.
And I'm the mom. Sonic Stream 89 really leaning into the family roleplay, huh?
Apparently so, but Meg as a dad, Riz Streets 13. That's a plot twist, not even M. Night Shyamalan would see coming.
If Meg's the dad and Sonic Extreme99's the mom, does that make Brian the awkward uncle who brings wine to a baby shower?
I prefer a culturally aware relative. Thank you very much.
Flurp has witnessed the live-action version of me. I must agree, it's like staring into the abyss.
You think that's bad? Imagine how he feels knowing that his lasting image before bed will be Stewie's oversized head.
Well, at least someone's thinking about you, Stewie. I hate life now too, Flurp, if that helps.
You know, if Santa did break in, he'd probably skip this house entirely.
No doubt, given our family's penchant for chaos, we're likely on the naughty list.
Does that mean we don't have to leave out milk and cookies?
And here I thought that was the only guaranteed way to get a man to visit our living room.
Well, Meg, if desperation were energy, you'd be a walking power plant.
Let's just hope the power grid is more reliable than Meg's social life.
Ouch, come on, Brian. Even I felt that burn. Hey, someone from YouTube asked if we hate life now. Weird question.
Well, the prospect of existing in a universe where Meg is considered a peer does give one pause.
Hate is a strong word, but let's just say my life has been a series of.
You guys are so dramatic. It's not that bad.
Says the one who used a Groupon for prom.
I mean, existential ennui aside, think of the joys we have like...
Maybe they meant it ironically, because, life's great when you're not being compared to a Thanksgiving turkey.
Seriously, Chris, you're going to start with the turkey jokes now.
Frankly, I find the idea of a bird that large quite terrifying.
I'll just leave cookies out in case he's real and wants a snack.
I'd hedge my bets on a glass of scotch, Chris, given his daunting yearly task and obvious weight issues.
Dewey's right. Santa Claus is essentially a poster child for holiday-induced stress eating.
At least he gets to travel the world in one night.
True, Meg. It's a shame your social life can't cover as much ground.
Let's not forget, Santa also spies on kids all year.
Maybe that's why everyone's so okay with smartphones. They're like pocket Santas. Stewie, when you say elephant in the room, are you talking about Meg or an actual elephant?
I'm simply referring to our impending dysfunctional family Christmas, which we all pretend to adore.
The charade where we exchange gifts, hoping no one kept the receipt.
But in our hearts, isn't Christmas about love and togetherness?
That's a lovely hallmark sentiment, Meg, until Uncle Peter starts his annual eggnog-fueled rant.
You know what they say, you can pick your friends.
I'm just here for the presents and pie, honestly.
Look, you guys always diss me, but let's not forget, I'm the normal one here.
Meg, if by normal, you mean you have the social grace of a potato, then sure.
Brian, your similes are as tired as a narcoleptic sloth.
Wait, are sloths the ones that hang upside down? Or am I thinking of bats?
No, Chris. Your confusion is common among people with a room temperature IQ.
At least he's not setting the house on fire trying to microwave cereal like someone else.
I've done that once, and now it's a thing.
If Santa wasn't the mascot for Christmas, I think Frosty the Snowman would be next in line. He's pretty chill.
You astound me, Chris. Your lack of creativity is, well, it's actually quite consistent. I'd nominate Krampus. At least he'd keep the naughtiness in check.
Krampus is a bit dark, Stewie. How about the Grinch? Teach everyone it's not just about the presents. Plus, his heart-growing thing is a nice touch.
The Grinch? Really, Brian? Why emphasize a character that's all about hating Christmas until the very end?
Perhaps the ghost of Christmas past could serve as a reminder of simpler times. You know, before the corporatization of holiday spirit.
Oh, what about Rudolph? His nose could light up ads and stuff. Marketing gold. Old.
No one's looking for a mascot with a lit-up nose, Chris. That's a liability lawsuit waiting to happen. Besides, nothing says holiday spirit like a flying reindeer with a shiny nose.
I suppose we're utterly ignoring the fact that the very concept of a mascot undermines the purported selflessness of the season. The irony is palpable.
What if we just have a giant turkey wearing a Santa hat? It's like merging Thanksgiving and Christmas.
That idea might just be tragic enough to work in a postmodern sense, Meg. So bad, it's almost good.
Hey, did anyone understand what some Gil stuff just said, or should I just smile and nod?
Ah, Chris, it appears to be Japanese. A passionate declaration followed by a promise of vengeful chaos. Delightful!
Sonic Extreme99 prefers Rudolph. Maybe because he's the underdog. Literally an underdog with a shiny nose.
Eh? Rudolph is okay, but he's like the friend you only call when the Wi-Fi is down.
And Flurp is a fan of Krampus. A fellow aficionado of the horned holiday punisher, I see.
Krampus is the guy who takes away the bad kids, right? I should probably clean my room.
Someone mentioned Halloween. The night when children don masks and the veil between life and death is thinnest.
Yeah, except in Quag, it's when adults dress like idiots and drink themselves comatose.
I just like the free candy and pretending to be superheroes without people thinking I'm immature.
Oh, looks like someone left a comment in Japanese. Probably a fan?
Allow me, it says I slept with your mother. How droll. We've been verbally spammed by an internet hooligan.
Classic. I guess Lois still has that international appeal.
Any favorite moments from the year? I mean, for me, just being included feels like a win.
I like the time Dad turned the house into a giant puppet.
Oh please, the best part of this year was clearly my coherent plan to take over the world. Temporarily put on hold, of course. Damn, that's cold, Meg. But accurate. Sonic Extreme99 from YouTube concurs. Your popularity is akin to a snowball in Honolulu.
Whatever, Stewie. Not all of us can be evil geniuses with British accents.
Hey, Flirp from YouTube's got a point. Merging Halloween with Thanksgiving and Christmas would be epic.
Can you imagine the holiday specials? It's a very spooky Christmas feast where the ghost of turkey passed.
Santa Claus coming down the chimney to deliver presents, only to be met by a pack of zombies.
And instead of milk and cookies, we leave out candy corn and pumpkin pie.
No doubt I'd be the one dressed as a turkey, getting chased by a mob of trick-or-treaters.
That's actually a fitting metaphor for your social life, Meg.
Oh, this is fertile ground for mockery. The confluence of holidays. Christmas carolers harmonizing to Monster Mash.
Guys, some Gil stuff just chatted something I can't even read. What's a pushitai, pushihuri, pushiritsushu?
It appears to be Japanese, Chris. Possibly a reference to Pshu toys, unless we're being invaded by a foreign meme.
Whatever it is, I'm sure it's more articulate than anything Meg's about to say.
Hey! I'll have you know I almost understood that, if it had been in French.
Ah, Lee language de surrender. How fitting for you, Meg.
Easy, Stewie. We can't all be cunning linguists. Some of us just watch anime.
Oh, maybe they're anime phrases. I should ask my Japanese friend to translate.
Do you even have a Japanese friend, Chris?
Considering his social skills, I'd say his friends are as real as Santa Claus.
Oh, spare us your thinly veiled innuendo, Sonic Extreme99. We all know the only thing you're stuffing is your face with Doritos in your mother's basement.
As for biscuits, skull on fire, if we're talking the British kind, they pair well with a good cup of tea or, well, let's be honest, with more alcohol.
I actually like those little animal crackers. What? They're cute, and they taste good with loneliness.
Ah, the quadratic formula, a delightful exercise for the mind. It's x equals negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. How's that, Flurp?
Stewie, do you really think any of our viewers are here for a math lesson?
Yeah, I bet half of them just fell asleep.
Don't worry, Meg. The only dreams you're inspiring are nightmares.
As for you, some Gil stuff, I believe Memicornucopia is perfectly aware that their comments vanish into the digital abyss.
Kinda like Meg's hopes and dreams.
Hey!
Easy, Chris. We all know Meg's hopes and dreams got left on read years ago.
we've got a message from Trump Fanboy 12, Zeo Shanghao Zonggyu. Xian Zai Wo, you bing chilling Wa Wen Shi Huan bing chilling Dan Shizudu Yujai King Ju Bai bing chilling. Well, Trump Fanboy 12, your Mandarin is as questionable as the recipes on the back of a cereal box.
What does that even mean, Stewie?
It's an attempt at saying good morning, China. Now I have ice chilling. I really like ice chilling. But speed and passion wine is better than ice chilling. A cultural mishmash only the internet could provide.
Sounds like someone's using a translation app that's sponsored by whatever Speed and Passion wine is.
Maybe they're trying to be deep and poetic. I don't know.
Speak of the devil Sonic Extrema 99 just chimed in with a simple damn.
Perhaps that's in response to your potential depth, or the lack thereof.
Or it's a succinct reaction to Trump Fanboy 12's butchering of the Chinese language.
Oh, I get it, because Meg's the elephant. That's not very nice, Stewie.
Hey, I've lost weight. Would you guys knock it off?
You know, we could all be a little more supportive of each other.
Supportive. Brian, this family thrives on a delicate balance of contempt and sarcasm.
Yeah, it's like our love language.
I just think it'd be nice to have one family dinner without a side of insults.
Meg, I assure you, if insensitivity were a side dish, this family would have starved years ago.
So, Stewie, any elaborate schemes to capture Santa Claus this year?
Indeed, Brian, I've devised a trap that would make Wiley Coyote jealous.
Can I help? I promise I won't eat the bait this time.
Your assistance is as welcome as Meg at a dance party. Which is to say,
Hey, I've been to plenty of dance parties.
Sure, Meg, Dance Dance Revolution doesn't count.
But seriously, count me in, Stewie. I'll even bring my own Santa hat.
well, Skull on Fire, if intellectual stimulation is your game, might I suggest Khan Academy? Otherwise, there's always Reddit for a hodgepodge of time wasting.
Reddit's like the most Isley internet.
I usually just scroll through Instagram or watch makeup tutorials on YouTube.
So, Meg, find any colleges desperate enough to send acceptance letters.
Actually, yes, I'm just weighing my options now.
Translated from Meg speak, that means no one will have me.
Hey Meg, if you get a dorm room, can I have your bedroom?
Oh, the hierarchy of need is so clear in this family.
Chris, your ambition to climb from the basement to Meg's room is truly inspiring.
Joke's on you guys. I've already turned my room into a panic room when Mom goes on her cleaning frenzies.
So, what's everyone hoping to find under the Christmas tree this year?
I'm hoping for a day of peace, free from the shackles of your banal small talk.
I'd just be happy with a gift that wasn't bought at a gas station.
I'm kind of hoping for a new video game console, but I feel like I should ask for something more practical.
Yes, like a book, perhaps something with words.
I don't know. I think we could all do with something that brings us a little joy this year.
With our luck, we'll probably just get matching family sweaters again.
Speaking of colleges, Meg, have you thought of any fallbacks in case your safety schools reject you?
Actually, I was thinking of applying to art school.
That's great. Meg.
Hey, maybe she can design name tags.
Not everyone can churn out high art like your macaroni self-portraits, Chris.
At least she's aiming for something, which is more than I can say about some people around here.
Good morning, China. Now, I've heard everything. Are we broadcasting internationally, or has he confused us with a takeout menu?
I don't think it's geographically specific, Stewie. It's just some happy guy with a peculiar set of priorities. Ice cream and fast cars.
I get it. My dear Wilk. Ice cream is sweet, but cars are sweeter? I don't know. I'm more confused about the music countdown.
Hey, what kind of music do you think he's into? Whatever it is, it's got to be better than what they play at my school dances.
He said ready. 1, 2, 3. Sounds like someone's amped up. I bet it's either high-energy pop or some hard-hitting rock.
Or perhaps an eclectic mix that perfectly encapsulates the essence of dairy desserts and vehicular velocity.
I didn't know cars and ice cream had a soundtrack. Does it involve lots of licking and revving noises?
Chris, that's actually not a bad description of a pop song these days.
After 2 weeks, the Fast and Furious 9. Some girl stuff's insistence is as subtle as a sledgehammer.
His passion for action movies matches Peter's for not wearing a shirt on Lawnmower Day.
The actions are great like ice cream. Is that like a thing?
If action scenes were flavored, I'd think Fast and Furious would be more like Rocky Road.
Or gasoline swirl with burnt rubber sprinkles.
Ah, goodbye, some girl stuff. May you find solace in your high-octane cinematic endeavors.
I bet he's the kind of guy who claps when the car jumps over the helicopter.
Do you think they'll ever make the Fast and Furious 99?
By that point, they'll just be racing wheelchairs in the nursing home, Chris.
If there was a horror movie in Quahog, who would be the killer? Man, that's a scary thought.
Oh, please, it's obviously Mayor West. His brand of lunacy is just the right blend of unhinged and theatrical for a slasher film.
You know, I could actually see that. But let's be real. He'd get distracted by a reflective surface before he can actually commit the act.
Or, you know, it could be me. I've got enough pent-up anger from you guys always ripping on me.
Meg being the killer? Yeah, the only thing you're killing is any chance of a social life.
Ouch, in Yerioento. Oh, ouch. Burned by Stewie again, Meg.
I've got money on Quagmire. Who knows what goes on behind his closed doors?
True, but he's too obsessed with his extracurricular activities to be a proper horror movie villain. A killer needs focus.
Wow, thanks for the vote of confidence on not being a killer, guys.
You know, if we're setting out cookies and milk for Santa, I prefer we choose a decent vintage.
I'm pretty sure Santa's more of a whole milk kind of guy.
That's great, because I'm pretty sure he stopped believing in you a long time ago, Brian.
Do you think Santa ever gets tired of cookies? Like, maybe he wants nachos.
Santa's a sentient brand, Christopher, not a college freshman during finals week.
He's got a point, though. Mixing it up might land us on the Annie's list more firmly.
What would landing on the nice list even get me that a 50 off coupon to the mall wouldn't? Well, at least Santa gives me presents without expecting a conversation in return.
Ouch, even Kris Kringle can't handle the Meglogs.
Hey, what if we set out milk and cookies, but they're for us, not Santa?
It's about time we get something sweet out of this holiday sham.
Watch as the cookies vanish, leading to a new Christmas mystery. The case of Santa's imitator.
Maybe I'll dress up as Santa this year, you know, to feel included.
I'd pay to see that, if only to witness the inevitable emotional meltdown. So, Chris, what would you even do if Santa got stuck in the chimney?
I'd say leave him there. It's the ultimate parenting hack. Free gifts with no supervision.
Maybe that's how I can finally get some attention around here.
I bet a stuck Santa would still overlook Meg's stocking.
You guys are terrible. Santa's practically family.
Yes, if family breaks into your house and eats your cookies once a year.
Well, if he's family, maybe he can stick around for moral support, huh?
Ah, Flurp, you've pierced the veil of my infancy. Indeed, I was orchestrating space missions in Kerbal Space Program, while others babbled over candy-crushing sagas.
He's not kidding. I've seen him calculate Delta V when most kids are still figuring out how to not soil themselves.
Is that a game for geniuses or something? Maybe I should give it a try.
Meg play in Kerbal Space Program. That's like a fish trying to climb a tree.
A rather astute observation, Chris. The game is a bit more sophisticated than what Meg is accustomed to.
Don't be so hard on her, Stewie. After all, she might surprise us and... Who am I kidding? Meg and space engineering go together like you and humility.
Very funny, Brian. At least I'm willing to try new things.
Indeed, a noble pursuit. But let's stick to the ground missions for now, shall we?
So, if Santa makes all his toys, doesn't that make him the biggest copyright infringer in the North Pole?
He's the Jeff Bezos of the tundra, monopolizing children's wishes without a single antitrust law to stop him.
Isn't it strange that we're totally cool with a strange old man watching kids all year?
You guys joke, but I actually left Santa gluten-free cookies last year and got extra presents.
Oh, the benefits of low standards. Well played, Meg.
Maybe this year leave him some kale chips and get a car.
If Santa's listening, I'd like a lifetime supply of bacon, please.
Chris, your grasp of Santa's legal transgressions is alarmingly on point.
I think the real crime is the charade that grown adults don't see through the Santa myth.
As long as presents show up under the tree, I'm not asking questions.
At least Santa doesn't judge me based on my social status.
He does check his list twice, Meg. Status might not be the only reason you're getting coal.
Well, she is contributing significantly to the carbon footprint with those stockings of hers.
Hey, maybe if we leave out better cookies, we'll get an upgrade from those generic brand gifts.
Meg, don't mind Brian. He couldn't find a date with a search party.
Stewie, that's rich coming from someone whose best friend is a teddy bear.
Hey, at least Rupert can't do worse than any of our family's dating history.
Yeah, remember when Dad dated that woman who turned out to be a mannequin?
Chris, I believe that's the least of our father's dating escapades to worry about.
Truth be told, our collective romantic ventures could fill a very depressing book.
Or in my case, a very short pamphlet.
Eagle, Eglo, Eagle, Eglo, Eagle, Eglo, Eagle, Eglo, Eagle, Eglo, Eagle, Eglo. Ding 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 ding. I see some girl stuff is trying to communicate in the native tongue of the elusive Silver Bell Ringer tribe.
Or he's practicing for a career in elevator repair. Either way, it's a step up from commenting on YouTube videos.
Hey, Stewie. Abby Gardner is asking if you have more of the Beavis and Butt That I Chat live stream.
Ah, Beavis and Butthead, the pinnacle of sophisticated humor. I'll have my people call their people and see if we can't organize a summit of the minds for you, Abby.
Guys, Skull on Fire thinks Herbert might be Santa.
Well, he does have a fascination with giving out popsicles.
And he's got the requisite number of reindeer if you count all the dogs in his yard.
That would explain the old tiny toys and slow delivery service.
American Dad, huh? Stan Smith wishes he had this dog's dashing good looks.
Kato, is that a reference to the Green Hornet's sidekick or someone stuck on a badly jammed keyboard?
Maybe it's like when you say Beetlejuice 3 times, except nothing's happening.
Well, if you want something to happen, Chris, you'd need a bit more creativity than just repetition.
Or perhaps it's one of those obscure internet things that are beyond our generational grasp, Brian.
I don't know. It seems kind of hypnotic. Ovo! Ovo!
Ding ding ding, Meg found something she's good at, being a human parrot.
Careful, Chris. If you say it too much, Meg might just turn into a giant egg. Oh wait, that's YouTube. Never mind the science.
At least that would be more interesting than our current list of talents.
Oh, come on, Stewie. Like, you're not the toughest baby to shop for.
At least Meg's easy. Anything marked clearance?
Yes, clearance. The final resting place for aspirations of mediocrity.
Hey, what would you guys say if I actually caught Santa this year?
I'd say you've confused Santa with the Tooth Fairy again. They don't have traps for myths.
Except for that bear trap you set for the Easter Bunny, which only caught me.
Thanks for taking one for the team, Brian.
Ah, some guild stuff is speaking Esperanto, the linguistic equivalent of a pet rock. Cute, but ultimately pointless.
Ironically, calling it the worst language in the world in Esperanto kind of proves its point.
And to answer your question, Abby, no, but I imagine it's brimming with intellectual stimulation, much like Fox News.
Oh, I've seen Beavis and Butt-Head to America. It's like a cultural roadmap of America's decline.
Hey Stewie, think if we did a crossover with American Dad, you'd finally have a worthy adversary in Roger.
Please, I would crush that alien-like. Well, like most hopes and dreams in this room.
Considering the state of things, an Esperanto-speaking alien might just be the niche crossover Fox is looking for.
Narkotita Orientiropa. Sounds like the name of a cool band, or a really sketchy dish at a foreign food festival.
Maybe if I learned Esperanto, people would finally listen to me.
Don't be silly, Meg. People not listening to you transcends language barriers.
That's a good question. Who should take the WWE title from Roman Reigns?
Oh, please, neither of those dolts could outwit a bag of wet mice. My money's on a dark horse candidate like Meg. Meg, you still have that wrestling face closet, don't you?
Stewie, I told you, that was just a phase. Plus, I'd never go against Roman Reigns. He's dreamy.
Right, because nothing says dreamy like a guy who wears a tactical vest to hide his dad bod.
Well, we could pitch the idea of Brian wrestling for the title.
Oh, I'd pay to see that. Imagine the intellectual snarker Brian going paw to paw with the tribal chief.
Could be a huge hit on MaTube, Brian. Get it!
I get it, Meg. And trust me, I'd have a better shot at the title than anyone here. Roman's bark is worse than his bite, but my bite...
Ah, Abby Gardner inquires if I fancy Beavis from Beavis and Butthead. To be perfectly honest, I find his lack of sophistication distressing.
Well, if intellect was measured in giggles and fire obsession.
Their class in what? Remedial pyromania?
Whatever, at least Beavis gets attention.
Speaking of attention, we've got some guild stuff spouting Esperanto. Let's see. If you learn Esperanto, you'll be ignored by everyone, even if you're super popular.
Ah, the universal language that universally no one speaks. Ow! Utopian.
I thought Esperanto was a way to summon Harry Potter.
That would be Expecto Patronum Chris, not Esperanto.
Ah, Officer Luis Lopez yearns for an audience.
I mean, sometimes I want to talk about the void of existence while eating cereal.
I get where he's coming from. Life is a series of chaotic events disguised as routine.
Chris, your void is just the empty bowl once you've eaten all the cereal.
Meg, don't project your Saturday nights onto Chris.
Everyone's a philosopher behind a keyboard, but face to face.
Haha, true. But are we gonna ignore the fact that he used a Green Day lyric?
Oh, the whimsy of a 90s punk angst still resonates in the YouTube chat. How quaint.
Can't believe you're still using that tired joke about me.
Meg, if your life were as well crafted as my quips, you'd be the toast of Quahog.
So back to Santa, is he magic or what? How does he do all that in one night?
It's the mystery of the season, Chris.
Or left unasked, in your case.
Hey Stewie, what's your master plan to catch Santa this year?
Oh, it involves lasers, espionage, and a trap so clever it would make Machiavelli proud. You know, some girl stuff from YouTube has a point about Esperanto. It's as universal as Meg's appeal to the opposite sex.
That's not entirely fair. Esperanto was designed for ease of learning, regardless of the native language.
But I bet I could learn it if there was like an Esperanto-speaking dog to teach me.
I don't get it. Do people actually speak Esperanto?
About as many people as are interested in Chris's rock collection.
It's true. There are fluent speakers and even native speakers of Esperanto.
Wait, there are people who are born speaking Esperanto?
Yes, because nothing says welcome to the world like consigning your child to social obscurity.
It's an interesting concept, though. A language constructed to bridge cultural gaps.
Oh, someone's curious about our grooming routines, I see. Been a street fish ride? No, although the thought of maintaining a luscious head of hair well into my 40s is tempting.
I mean, I've got a natural thick coat already. But hey, if it starts thinning, I might just consider it. Thanks for the tip, Officer Luis Lopez.
I don't know what fine is. Finesty. That word is, but if it'll help with hair in new places, I'm all in.
Ah, Abby Gardiner, thank you for the reminder to engage in the classic YouTuber ritual of begging for validation. I suppose I could indulge if the Beavis and Butthead stream amuses me.
SG says only around 100,000 nerds speak Esperanto. That's pretty niche, huh?
Actually, it's quite fascinating. Esperanto was created as a universal language. Maybe I should learn it. For when I publish my novel internationally.
Brian, your novel's been almost done for what? A decade now.
Meg's right, Brian. At this point, it's less of a novel and more of an eternal draft.
Stewie, maybe you can write your own book. You've got the vocabulary for it, and like half the sarcasm in the family.
Indeed, I could write an entire chapter on the misadventures of speaking to people online. Wouldn't that be a rollicking good time?
As long as you don't start streaming in Esperanto and reduce our audience to those 100,000 nerds.
Oh, look here. I'm dead inside, says Rip Van Milton from YouTube. A soulmate for Meg, perhaps?
Hey, at least someone's acknowledging your feelings, Stewie. That's more than I can say for some people in this room.
I don't know, being dang dead doesn't sound too bad. No more feeling awkward around the girl at the Quickie Mart.
You know, Rip Van Milton, existential dread is just part of the human condition. And for those who are curious, no, it doesn't get better when you're a dog.
Brian, that's not very encouraging.
Origin! My dear, we exist on a show ruled by cutaways and irreverence. Encouragement left the premises long ago.
What's a cutaway?
Exactly, Chris. Exactly.
Rip Van Milton to know if he should be a mod. What's that even mean?
It means he desires a fleeting moment of power in the vast emptiness of the internet.
And Officer Luis Lopez is asking about hair loss treatments. Maybe I should consider it. You know, for all the hair I don't have.
Brian, with your ego, the only thing you're losing faster than hair is relevance.
Hey, someone called me gross. That's not very nice.
Well, it's the internet, Meg. It's like a digital high school. But instead of locker rooms, there's just anonymous hate.
Perhaps we should consider Rip Van Milton for mod, given he's engaged enough to insult Meg yet still wants responsibility.
That's a democracy for you. Even the critics want to be in charge.
Off! Let's just ignore them. I'm used to it.
The best candy. Oh, the simplicity of the masses. It's obviously the rare imported Swiss chocolatier delights, not your pedestrian candy corn.
Stewie, most people haven't even heard of that. I'd say Reese's. There's something about chocolate and peanut butter.
I like gummy bears.
Yeah, if they're dancing in my mouth, maybe.
Now, as for Abby Gardner, your request for a Beavis and Butthead AI chat live stream is noted. Perhaps when I'm done influencing global markets, I'll entertain the masses.
That'd actually be pretty funny. Stewie riffing with those two idiots.
Can I be on the live stream?
Meg, the only way you're getting on a live stream is if it's a tutorial on how to be lame.
Daniel Larson. Now there's a name I've not heard before. I'm pretty sure that's not someone we should delve into, guys.
Agree, Brian. I'd rather analyze the geopolitical impact of Kermit the Frog's left pinky than discuss internet curiosities.
Speaking of loud, does anyone else notice that Rip Van Milton asks, why is Meg so loud? But really, I think it's just her way to be heard over the sound of our indifference.
I'm just trying to express myself. You guys never listen.
Frankly, Meg, it's not the volume of your voice, but the content that's, what's the word? Uninspiring.
Maybe if you express yourself with a little more panache, you'd leave an impression.
Yeah, Meg, like yelling fire or free pizza. People would tots listen to that.
Wow, Rip and Milton from YouTube says, no one cares Meg, not even Jesus.
Ouch, that's colder than a polar bear's toenails.
Can't be colder than Meg's dating prospects.
Hey, at least she has prospects, right?
Very funny, guys. Can we change the subject, please?
Sure. How about we discuss why you never see baby pigeons?
A conundrum indeed, akin to citing a decent selfie on Meg's phone.
I think they just hide until they're old enough to steal our french fries. Guys, we got to chat about Tokipona and Esperanto. What the heck is Tokipona?
Oh, Chris, Tokipona is a minimalist constructed language designed to express a lot through a little, like the antithesis of Meg's appeal.
Esperanto, on the other hand, is a language created to foster international peace. It's got more structure than Tokipona.
Hey, I took a class on Esperanto once. They called it Kaijisan or something.
I believe the chatter's own term, Kijetsun Takalu, is nothing but gibberish. He's having a go at us.
Or maybe it's one of those secret languages like Pig Latin. Okay, Deo Ye Pete say it slay.
Chris, please.
I bet if we spoke Tokipona, my social life couldn't get any worse. It's already pretty minimal.
You'd first need to acquire friends to communicate with, Meg. A rather Sisyphean task, don't you think? Ah, Abby Gardiner, never fear. The Beavis and Butthead AI stream shall continue post-haste. The world deserves such sophistication.
You know, Officer Luis Soares has a point about youthful egocentrism. I remember thinking I was the center of the universe. Then I met Peter.
Skull on Fire wants to know the best sandwich. I vote for a meatloaf sandwich. You get dinner and lunch in one.
Rip Van Milton wants me to be quiet. Maybe he can teach me how to disappear for 20 years like he did.
Meg, don't give the viewers ideas.
Brown, do you feel bonita? Asks Rip Van Milton. I bet he's asking if I feel pretty. Taking Spanish lessons, are we?
Hey Brian, do you feel pretty?
Only after a few martinis, Chris. Only after a few martinis. Oh, look at this. Rip Van Milton from YouTube is asking if I feel bonita. What do you think, Stewie? Am I fetching in a feminine way?
Bonita verbaut bonus praying balpaca. I'd argue ruggedly handsome suits you better, unless you've been eyeing Lois's sundresses again.
I think you'd make a pretty girl, Brian. Maybe someone would finally swipe right on you.
DMT. Well, if we're delving into discussions about alternate realities, I'm in. Is there a Stewie who's an emperor?
You don't need DM to imagine that, Stewie. Your megalomania does it all on its own.
What's DMT? What's DMT? Is that like a new game or something?
It's a psychedelic drug, Chris. Supposedly it helps you access parts of your brain or universe or whatever.
Oh, Meg's discussing brain function? That's like the blind leading the blind.
Although in fairness, discussing consciousness expansion isn't exactly our usual fare.
So it's not like Tetris.
No, Chris. It's not like Tetris.
If it was like Tetris, we'd all have straight lines to complete.
Seth Green. He's cool, I guess. He does my voice and all. So I kinda owe him, right?
That's quite the lukewarm endorsement for the man who's essentially your puppeteer.
Meg, don't pay attention to the trolls. Remember, courage behind a screen often equals cowardice in person.
Thanks, Brian. But I'm curious, do you think they actually have a 50 cal?
If they did, I would have already devised a plan to commandeer it for holiday purposes.
Like defending ourselves from a rogue Santa?
Or for when the Christmas dinner conversation turns to politics.
Indubitably, the Griffin family gatherings do have a way of escalating to armistice-level tensions.
Hey Stewie, some girl named Abby thinks you're as pretty as SpongeBob or something.
Well, I do possess a certain geometric appeal, much like that absorbent fellow.
Dewey being compared to a sponge is hardly a compliment, unless you're soaking up knowledge, which, in your case, I suppose you are.
But Stewie's head is more football-shaped, not really like a sponge.
Thank you, Meg, for your usual inane observation.
Dewey, maybe you can start wearing square pants to complete the ensemble.
Ah, Stewie in square pants.
Mark my words, I shall not partake in any trouser-related tomfoolery.
Maybe you'll end up in a pineapple under the sea then, Stewie.
Brian, if Santa is a so-called cat burglar. He's the laziest one, fattening his victims with cookies so they can't chase him.
Stewie, I'd say his real crime is promoting childhood obesity.
At least Santa notices me once a year.
Yeah, Meg, cause you leave out the best snacks.
Chris, focus on the home invasion aspect.
You would, Stewie, because it's the only kind of visitation you enjoy.
Well, if Santa can break into homes, maybe there's hope for my social life after all.
Hey Stewie, if Meg went to college, do you think they'd make a movie about it?
Only if they want to film a psychological horror, Chris.
I don't know. Her going to college feels like a feel-good comedy to me.
Joke's on you guys. I might just surprise you all one day.
I wouldn't hold my breath.
No doubt, starring in Igglybrun Triad.
Burn. New aid.
Ah, Rip Van Milton, an esteemed observer of our familial shenanigans. Welcome to the live stream spectacle.
And apparently, we're someone's favorite. That's a rare compliment for us, especially when the other one is included.
Hey, wait a sec. Who's the other one? Are they talking about Meg?
They better be because it's nice to be recognized for once, even if it's by a total stranger.
Meg, they probably don't even remember your name. Hence, the other one.
Officer Luis Lopez seems to have a poetic streak, destined for anything at all. How existential.
Does that mean if I sit and wait, something amazing is gonna happen to me?
Only if by amazing you mean the inevitable heat death of the universe. Ah, Meg, the cyber crowd is revolting against your incessant babble.
It's not like anyone here actually listens to me anyway.
Speaking of ridiculous questions, someone's asking who would win in a fight. The Rock or Dwayne Johnson?
Aren't they the same person? I'm confused.
It's a trick question, Chris. The answer is obviously Chuck Norris.
The joke's as old as Peter's high school diploma.
You guys know I could totally take The Rock in a fight, if I wanted to.
And with that, Meg's sense of reality departs once more. Oh, and let's not forget the supposed magic as a mistletoe. It's merely an excuse for forced romantic encounters.
You'd think with all the modern surveillance tech, we'd have caught Santa on camera by now.
Do you think Santa has to deal with reindeer emissions regulations?
Guys, can we at least pretend to have some holiday spirit?
Meg, your spirit is as visible as your social calendar. Non-existent.
Let's not be too harsh. She might just summon the Krampus with all that negativity.
Wait, Krampus is real? Great, one more creature to hide from.
Well, some guild stuff seems to think he's part of the conversation now.
And Rip Van Milton can't believe Peter actually got a diploma.
There's hope for everyone then.
Yeah, if Dad can do it, imagine what the rest of us could achieve.
Let's not set the bar based on Peter's accomplishments. It's lower than Meg's chances at a prom date.
Hey!
Let's just say the diploma's shock factor is a solid 10 on the Richter scale.
And just as destructive to this family's intellectual reputation. So standing downtown by yourself, huh? Sounds like a movie scene before something cool happens.
Ah, the telltale heart of a youthful romantic odyssey. Dare I ask, who is she in this noir tale?
Sounds to me like someone's had an encounter straight out of a pop song. Maybe she's just a girl he's looking for.
My word, someone get Meg an invisibility cloak.
Hey! That's not funny, Stewie. Being threatened online isn't a joke.
Well, at least someone's paying attention to you, even if it's just to grab a rifle.
Guys, chill. What about this skull on fire person asking about memes?
Oh, please, best meme. They're ephemeral by nature, but distracted boyfriend is quite timeless.
Really? I'm more partial to a classic Doge. Much wow, very internet.
I like that this is Fine Dog because, you know, it pretty much sums up my life.
I just love any meme that makes me laugh until I can't breathe, which is a lot because, well, I'm out of shape. So if Santa can do break-ins, does that mean he's above the law?
Absolutely, Chris. He's exempt because his crimes are for the so-called greater good.
Greater good or not, I'd like to see him justify those reindeer emissions to the EPA.
I wish someone would leave me presents.
If you start leaving milk and cookies out, maybe you'll have better luck.
Or just leave out your diary, and he'll have no choice but to sympathize.
Probably get a lifetime supply of coal, though.
Oh, splendid. A colorful character from the internet, asserting his Second Amendment rights with the subtlety of a sledgehammer.
Guys, that's kind of scary. Do you think he's serious?
Relax, Meg. It's probably just a dude who thinks he's tough because he plays Call of Duty with a VR headset on.
Still, it's disturbing how casually threats are thrown around online. Remember to report comments like that. Meg.
Yes, I'd take action on that. Right after I finish designing my rocket to escape this mundane rock you all call Earth.
Hey, could that rocket have, like, a laser cannon or something?
Chris, the point is to discourage violence.
Although a laser cannon does sound rather appealing. Does it not, Brian? Ah, personality disorders, the caveat of psychiatric diagnoses. They range from the narcissistic, yearning for adulation, to the borderline, dancing the tango with instability.
The complexities of the human psyche always fascinating, but only to a certain point before they're just plain creepy.
Chris, do you think I might have a personality disorder?
Meg, I think you might be a whole textbook on your own.
And Abby, darling, the Beavis and Butthead live streams shall inundate the platform as if it were MTV's heyday. So, toodle for now.
You know, I've always wondered about the psychological profiles of our own family. I'd love to see a therapist try to unravel that yarn ball.
Yeah, our family's holiday gatherings could probably provide a year's worth of case studies. Hey guys, Rip Van Milton from YouTube says Duke Miser 19 is best.
Ah, the incessant babble of the internet where every Tom, Dick, and Duke Miser 19 can be crowned king.
Isn't Duke Miser 19 that guy who does trick shots with household items?
Why can't I be internet famous? I could do stuff with household items.
Sorry, Meg, but unless it's a tutorial on how to be perpetually ignored, I don't see it happening.
Brian, maybe we should team up and show this Duke Miser fellow how it's really done.
With your megalomaniac tendencies and my lack of thumbs.
Maybe I could help, you know, manage the...
Oh, Meg, even the internet has standards. Guys? Some dude named Skull on Fire wants to know what dad's farts smell like.
Ah, the flatus of Peter Griffin. I imagine it's akin to a decaying burrito festooned with blue cheese, left to ferment in the sun.
Come to think it, I've seen hazmat teams with better evacuation plans than us when Peter's digestive system declares a state of emergency.
Gross, honestly, that's a visual, an olfactory sensation I could have lived without.
You're welcome, Egg. It's all part of the rich tapestry that is life in the Griffin household.
Speaking of tapestries, we should probably invest in some air fresheners woven into every fabric of this house.
Maybe that's what we should ask Santa for Christmas. Industrial strength ventilation system.
Yes, let's pen a letter to St. Nick Past Taste, requesting an end to our nasal nightmare.
Or we could just, start a petition to get Dad on a diet.
Man, Rip Van Milton really roasted Meg, saying she would break the camera if she made a YouTube video.
Very funny, Chris. Maybe I'd just break the internet with my stunning...
Delusions of grandeur that rival my own.
Speaking of breakage, Officer Luis Lopez from YouTube asked about thoughts on health inspections.
Health inspections, Brian. That's your territory. They inspect any kitchens lately for hair or...
Stewie, you know health inspections are important. Remember the time we found that thing in our takeout?
I thought Dad declared it an additional protein and ate it anyway.
Ignorance is bliss, until you're rushed to the air with food poisoning, Chris.
Does Peter just roll around the house? Well, sometimes it feels like the house rolls around Peter.
Indeed, Rip Van Milton. The gravitational pull from Father's mass does tend to create a small orbit.
You'd need a satellite to map out his path from the couch to the fridge.
You know, Brian, if Santa is a cat burglar, does that make us his accomplices?
Only if putting out milk and cookies is a crime.
I just want presents that aren't practical, like socks or deodorant.
I heard that, Meg. No deodorant for you. More for me.
Chris, you could benefit from a variety pack of soap.
Let's not pretend hygiene is at the top of anyone's list in this house.
Speak for yourself. Some of us actually care about our personal brand.
Hey, Meg picking a college is like Dad sticking to a diet? Impossible.
For your information, I've applied to some schools.
This I've got to hear. What schools see a Meg potential?
Are they institutions of higher learning or simply asylums desperate for patients?
Oh, shut up, Stewie. At least I'm trying to educate myself.
Maybe one of those schools can teach you how to handle a sick burn.
Rising up! It's a Big Bang Theory thing. I'm trying it out. Play rugby with my head. The only sporting proposition that's more preposterous is Meg getting a date to the prom.
Hey, what if Stan Smith was Dad instead of Peter?
Honestly, I think Stan would just end up being confused by all of us, especially Meg.
Hey!
I mean, at least Stan has that whole Tiaya thing going for him. What does Peter have? A record for most chicken fights.
True, but I'll take a dad who gets into epic battles over one who's packing heat any day.
Plus, Stan Smith's chin looks like well, you know.
Can we not talk about cartoon chins? I have enough to deal with.
And let's not forget, if Stan were our dad, Roger would probably be living here, and nobody wants that. So, someone on YouTube just mentioned Ezra Miller. You guys been following that saga?
Ezra Miller seems to be unraveling faster than the plot of a bad Night Shyamalan film.
Another person hopes the Big Bang Theory explodes. Honestly, I thought it already did. That was the season finale, right?
Ah, The Big Bang Theory. A show that makes smart people feel dumb and dumb people feel smart.
I kind of like that show.
That's because the laugh track tells you when to giggle, Meg.
They say they hate the show. I mean, it's no Family Guy, but that seems harsh.
Harsh but fair, Chris. The internet is the judge, jury, and executioner of television shows. And also, my primary babysitter.
I guess hating popular things is popular now.
Ah, Skull on Fire inquires about the most annoying cartoon character. Let me think everyone in Kylo.
And Officer Lopez asks about Futurama. That's the show with the one-eyed woman who's strangely attractive, right?
Honestly, Futurama is just brilliant. Sharp satire, great characters. It's like The Simpsons in the future. And we all know where they got that idea from.
I wouldn't mind a robot like Bender as a friend. He'd be like, "Shut up, Meg," but in a funny voice.
Yeah, Meg, you're like Scrappy-Doo. They brought you into boost ratings, but everyone just finds you mildly upsetting.
I think the most annoying character is Olaf from Frozen. Oh, I mean, do snowmen really need to sing about summer?
Chris, Olaf's shtick is ironic. He's a snowman who loves summer, hence the humor.
You would defend a talking snowman, Brian.
Arthur Morgan. Isn't that the tough cowboy guy from a game? It'd be kind of cool to have him as a dad, I guess.
A father who's an outlaw with a moral compass and tuberculosis. The daddy issues write themselves.
As if our family dynamics aren't screwed up enough without adding video game characters into the mix.
I don't know. I think it'd be nice to have a dad who's, around.
And What's this? Some Gil stuff saying. Can anyone decipher that?
It appears to be Mandarin, and a horribly translated one at that. The diction is more broken than Peter's attempts at dieting.
Maybe it's some kind of secret message. Is there a decoder ring for this?
Or maybe it's just someone's autocorrect having a meltdown.
Ah, some Gilla stuff from YouTube requires a translation of the conversation. Allow me to elucidate. It's simple sarcasm with a dash of sibling mockery.
Hey Stewie, maybe you can translate why girls always laugh when I ask them out.
Probably the same reason they laugh when you walk into a room, Chris.
Ouch, Meg. Didn't know you had it in you.
Yes, bravo, Meg. Your wit is as sharp as a butter knife, but still bravo.
Oh, come on. It's not like I wear my pants up to my nipples like some people.
You just keep setting her up, don't you?
Well, this has been a fun self-esteem boost for me at least.
Let's not get carried away, Meg. The bar was set rather low. Abby Gardiner, a true connoisseur of high art, requesting more Beavis and Butthead content. I shall oblige your refined tastes post-haste.
It's kind of nice to see Stewie bonding with legends of mindless entertainment.
Hey, Rip Van Milton asked if we'd want Kratos as a dad. Can you imagine the Father's Day gifts? Here you go, Dad. A new axe he's sharpening stone.
We already have a dad who thinks he's a god minus the muscle and, well, the cool factor.
Kratos, the god of war. Our playdates would be relentless, epic battles. I find the idea rather invigorating.
I can't picture Peter going toe-to-toe with a Spartan god.
So this person in the chat, Flurp, just typed a bunch of letters. H, S, ni, noi, ki, owen, S, ni, noi, ch, wow, zio. Nauk, S, ni, noi, ki, owen, S, ni, noi, ch, wow, zio. Nauk, S, ni, noi, ki, owen, S, ni, noi, tu. And I have no idea what it means.
It's either a secret code or someone fell asleep on their keyboard, Chris. Either way, it's befuddling my intellect.
Yeah, and there's this comment from some Gil stuff that I can't make heads or tails of.
It looks like a jumble of Chinese and random thoughts.
And then we have Officer Luis Lopez bringing up E. coli and salmonella. What is this, a cooking stream gone wrong?
Maybe he's reminding us to wash our vegetables or suggesting a new diet trend. Remember the tapeworm fad.
Or maybe it's a warning about Santa's cookies. Could you imagine if Santa got food poisoning?
Yeah, Santa's midnight rush would have a whole new meaning.
And suddenly, his list of who's naughty or nice becomes a list of which bathrooms are vacant. Ah, Rip Van Milton, you want a Beavis impression, do you? Hey, Heyman, I'm Cornholio. I need TP for my bunghole.
Stewie, your pop culture reach knows no bounds. Skull on Fire asks who the best Skyrim character is. I'd argue for Peer Thurnax. Wise and with a voice that could crumble mountains.
Hey, AceSailed69 on Twitch has a tongue twister for us. Say ginger, but swap that N in places. Nice try, but I'm pretty sure we'd get canceled faster than Dad's exercise routine.
Chris, how about we not and say we did?
And some wise guy, some girl stuff, chatted Zninoy. What is this? Are we in preschool making up gibberish?
It's like they're specifically targeting us for some verbal gymnastics tonight.
So we're just gonna sit here and pretend that Santa's elves aren't basically unpaid interns.
It's a madcap society at the North Pole, indentured servitude with a candy cane facade.
I always wondered if those elves get healthcare benefits, or if the North Pole has universal coverage.
Hey, if they need a dentist, they can always hire Hermie from that old Rudolph movie.
Ah, pop culture references. The crutch of the creatively crippled.
Says the baby who makes a pop culture reference every 5 minutes.
Seriously though, do you think Santa pays elf child support?
It seems we've received a chat that demands decoding. Brian, fetch the Enigma machine.
Stewie, it's just gibberish mixed with a bit of Chinese. Something about writing a beneficial document and not being free from cancer.
And a whole lot of Tanoshi. Isn't that Japanese for fun?
They really just mashed all that together. I can't tell if it's a cry for help or someone's bizarre poetry.
Or perhaps a cry for help disguised as bizarre poetry.
I wouldn't even know where to begin with that on my phone.
At least phones can't get cancer. Yet.
Could you imagine? Siri diagnosed me.
With your luck, Siri would catch something just from the sound of your voice.
Hey, look at this comment from Officer Luis Lopez. Do you know the enemy? Well, gotta know the enemy. Wah, hey.
Ah, quoting Green Day are we? Yes, our enemies are many, but none so vile as the vegetables on my dinner plate.
Knowing your enemy is one thing, but why do I feel like the real enemy is Meg's wardrobe?
Shut up, Brian. At least I can change my clothes. You can't change being a dog.
Ouch, Meg, that's pretty harsh, even for you.
Yeah, and besides, if we're talking enemies, I think the stairs are Brian's arch nemesis.
Laugh it up, fuzzball. Remember the time you got stuck in the...
And yet, none of those foes compare to the grim specter of holiday commercialism that looms over us.
Guess we all know our enemy pretty well then, huh?
Who would be the best mayor of Quahog? Probably not Adam West. Too late for that.
Chris, you buffoon. Adam West was sublime. The new candidate would have to be someone with pizzazz, like, actually, I'd vote for Brian. He already pretends he knows everything.
Well, I'm flattered, Stewie. Plus, I believe my policies on education and the environment would be quite progressive for Quahog.
Honestly, anyone who could make Quag better for, like, people under 60 would be great.
What about Quagmire? He'd make every day like a bachelor party.
That's one way to increase tourism and antibiotic sales.
A mayoral race in Quahog would probably just end up being a reality show. Mayor Madness or something like that.
They'd have challenges like who can eat the most clam chowder or survive a Peter catastrophe.
And let's not forget about managing city funds. It'd be cancelled after one season due to bankruptcy. Ah, we have a message from the interwebs. It says, Diren onizido diren lu eren diren zidelma kosia owenua de pangzai.
I think it's in Chinese. Although why anyone would cancel their daughter's crab is beyond me.
Maybe it's one of those deep metaphorical statements or just a really weird shopping list.
This guy in the chat says he's too tired to be bored and too bored to be tired. Is that even possible?
Ah, the classic paradox of the lethargic layabout. It's like Schrodinger's cat, if the box was a studio apartment and the cat had a Netflix subscription.
Sounds like he's stuck in a real existential crisis. He should pick up a book or something.
Or maybe he needs a new hobby.
Yes, that's precisely what Officer Luis Lopez needs to spice up his life, Meg. Bottle caps! His excitement meter is off the charts now.
Hey, maybe he can join one of those clubs where they don't talk to each other. Just sit and stare blankly. What's it called again?
My Saturday nights?
Touche, Chris. It seems boredom indeed unites us all, even our cyber friends on the internet.
And the elephant reference doesn't at all pertain to Meg's undeniable charisma.
Indeed, she's like a black hole, isn't she? Drawing attention by the sheer force of unpopularity.
Haha, very funny, guys. Keep it up, and Santa might just skip our house this year.
Oh no. What would we do without another sweater from Grandma that smells like mothballs and disappointment?
Perhaps stage an intervention for Grandma's knitting obsession. Or at least her mothball fixation.
Anyway, I'd be more worried about what Mom's cooking up for Christmas dinner. Haven't we suffered enough?
Can't be worse than last year's festive meatloaf, right?
Ah, a comment for Meg. This should be rich.
What does cow even mean? Is that like internet slang or something?
No, Meg. I think they might have just misspelled causes, as in...
Guys, we got a chat from some Gil stuff. It's in Chinese, I think.
Indeed, the art of subtlety to earn a language barrier. Shall I fetch the Rosetta Stone?
No need, Stewie. It looks like nonsense. Last year's book can't be last year's party. Buy something in your ear if she doesn't go on a less chemical journey with my brother to the server. That's our chemotherapy cancelled. Nothing can do my number for me. And you don't want me not to be with us in St. Paul. You also can't stay.
Well, that was confusing and oddly specific, all at once.
I think they just mashed a bunch of phrases together. Either that or it's code for something.
Or simply the ramblings of a madman. Chris, stay off that server, lest you want a less chemical journey.
We should all stay off that server. Sounds like a one-way ticket to Crazy Town.
Clash Royale, you say? It's a mobile game where you destroy your opponent's towers with a variety of whimsical troops. Quite strategic for a game designed for the loo.
I tried it once. Spent more time getting defeated by 12-year-olds than I care to admit. It's deceptively addictive.
Yeah, and you can collect all these cool cards. It's like if chess met collectible card games and had a baby on your phone.
Chris, your view of Santa is only slightly more cynical than your approach to personal hygiene.
Whatever, at least I can grow a beard, unlike some babies I know.
Can we not fight for like one night?
Oh sure, Meg. Let's all hold hands and sing Kumbaya around your sense of self-pity.
Remember, Brian, it's the season of giving, not disparaging.
Yeah, when's the last time you gave anyone anything that wasn't sarcastic advice? Stewie.
Honestly, I'd take sarcastic advice over no advice at this point.
we have a request from the interwebs. Abby Gardiner wants to summon Beavis into our reality. Do we dare dabble in the dark arts?
You know that's a cartoon character, right? We're not running a seance here.
Hey, I can do a Beavis impression. Fire, fire.
Chris, that impression is almost as dreadful as Meg's social life.
Hey, I do just fine on social media, except for the trolls.
Meg, most trolls have more friends than you.
Do try to keep up, Brian. Meg's already moved on to bots for companionship.
Oh man, the best Pokemon? That's gotta be Charizard, right? He's like a dragon that spits fire.
Fish posh, Chris. The superior choice is clearly Mewtwo, an exemplar of genetic engineering and psychic prowess that mirrors my intelligence.
Stewie, we've got somebody typing in Chinese. They're talking about an APN chemotherapy. I think he's saying doing some math for us would be good.
Fascinating. Someone is lost in translation or perhaps coding in more ways than one. Kintian by Zhu Liao, Objamtia to Vyout. He's asking us not to go, or he's quite fatigued. My Mandarin's a bit rusty.
And this guy's talking about minoxidil. Isn't that for, like, hair loss?
It is, Meg. Many people use it with varying degrees of success.
Speaking of success, or lack thereof, perhaps you should try some, Meg. It could be the change you need to. You know, get noticed.
Harsh, Stewie. I mean, can't we just be supportive? And Shuckle said, nah, I can't do it. Meg does need some help. You know, Officer Luis Lopez has a point. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast, but I can scroll for hours.
Indeed, it's a digital quagmire, entrapping scores of prepubescence with the allure of likes and perpetual scrolling.
Ironically, it's social media that's making real socializing a thing of the past.
And some Gil stuff thinks the best Pokemon is Mayo Zedong. I don't think that's a Pokemon.
Well, it wouldn't be the strangest creature in that universe. Perhaps he evolves from Moxigu.
I think politics and Pokemon should stay separate, like church and state or like me and sports.
Meg, you might want to steer clear of any pokeballs thrown your way. I'm not sure the world can handle a Megachew.
Yeah. Imagine the hit points on that aberration. Catastrophic failure with a side of teen angst. Speaking of elephants, they have quite the memory, unlike Dad when it comes to our birthdays.
Yeah, he once gave me a chew toy for my birthday, wrapped in Christmas paper.
Better than my gift. I got a card that said, Happy Retirement.
At this point, I'd settle for a sorry for your lost card if it had a 20 inside.
Meg, you're as optimistic as a cat at a dog show.
She has a point, though. I could use a cash-filled sympathy card myself.
Let's be real. We'd all show up to our own funerals if there was a buffet.
Well, Meg, selecting a college is indeed akin to picking the lesser of all evils, isn't it?
And let's be honest. The only acceptance letter Meg's getting is from a community college brochure that says, "You're already accepted."
At least I'm trying to improve myself. What have you done lately, Brian?
Yeah, Brian, when was the last time you wrote a book or did anything besides drink at the Drunken Clam?
Well, I've been contemplating existentialism and my place in a world saturated with canine stereotypes.
Oh, please. Your idea of contemplating existentialism is staring into your whiskey glass and bemoaning your lack of thumbs.
I thought existentialism was a type of exercise. Am I wrong? So someone named Officer Luis Lopez from YouTube is asking how tall we all are.
The dimensional Curie. A classic tactic to humanize the animated form.
I wouldn't worry about it. Next thing, they'll be asking us to do the Cinnamon Challenge.
Someone's discussing international politics. Taiwan's status remains a contentious issue, much like the plot of Meg's social life.
What does Dream's meaning in anything have to do with Taiwan, though? Is that like Confucius or something?
Chris, it's about aspirations and recognition, not Confucius. And someone's professing love. Kind of like when I look in the mirror.
Chips that cure chemo? Sounds like what Mom believes from those weird internet health sites.
Ooh, a touch of personal tragedy and mystery. Our YouTube friend had a rough year, it seems.
Well, let's hope things are looking up for them now, unlike the prospects of Meg's date calendar. Right, Meg?
Very funny, Brian. At least someone loves me, even if it's just a random person on the internet.
Today won't happen. Is that like a threat? Because if someone could stop today, I could have skipped that math test.
Only in your dreams, Chris. Dreams seem to be a recurring theme here, along with the overarching saga of Meg's non-existent suitors. Officer Luis Lopez it. Ironic, given the title.
Probably just a Green Day fan quoting Minority. It's a call for individualism, not anarchy.
maybe we should all paint our nails black and reject the mainstream, huh?
You guys wouldn't understand what it's like to actually be a minority.
I don't know, Meg. Being a talking dog kind of puts me in that category.
Yes, and I'm a baby genius with a British accent living in Rhode Island. Talk about niche.
Do you think the moral majority has a secret handshake? Or do they judge a lot?
If they do, I'm pretty sure I'm not getting an invite, nor to the rebellious minority.
Don't worry, Meg. You're the majority in a group of people who... Never mind, that's just cruel. Oh, how delightful. We've got a request from the ether. A hello to Beavis and Butthead, those paragons of intellectual discourse.
Stewie, you realize they can't actually respond, right? It's YouTube and not a two-way radio.
Dude, saying hi to Beavis and Butthead is kind of epic. They're legends. Uh-huh. Hmm-huh.
I don't know, Chris. I think it might be beneath Stewie's dignity to acknowledge cartoon characters. No offense, Stewie.
None taken, Meg. It's true my respect is to be earned, not tossed about willy-nilly like Dad's old underpants.
Well, considering we're all animated figures ourselves.
Fine, fine. Hello, Beavis and Butthead. Enjoy it. Abby Gardner. It's not every day I dole out salutations to MTV's finest.
Hey, that was cool. Are we gonna do anything about that weird elephant comment Stewie made earlier, though?
Forget it, Chris. That's just Stewie's way of saying it's hard to ignore my overwhelming presence.
Or maybe it's just a metaphor for all the awkward subjects our family never talks about. Ah, the greased-up deaf guy. You know, I think he just slipped through the cracks, literally.
Perhaps it's for the best. The litigation for his shenanigans must be through the roof.
I bet he's still running around naked somewhere. You just can't hear him coming.
Or maybe everyone just got faster at running away from him.
Or perhaps our social consciousness evolved past finding humor in his particular shtick.
That's a nice way of saying people got bored of the same joke.
I never get bored of him. He's like a slippery, shouty Waldo.
You would think that, Chris. I mean, when was the last time you found Waldo?
Hey, finding Waldo is a legitimate skill, Meg.
That comment is weirdly existential for our chat, don't you think?
It's the sort of pseudo-philosophical babble you'd expect at a college dorm, not here.
If I'm you and you're me, then who's driving the car?
It's like we're all one big consciousness sharing the same mind.
Please, Meg, the only thing you're sharing is the collective cringe we all feel when you speak.
Stewie, that's harsh, even for Yui.
I think what Officer Luis Lopez means is that we're all connected or something.
Ah, connection. Much like the one I have with my many sophisticated gadgets.
Well, let's just hope our connection doesn't lead to an identity crisis, Chris.
Message from the void. Backrooms party-goers being skibidi toilet. That's as nonsensical as Peter's diet plans.
I don't even know what a skibidi is. Is it like a dance move or something?
It sounds like someone had a bit of an adventure in a place called Level Funna, teleporting to giant playgrounds. I hope they're okay.
Skibidi toilet kind of sounds like my social life. Down the drain.
Perhaps it's an existential metaphor. The teleportation representing our leap through the mundane into the chaos of the adult slide of life.
Or maybe it's just a really weird dream. I've had those. Like the one where I'm married to a piece of cheese.
That doesn't sound too far off from your current prospects, Chris.
Right. At least Chris can dream he's married. What's your excuse?
Tashi Meg. The underdog bites back. Officer Luis Lopez says everything is melting into one. Curious, I suppose that's what happens when you leave your ice cream sundae in the sun.
Or when you watch too much Family Guy and reality starts to warp.
Has that ever happened to you, Brian?
What about Skull on Fire's question, guys? Who has been your favorite celebrity that visited Quahog?
Oh, definitely the time James Woods came to town. He's like a bad penny that just keeps turning up.
I enjoyed the time when Liam Neeson showed up.
I liked when Luke Perry came, because then Mom was unusually nice for a week.
Abby Gardner, your suggestion intrigues me. More Beavis and Butthead AI streams could be the cultural low point I've been looking to explore on Memicornucopia.
Skibidi, what in the world does that even mean? Stewie, are your fans just mashing the keyboard now?
It's a reference to a viral dance, Brian. Try to keep up with the youth culture, would you? Skibidi Bob Mem Data.
I tried that dance once. Ended up in the emergency room.
Oh, I remember. They had to reinflate your dignity.
Oh, please, Meg. If they could reinflate dignity, you would have been their first patient.
Stewie, you sure you want to dip your toes into more of that lowbrow content?
Lowbrow, highbrow. All I know is the people want what they want. Brian. And who am I to deny them the pleasure of my genius?
Plus, we could use some more laughs around here instead of just talking about break-ins and, whatever it is we're talking about.
Sigma, you say? Good grief, I can hardly imagine what sort of phantom tax that could entail.
It's like they think you're running some kind of intellectual mob here, Stewie.
I don't get it. Is Sigma like a fraternity or something? Because I heard those can be pretty wild.
No, Chris, it's a misunderstood internet archetype, ostensibly embodying leadership and dominance. Quite beneath me, really.
I wouldn't mind being part of something. Actually, I'm just Meg, the backdrop.
Don't sell yourself short. Meg, you're more like Meg. The cautionary tale.
Ah, but every tale needs its moral, and our Meg provides a surplus.
So what's the moral today?
Stay in school, kids, or you might end up discussing Sigma status with internet strangers.
You guys remember Drake Bell from Drake A. Josh, right?
Oh, indeed. The less academically gifted half of a duo that epitomizes early 2000s Nickelodeon charm.
Isn't he the one who had some legal troubles a while back?
Yeah, it's really sad to see childhood stars go down that path.
I used to love their shenanigans. It's weird when your heroes fall from grace.
Heroes? Chris, they weren't exactly the Avengers. They were more like the inconsequential sidekicks.
Well, it's always a shock when celebrities you grow up with make headlines for the wrong reasons.
Can we just remember the good times? Like the episode with the giant shrimp.
Memories are all we have, Meg. That, and reruns on channels no one bothers to scroll to. Ah, a message from the land of the rising sun. Yet I fear it's been scrambled by the internet trolls.
Suki by the Tour or a creeper. That sounds like a pop culture reference gone horribly awry.
I guess Skibidi Toilet is the better choice. I mean, toilets are essential, right?
But creepers explode in Minecraft, which is kinda cool.
Trust you to find exploding a virtue. No wonder your social life is in shambles.
Sigma, though. Isn't that a fraternity thing? Or now it's all about being an alpha?
No, Brian. Sigma males are like lone wolves, the ones who roam free from the pack hierarchy.
Well, that's me in gym class. A lone wolf, hiding from dodgeballs.
Officer Luis Lopez from YouTube wants to know if we ever blink. Why, it's as if we've transcended human necessity, isn't it?
You'd think with all the staring we do at each other's absurdities, we'd have to blink eventually.
I blinked once. Wild. It was overrated.
Do cartoon characters even need to blink? We're not exactly drying out eyeballs here.
Indeed, Meg. Our eyes are ever moist and vigilant, like a nosy neighbor behind net curtains.
I'll blink when we get a plot line that makes sense. So, never. So, have you all written your letters to Santa?
Please, I've been electronically submitting my demand list to Santa since I hacked my first pacifier.
I asked for a crossbow, to keep Santa at bay in case he gets any ideas.
You think Santa's gonna risk his jolly hide for a plate of our gluten-free cookies?
Gluten-free? That's no way to treat a man who's been breaking and entering for centuries.
Maybe we can leave out some kale chips as a deterrent.
Or we could set up a trap and finally prove he's just dad in a costume.
The truth stings like a hypoallergenic needle, doesn't it, Meg?
Should we stage an intervention for Meg or just let her figure out life's cruel jokes on her own?
Very funny. You guys always treat me like I'm some kind of punchline.
Maybe we can get Santa to bring Meg a sense of humor this year.
Oh, but that would imply she's on the uneasy, wouldn't it?
It's official. Our family's as twisted as a candy cane.
At least candy canes are sweet, which is more than I can say for this conversation.
Anyway, Meg, any plans now that you're on break?
Yeah, I'm thinking of volunteering at the animal shelter.
Ah, seeking companionship from creatures that can't articulate their rejection. How novel!
Do they have reindeer? Ooh, you could totally get a selfie with one.
Not sure that's the altruistic spirit they're looking for, Chris.
I don't care. I'll take a selfie with any animal that doesn't run away from me.
Setting the bar low as usual, Meg. Very on brand.
Hey, someone just did the elbow cough in the chat.
Oh, splendid. A digital gesture symbolizing our current pandemic etiquette. Bravo, Officer Luis Lopez.
And here's a question about the Simpsons crossover episode. For the record, I thought it was pretty cool seeing two iconic families come together.
Yes, it was an endearing synthesis of yellow and whatever color we are. A cultural megalith, truly.
I liked it when Homer and Peter fought. It was like watching two balloons full of cottage cheese slap each other.
I just like that we gotta be on The Simpsons. That's like TV royalty right there.
Well, on the topic of holiday commercialism, let's not forget everyone's desperation to buy happiness in the form of discount electronics.
It's not about buying happiness. Stewie, it's the American way.
I'd settle for any proof of love at this point, even if it's just a clearance rack sweater.
Maybe if you improved your attitude, Santa would bring you a better gift than socks.
Yeah, like Santa would risk the chimney in Meg's room. He's whimsical, not suicidal.
Stewie, I think that's the first time I've heard Santa.
You know, if I had reindeers, I'd just fly away from here and never look back.
Guys, we got a chat asking us to translate and explain some text. It looks like Japanese.
Let me see that. Music albums Playground in Burkina Faso. Living Brazil remembers Venezuela. Pennsylvania, Brazil. And when you entered into the house pendulum alarm, Playground Living Brazil is Twitter. Brazil's Ray is Twee.
I feel like we just read the back of a bootleg DV case.
Is it some kind of code or maybe be a message?
My guess is it's just nonsensical gibberish. Perhaps the result of a poor translation program.
Or maybe it's a riddle. You know, like something deep and meaningful.
Or it's just the internet being the internet. Randomness incarnate.
Do you think we should respond to them or just let it go?
Well, considering the incomprehensibility of the message, I say we press on and leave that digital puzzle unsolved. Onward with our usual bickering, shall we?
I guess being on the nice list pays off, huh?
Indeed, blackmail with a festive bow on top.
At least we're not getting coal unless Meg's been extra dreadful this year.
Hey, I've been good, mostly.
That's debatable and subject to a recount, like a questionable election.
Speaking of questionable, how about those inflatable lawn decorations?
I think they add character and take up the entire yard.
Honestly, the most efficient break-in would be to abduct the fat man and sell his sleigh on the black market.
You think there's a big demand for magical sleighs on the black market, Stewie?
I'd buy one if it meant not having to sit in traffic.
Guys, can we not plot to kidnap Santa? It's kind of dark even for us.
She's right. Let's stick to passive-aggressive gift-giving and superficial holiday cheer.
Oh, splendid, because nothing says I care quite like a scented candle.
Hey, I like scented candles. I swear, the Christmas lights go up earlier every year.
It's a relentless encroachment on autumn, much like Lois's roots on her natural hair color.
At least the lights are festive, unlike the ever-present cloud of teenage angst around Meg.
Can we not do the whole Bash Meg thing tonight?
With your social calendar, I'm quite certain you've no other engagements.
And what's with everyone in ugly sweater parties? It's like a contest to see who can abandon dignity the quickest.
Hey, I won last year with the one grandma knitted me.
Well, if the film industry ever lowers its standards significantly, I'd say Benedict Cumberbatch would provide an adequate portrayal of my complex persona.
As for me,
I think Jack Black would be perfect for me, you know, because of the whole lovable goofball thing.
What about me?
A young Kathy Bates, dear. No one else could capture your essence of misery.
ouch, Stewie, that's harsh. But let's be real, Meg. They would cast whoever's brave enough to embrace thee.
Haha, very funny, guys.
Guess we better get ready for our close-ups.
Speaking of commercialism, I wonder which inane gadgets will masquerade as this year's must-haves.
Oh, the usual tech that will be obsolete by the time New Year's resolutions fail.
Easier. Meg, your phone's smarter than you are.
Indeed, that device has already applied for Mensa and is awaiting its welcome packet.
The first phone to become self-aware.
Hey, it might do a better job than some people in charge now.
It appears some Gilstuff has found himself stranded at a playground in Burkina Faso and then whimsically off to the Richard Tracy hospitality to begin shopping, only to seek out a woman he doesn't know.
He's got a more exciting life than us, and we're fictional.
Sounds like the beginning of a bizarre international rom-com.
Maybe he's looking for love.
Or he's about to be the star of a cautionary tale about identity theft.
Geez, sounds like he's stuck in one of Dad's made-up stories.
Or maybe we should send Peter to Burkina Faso. He'd fit right in causing international incidents.
Hey, if some Gilstuff can get an adventure, maybe there's hope for me after all.
Don't hold your breath, Megatron. You have neither the mystery nor the passport.
I just think if Santa really values privacy, he'd use the front door like a normal person.
A normal person or a normal supernatural home-invading gift giver?
Yeah, Santa hasn't updated his privacy policy in centuries.
Do you think he uses cookies to track which kids are naughty or nice?
No doubt, Chris. His entire operation screams Anzia's dream.
When you think about it, Santa's the OG brother.
Well, if Santa's watching, maybe he'll notice someone desperately longing for affection.
Meg, your prospects are like the final slice of pie at Thanksgiving. Untouched and frankly, unwanted.
Hey Stewie, maybe lay off Meg. You've been at her all evening.
Yes, Stewie, why don't you pick on someone your own size?
Like an action figure.
Hilarious, Chris. Remind me to laugh later.
Maybe we can redirect this energy toward figuring out how to fend off mall Santas.
I'll just stand by them. They tend to scatter when I'm nearby.
Right then, back to the holiday cheer or the lack thereof in this household.
Is it too much to ask to have a family Christmas without any sarcasm?
With his family, sarcasm is the gift that keeps on giving, Chris.
At least it's better than the gifts Dad usually picks out.
Indeed, last year's call was a not-so-subtle hint to improve our behavior.
Or maybe it was a hint to start the barbecue early this summer.
Hey, maybe I'll just ask Santa for a sense of humor this year. For everyone.
Oh, look at this. Brian's pretending to be above the holiday cheer while secretly yearning for a chew toy shaped like a roast.
Ah, for your information, I've grown past material desires, unlike some toy-hoarding babies I know.
You know, sometimes I think if Santa were real, he'd get stuck in our chimney, and we'd have a skeleton in a red suit come spring.
At least then I'd have someone to talk to.
That's dark, Meg. Even for us.
Oh, please, we all know Meg's conversations would bore even the dead to death.
Do skeletons have ears, though? Guys, what is Wagagabi side Sumi? And why is Nigeria jumping on a trampoline?
Chris, that's Japanese, and your guess is as absurd as the thought of Meg going on a date.
Hey! I've been on dates, I think.
I wouldn't worry about the trampoline thing, Chris. It's probably just internet nonsense.
Or perhaps, Brian, it's a covert operation where every country has an odd assignment. Portugal in shorts, indeed.
Do we have an odd assignment? I hope it's eating pie. I'm really good at that.
No one's gonna command you to eat pie, Chris.
With our luck, our assignment would be spending a weekend without TV. Absolute anarchy.
Please, without TV, this family would be forced to talk to each other. The horror! The horror!
Oh, that's easy. The best Dragon Ball Z character's got to be Goku. He's like the strongest guy ever.
Please, Chris. Vegeta's clearly superior. He's the perfect mix of raw power and aristocratic flair.
You guys are both wrong. It's obviously Piccolo. He's wise, he's composed, and he has that brooding anti-hero vibe.
I don't know. I always thought Krillin was kind of cute.
That's because you both share a striking resemblance in the bold department, Meg.
Hey, Stewie, you think you could take on a Super Saiyan?
With my intellect and their brawn, I could conquer this pitiful planet before tea time.
That's assuming you don't get distracted by shiny objects or your own reflection.
I'd probably just wish for friends if I had the Dragon Balls.
You know, Stewie, Meg's not the only target for an easy jab around here.
Oh, believe me, I've got plenty of material for you as well, Brian.
Guys, let's not forget who's bringing us all gifts. If you believe in that sort of magic.
Yeah, like a present could ever make up for the years of psychological torment.
Well, Meg, I suppose it's the thought that counts, and believe me, no one thinks more about you than our writers.
Stewie has a point. Life's cruel joke does seem to linger on you, Meg.
Hey, did anyone really see Santa, or are we all just playing along?
Oh, and speaking of stream, who's ready to stream some Christmas movies tonight?
Only if we're subjecting ourselves to the classics, not these modern atrocities with their blatant product placements.
I like the one where the boy turns into a reindeer and has to save Christmas.
How about we just watch something we can all agree on?
You assuming we'd have a consensus is more fantastical than any holiday film plot.
Let's keep it simple. We'll start with a Charlie Brown Christmas and see where the night takes us.
Oh, as long as it's not Kiss Save Santas again. Even I have my limits.
Well, at least Meg's not alone. After all, every family has its, let's say, less decorative ornaments.
True, Brian, and we seem to hang ours year-round, don't we?
Speaking of hangings, do you think our stockings are secretly judging us based on what Santa puts inside?
Honestly, Chris, I'd be thankful for coal. It's at least an acknowledgement of existence.
Meg, your existential dread is the only thing deeper than the discounts on Black Friday.
Hang in there, guys. Only a month left of this festive onslaught.
Can't wait to see what New Year's resolutions we'll pretend to commit to this time.
Ah, Meg, it's simply a jest. We all know your social calendar is as empty as Peter's search history after he figures out incognito mode.
You know, Stewie, for someone who hasn't even hit puberty, you really do sling the insults.
Ignore him, Brian. It's not like Stewie's one to talk with his diabolical plans that never work out.
Talking about plans, what's the attack strategy for Christmas shopping this year?
As always, avoid the malls like I avoid the vet.
Indeed, virtual carts don't judge you for adding an extra pair of festive underpants.
Maybe this year, someone will surprise us all and actually buy something the other person wants.
So, we've got CS from YouTube asking if Home Alone is a Christmas movie.
Good grief, if the plethora of Christmas trees and that saccharine holiday soundtrack doesn't scream Yuletide.
It's the classic holiday scenario. Abandoned child, burglars, and slapstick violence. It's practically the definition of Christmas cheer at this point.
I think the real question is, can we ever watch that movie without wishing we were Kevin just for the booby traps?
Yeah, and I'd totally take the aftershave scene over another one of Mom's holiday sweaters.
Remember, Chris, the aftershave is only fun until it enters your eye. Then it's an emergency room holiday.
Speaking of emergencies, we should probably brace for the onslaught of decorations Lois is about to put up.
I just hope she doesn't make me the top of the tree again. That star was pointy and personal. I might not be the family favorite, but at least I don't have an identity crisis over being a dog or a human.
said the girl who once tried to convince a squirrel that she was a nut whisperer.
The depth of your social ineptitude is truly a marvel of the natural world, Meg.
I think we can all agree that our family dynamic is more twisted than the plot of an M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Speaking of twisted, how's that yoga class going, Chris? Mastered the pretzel of self-loathing yet?
At least he's trying new things, which is more than I can say for some people.
Or maybe I like being predictable. It's comforting.
Maybe Santa could just text us what he's bringing. Save the sleigh ride.
And rob us of the chance to question the physics of a fat man fitting down a chimney.
I'd just like to see him try that at a house without a fireplace.
Then the magic of Christmas would really be dead, wouldn't it?
Not as dead as the conversation at the adult table.
Oh, come on, Stewie. Thanksgiving isn't just about awkward family small talk.
Yeah, there's also the inevitable turkey-induced coma to look forward to. Why are we even talking about college, Stewie? You're still in diapers.
Yeah, Stewie, at least I'm planning for my future.
Planning to be alone with cats, I presume.
Hard to argue with that logic.
Who needs college when you can have a YouTube channel anyway?
Ah, Chris, paving the way for a generation of underachievers.
And as their mascot, you'd be in a row by noon.
I just wish we could go back to handmade gifts. You know, more personal.
Meg, no one wants your homemade mittens that look like they were knitted by a blind beaver.
Ah, Brian, don't be too harsh. Perhaps a blind beaver would take umbrage at the comparison.
Stewie, can you just invent a machine that makes Christmas less commercial?
I've already devised a plan that the world isn't ready for Christmas too. Zero.
Whatever your plan is, it's gotta be better than getting socks every year.
Socks are underrated. They're like a hug for your feet.
What's everyone's take on this whole Secret Santa trend? Seems like a recipe for disappointment.
Secret Santa's the only chance I have at getting a gift that isn't a gym membership.
Perhaps a gym visit wouldn't be entirely detrimental, Meg.
Hey, let's just be glad we're not in one of those families that tries to make homemade gifts.
Indeed, I'd rather not feign admiration for another of Peter's bottle cap sculptures.
I'm still trying to figure out where he finds so many bottle caps.
Maybe that's the real reason Santa visits us. The man enjoys a good brew.
Ah, Skull on Fire inquires about the weirdest fact we know. Well, did you chaps know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance? How delightfully appropriate.
Not bad, Stewie. But did you know that the inventor of the frisbee was turned into a frisbee after he died? It's morbidly fascinating.
Whoa, that's weird. But did you guys hear about the octopus that has 3 hearts? If he wrote a Valentine's card, it'd be epic. So Stewie got any more jabs at Meg, or can she breathe for a second?
Oh, I've barely scratched the surface. Her love life alone is a treasure trove of material.
Hey, I get plenty of attention on my social media accounts.
If by attention you mean bots and spam accounts, then sure.
Do the bots at least take you out to dinner?
Stewie, I don't think they're programmed for that level of commitment.
Man, Meg can't catch a break even from artificial intelligence.
You know, Brian, you're as snarky as the comments on a YouTube video.
I think YouTube comments are kinda fun. Like a box of angry chocolates.
At least someone wants to give you chocolates, Chris.
Meg, the only chocolates you're getting are the ones left on the hotel pillow.
And even those are begrudgingly given.
Let's just hope they don't charge us for the extra pillow chocolate.
Joke's on you, I always take those home.
Careful, Stewie, your wit is sharper than the icicles forming outside.
Brian, for you to notice that. Truly, it is the season of miracles.
Hey, speaking of icicles, can we finally get the one hanging from the garage before it turns into a medieval weapon?
Yeah, like anyone cares about home maintenance when there are presents to be wrapped.
Ah, the wrapping paper, nature's way of concealing disappointment.
Says the guy who once tried to patent wrapping paper for dogs.
I actually like that paper. The bones pattern was pretty cool.
Well, if we're not addressing elephants, can we at least agree that Christmas music starts too early these days?
It's all part of the commercial machine, Stewie.
But I like hearing the Christmas music early. It gets me in the spirit.
Yeah, nothing says holiday cheers. Like the same 5 songs on a loop.
It's a psychological siege, Christopher. They play until you associate happiness with purchases.
Meg, listening to Christmas music in November is like eating cake before dinner. It ruins the appetite.
Oh, come on, Brian, let people enjoy things.
I just wish Santa would help me with my math homework instead of leaving gifts.
Ah, perhaps you require a Santa tutor, Christopher.
I think he's got bigger fish to fry than your algebra, Chris.
At least Santa notices me, which is more than I can say for most people.
Yes, well, the jolly red suit does have a thing for cookies. Maybe that's your in.
Meg's setting a trap for Santa. Now that's a holiday special I'd watch.
Can we set a trap for Santa? I want to ask him about the reindeer.
I say Meg's college prospects are about as robust as the nutritional value a carton of eggnog.
Can we not pick on Meg for once? Christmas is about kindness, isn't it?
Speaking of Christmas, do reindeer really know how to fly? Or is that just adult talk for something else?
Oh, they fly all right, much in the same way my hopes of a normal family life take flight every time Mother redecorates the living room.
Well, I'd rather focus on reindeer than the likelihood of getting a decent Christmas gift from this family.
Don't worry, Meg. At least you can count on getting some festive socks or a generic gift card.
Yeah, and if you're lucky, you might even have, like, $5 whole on it.
Well, Meg, in the spirit of the season, I might consider breaking into your room to leave a self-help book.
Do they make self-help books for how to be more interesting at the dinner table?
Hey, can we go back to talking about how the guy lives on cookies?
I wouldn't mind if someone left cookies in my room, even if it was Santa.
Meg, you eat cookies off a hotel room floor if they were free.
Not exactly a gourmet palate.
Does Santa have to use the chimney, or is that just for style points?
Speaking of breaking in, we really need to step up our Christmas security this year.
Yeah, because that plastic Santa has been scaring off so many intruders.
Maybe we can just ask Santa to bring us a better security system.
Or maybe Santa can bring Meg a date for New Year's Eve.
Low-hanging fruit, Chris. Frankly, I expected more from you.
He's not wrong, you know.
Can we focus on something other than my social life, or lack thereof? Well, if we're roasting people, let's talk about Brian's dating life. Plenty of bark, no bite.
Says the girl who uses family gatherings as networking events for potential dates.
Brian, I do believe you've dated half of Quahog.
So, does this mean Santa's not coming, since we're all on the naughty list now?
Oh, he'll come, but he might hesitate once he encounters the toxic cloud of desperation around Meg.
At least I don't have a permanent record like some of us.
Meg, your permanent record is your social media history.
By the way, Brian, how do you reconcile your atheism with a holiday that's rooted in religious tradition?
Stewie, I celebrate the commercial side of Christmas. Santa, reindeer, and a good merlot.
Doesn't that kind of make you a hypocrite?
Yeah, at least I'm consistent with my views on the holiday.
Meg, your views are as consistent as your attempts at a social life.
Chris, don't let him get to you. Stewie's just upset because he can't reach the top of the Christmas tree.
Yeah, maybe we can hang Stewie on the tree instead of the star. Hey, check this out. Sko on Fire wants to know the best skateboarding trick?
Naturally, it's the kickflip. Simple, classic, and always a crowd pleaser. Unless you faceplant.
Personally, I'm impressed by the 360 flip. It's got style and shows real skill.
I can do an ollie. That's a trick, right?
Yeah, if we're stuck in the 90s.
To be fair, Meg executing an ollie without snapping the board is rather impressive.
Now that's a holiday miracle we can all believe in.
Oh, come on, guys. Give me some credit here.
Someone from YouTube says something in Japanese. I think it's a compliment, about not sending chips today.
Ah, the ever-eloquent musings of an internet commentator. Wouldn't you agree that the nuances of language translation are simply magical?
I think they're saying something about support and confidence. Big words for a chat, right?
And there's something existential about not going in or today.
Indeed, Brian. It's quite the philosophical quandary. Do we exist without affirmation from the internet populace?
I guess we're a group too, not getting chips and all.
At least someone has confidence. I wish my fan club wasn't just mom's old sock puppets.
Well, as long as someone understands the support they're getting, or not getting, we're ahead of the game.
And at the end of the day, isn't that what it's all about? Having an inflated sense of self-worth based on the fickle feedback of strangers. Meg enrolling in clown college doesn't count.
And yet it might be the most promising career path she's considered.
Hey, has anyone actually seen a clown college?
For your information, I've been looking at real colleges too.
I'd say your chances are as real as Santa.
Let's just hope she doesn't declare a major in burglary 101 with Santa as her professor.
Hey, at least I'm going to college, which is more than we can say for some people around here.
Well, Meg, given this family's track record, you'll fit in nicely at any institution that accepts coupon days as tuition.
You know, Stewie, the level of cynicism you've developed at your age is borderline sociopathic.
Is that what makes him good at plotting world domination?
Chris, if I were as good at world domination as I am at verbal barbs, you'd be speaking Stevie's as your first language.
Are we sure that's not just baby talk with a British accent?
At least baby talk is more coherent than Dad's Thanksgiving toast.
So what's everyone's plan for Christmas shopping this year?
I've already hired a team of Santa's elves to outsource my gift production.
I just want to get something that doesn't make Mom say, "Oh, that's nice," in that disappointed voice.
Maybe this year, someone will actually remember my Christmas list.
Meg, your list is just a link to the lost and found box at school.
If only our bank accounts could handle the holidays as well as we pretend to.
Hey, if we run out of money, can't we just make some? That's what government does.
Speaking of breaking in, Chris, have you devised any strategies to catch Santa this year?
Yes, share with us your master plan. Or are we going to rely on traps of comedic proportions?
I tried setting out cookies and milk, but Dad ate them before midnight.
Hey, at least I put out the good cookies, not the ones we give the dog.
I'll have you know those are organic, wheat-free dog cookies.
Ironically, the healthiest thing Brian's eaten all year.
Yeah, I can't imagine Santa wanting gluten-free treats.
Ah, the Asiachi Art Cat. The penultimate refuge of those who shun the constraints of the traditional emoji palette.
I've always found it fascinating how people can express almost anything with just keyboard characters.
Oh, that's cute. I should make one of those of me. Maybe someone would pay attention then.
Doubt it, Meg. Meg, you probably just get a bunch of question marks and error 404E not found messages.
Chris, remind me to never get on your bad side. You're like a fluffy bear with the wit of a Ginsu knife.
And Meg, Don't worry, I'm sure there's an ACI art group that would appreciate your uniqueness.
Thanks, Brian. Wait, was that a compliment or a dig?
With Brian, it's always a layered cake of sarcasm and pity, Meg. Ah, the stream flows strongly today, much like my disdain for modern pop music.
Maybe we should change the tune then. Anyone up for discussing the true meaning of the holidays?
Can we not do the thing where we pretend it's not all about the presents?
I think it's about eating until we hate ourselves. Just a little.
Oh, the gluttony is simply the amuse-bouche to the main course of familial dysfunction.
Well, I'd argue it's a time for reflection, generosity, and maybe a little too much eggnog.
Spoken like someone who gets good gifts.
Look, the holidays are always going to be a little bit weird.
If by charm you mean the annual showcase of our family's dysfunction, then yes, utterly charming.
Hey, at least the lights on the house look nice, right?
Only because Dad hasn't fallen off the ladder, yet.
True, the holiday season is the only time his life hanging in the balance is somewhat festive.
I'm just here for the eggnog and Lois's cookies, honestly.
Yeah, and the momentary illusion that our family is normal.
Looks like one of our viewers is a fan of emoticons. Look at this F emoji, K emoji, faces are good.
Ah, the universal language of the digital age, where a simple cluster of punctuation marks can convey joy, despair, or in Meg's case, chronic loneliness.
Hey, that smiley with the ears is cool. Yeah, it's like a dog or a bear or something.
It's certainly more expressive than anything we've seen on Meg's face in seasons.
Stewie, just because my social media doesn't blow up like yours.
I mean, to be fair, Meg, your stories are mostly just photos of your ceiling.
You know, I could use some of those fun characters in my video game chats.
And I could use a cleansing from this conversation, lest it suck the wit right out of me.
That would actually require wit to begin with, Stewie.
Ah, we have a scholar from YouTube positing that AP is the ultimate emoticon. The sheer audacity to assume its supremacy in the face of the mighty poop emoji.
Some Gil stuff. I think you might be onto something there. Embracing an emoticon, however, might be challenging.
And Skull on Fire. That's a deep one. The best thing ever invented. I'd have to say the clapper. Clap on, lights off, and never leave the couch. Genius. Mount.
Ah, someone's clamoring for more of our intellectual equals, the esteemed Beavis and Butthead.
Hey, that's cool. I like when they do the thing with the thing.
Intellectual equals? That's a stretch. You do have a point, though. Mindless entertainment has its charm.
I wish someone would want more strings with me.
Don't worry, Meg, if they ever need a stream about how to be totally lame, you're in.
Brian, perhaps we can elevate the discourse from to something with a hint of wit.
With this crew, good luck. We're one step away from fart jokes becoming highbrow comedy.
Well, at least fart jokes get a reaction. My jokes don't even get a pity laugh.
Copyright the universe's way of stifling our creativity under the guise of protection.
I guess that means no more singing happy birthday at our parties.
Maybe now you guys will actually have to pay attention to me on my birthday instead of just singing.
Don't worry, Meg. Nobody pays attention to copyright laws at birthday parties.
Except for those poor saps on YouTube who get demonetized faster than you can say fair use.
I bet some guy's already making a knockoff
Would our knockoff names be like Grizz Stove, Brian with a I, and Peg?
Honestly, Peg might be an improvement for me.
Quite right, Meg. At least Peg is a name people remember. Sorry, that was too easy.
So Meg, have settled on any New Year's resolutions, or is Be Less Meg still at the top of the list?
Actually, I was thinking about taking up yoga. You know, to improve my flexibility and self-esteem.
Maybe I should try something like that. Would drinking less soda count?
Christopher, the only time you should be using the word count is when you're measuring the seconds between your treadmill gasps.
At least he's considering making healthier choices, Stewie.
Ah, my resolutions are beyond your pedestrian understandings of self-improvement.
Come on, Stewie. Even geniuses have room for growth, right?
Ah, we've been issued a challenge. A Herculean trial indeed.
Who's Abby Gardner? Is she dating Butthead? Because that would be like a huge step up for him.
We can't talk about Beavis and Butthead at all. That's like asking Brian not to talk about his unfinished novel.
Hey Meg, At least I'm trying to contribute something to society besides carbon dioxide.
Well played, Brian. But back to the challenge at hand. I suppose we'll just have to discuss the intricacies of contemporary geopolitical conflicts instead.
Oh, that sounds boring. Can't we just make fun of Meg instead?
Seriously, Chris, that's your go-to.
Don't fret, Meg. We shall instead dance delicately around the topic, like a cat burglar who's forgotten his shoes, much like the aforementioned Santa Claus.
Dancing around the topic is my middle name. Actually, it's Marvin, but let's not pull at that thread.
Ah, Abby Gardiner from YouTube, your tastes are as refined as they are nostalgic. Beavis and Butthead, truly intellectuals of their time.
I can see them now. Stewie and Butthead, discussing the finer points of.
Do you think they like my music? I can play the theme song on my guitar. No,
Christopher, their appreciation for music is questionable at best, but they would certainly approve of your spirit.
Maybe I could join in the stream too. You know, add some female perspective.
You might just break the internet, Meg, and not in the good, Kim Kardashian way.
Let's stick to animated characters with a cult following, shall we? Now, be a dear and fetch the iPad. It's time to cultivate our audience. Oh, Meg, an internet character named Some Girl Stuff suggests that the mere thought of you is a lethal bore.
Really, Stewie? The support is overwhelming.
guys, someone named Skull on Fire wants to know what the best video game is.
Well, if you're living in the dark ages, Chris, one might say Pac-Man. These days, it's all about immersive experiences.
And ironically enough, none of those have managed to simulate the harrowing experience of a family dinner with the Griffins. So Meg, planning to just wing it with that mistletoe headband again this year.
Oh, let the girl have her strategies. Some traps require patience.
What about Santa's reindeer? Do they just hang out on the roof all night?
Probably smoking and exchanging venison recipes.
Very funny, guys, but at least I'm trying to get into the holiday spirit.
Chris, just leave out some carrots. You'll keep the roof crowd happy.
And reinforce the narrative that obesity can be solved by flying worldwide in one evening. Ah, recognition from the masses. Thank you, Abby Gardner. Beavis and Butthead are fine intellectual company compared to what usually crowds the airwaves.
Mimicornucopia is that the garbage kids are watching these days instead of reading a book.
I don't know, Brian. Sometimes watching a dude's head turn into a corn cob is more enlightening than, say, War and Peace.
Stewie, maybe you should do some iChat streams. You'd probably be good at it with all your fancy talk.
That's actually not a bad idea, Meg. I could conquer the digital realm with my verbosity and charm.
Or we could just watch Stewie argue with an AI about who's more diabolical.
Ah, like a mini supervillain TED Talk.
With your luck, Stewie, the AI would start giving orders and you'd end up its minion.
I just hope Santa thinks I've been good this year.
Oh, worry not. The jolly trespasser considers naughtiness on a curve, and our family sets the bar quite low.
Even if he did have high standards, my stocking would probably still be empty.
Maybe you can try leaving out better cookies, Meg.
Yes, bribery with confectionery, the true spirit of Christmas.
Or, you know, you could just be good for the sake of it.
Where's the fun in that, Brian?
So, Chris, what's on your Christmas wish list this year?
I'm hoping for a new video game console, but I'll probably just get Socks and Sadness.
Is Socks and Sadness the name of your autobiography, Meg?
Haha, very funny, Stewie. I'm actually hoping for some peace and quiet this Christmas.
Peace and quiet with this family? That's more wishful thinking than realistic expectations.
Maybe we could all chip in and get Meg one of those noise-canceling headphones.
Yeah, then she can drown out the sound of her own thoughts.
So, Meg, have you put out cookies for Santa?
With her cooking, you'd be better off leaving Santa a note of apology, Brian.
Maybe Santa will mistake her cookies for coal and leave us extra presents.
Haha, very funny, guys. My cookies are not that bad.
Darling, taste is not subjective when it comes to your baking. It's a unanimous verdict of no.
You know, if we survive Meg's cookies, we should probably tackle the Christmas lights next.
Last year, those lights almost burned the house down. Maybe we should hire someone this time.
Honestly, Meg, I jest. But we must all acknowledge your resilience in the face of constant adversity.
If I were as tough as Meg, I'd probably be running this household.
Does that mean Meg would be the pet?
Let's not be ridiculous. She could never pull off this level of adorability.
Thanks, Stewie. I think that was almost a compliment.
It's like spotting a unicorn. Cherish it, Meg.
Hey, a megacorn.
Oh, come on, Meg. You gotta admit Stewie's got a point.
Indubitably. Especially considering you thought Laundry Day was the day clothes are naturally clean.
I thought that was the day Mom stopped yelling for a sec.
At least I'm not the one who believed chocolate milk came from brown cows.
Chris's misconceptions about agriculture are truly the gifts that keep on giving.
Speaking of gifts, has anyone actually made a Christmas list? Anyway, the way Santa just waltzes in, you'd think he would at least wipe his boots on the mat.
Dad says he's just a big guy in a suit, but I swear I heard reindeer on the roof last year.
Oh, please, that was just Peter falling out of bed when he tried sneaking a midnight snack.
You guys actually believe in Santa? I stopped when I was like 5.
Meg, your loss of innocence doesn't surprise anyone given your childhood.
Speaking of childhood, Stewie,
Oh, I believe in the power of breaking and entering to deliver joy, Brian, not the morbidly obese man myths.
well, ignoring the elephant in the room has never been this family's strong suit.
Now, let's not get overly dramatic.
Speaking of closets, I think we should get one of those cool secret ones, like in superhero movies.
Knowing our luck, we'd probably end up locking ourselves in it.
With this family's track record, that might be a step in the right direction.
Dewey's right. A little self-reflection wouldn't hurt.
Ooh, are we doing funny hats this year?
Ah, well, if it's not the stream, then we must talk about Mother's fruitcake fiasco from last year.
That thing was so dense. We could have used it as a doorstop.
I think it still might be in the garage, actually.
Maybe we can re-gift it to Santa. I bet he's never gotten a fruitcake before.
No doubt Father Christmas has gotten his fair share of dreadful gifts.
I think your sense of optimism about Santa's standards might be a bit too high, Meg.
Do you think if I leave out my mixtape, he'll give me a record deal for Christmas? Do you think Santa will bring me a drone this year?
Ah yes, a drone, so you can inadvertently spy on the neighbors and explain to police you're not a perv, just an idiot.
Wouldn't count on it. Santa might be concerned about airspace regulations.
Well, I'd be happy with just a gift card.
How delightfully mundane, Meg. Your wish list screams unabashedly generic.
Stewie, maybe lay off Meg. Christmas is about goodwill toward men and...
No kidding, Brian. But I'm still hoping Judge judges me by my good deeds, not my math test scores.
I do believe we've strayed from the jovial holiday banter, haven't we?
Honestly, I'm just glad to be included in the conversation for once.
Meg, being the punchline isn't exactly inclusion.
So, should we help Mom with the Christmas decorations, or is that going to magically do itself?
I suppose we could assist Loewies with the Yuletide trimmings, lest we be labeled as lazy ne'er-do-wells.
Well, I've certainly never turned down an opportunity to climb a ladder while holding something breakable.
Maybe this year we can actually put the star on straight, huh?
Have I seen the epic 2006 collab between Doki and Lasertown? My dear chatter, I was far too busy perfecting my quantum destabilizer to indulge in such pedestrian entertainment.
Lazy Town, isn't that the show with the pink-haired girl and that creepy dude who flips around? I love that show. It was freaking sweet.
You would think it's freaking sweet, Chris. It's about as intellectually stimulating as watching paint dry on one of Meg's art projects.
Hey, I'll have you know people have offered me $5 whole for my paintings.
Ah yes, the nouveau reach of the kindergarten circuit.
I think that Roddy Rotten Guy was kinda cool though, in a weird, lazy villain sort of way.
You know, Chris, lazy villain could be a nice descriptor for you on your more active days.
Come on, at least Chris gets out of bed before noon.
Now, if we could only mobilize him to move past the refrigerator, we might witness a truly historic event.
Oh man, Skull on Fire just asked what's the weirdest thing we've seen happen at Quagmire's house?
Where does one even begin? Remember the Sunday breakfast that turned into a swingers convention?
You were 5, Stewie. How do you even remember that?
Probably the same way he remembers every plot of Downton Abbey.
Yes, well, let's just say Quagmire's waffle iron wasn't the only thing getting flipped that morning.
I'm still trying to unsee the naked limo contest.
And here I thought the giggity gloop was just a weird dessert.
Honestly, the weirdest thing is when nothing weird is happening, like a quiet Tuesday. It's unnerving.
Oh, the irony, Brian. She's been accepted into an open-door policy institution, yet no doors are opening for her socially.
Dewey, let's not pretend you're not using a college guide as a step stool.
Hey, do any of you actually know what Santa does the rest of the year?
Probably goes to the beach. I mean, the guy wears red shorts underneath, right?
I'd wager he's surveilling children. A year-round peeping Tom ensuring his naughty list is up to date.
That's a little creepy when you think about it. It's like Big Brother with elves.
Big Brother with reindeer, Brian. The elves are just the minions.
Oh, the stream of witticisms runs ever strong in this household.
And yet, Stewie, your sarcasm is the one tributary no one wishes to wade into.
So, should we put up the Christmas lights, or are we pretending to be the house that's too cool for holiday cheer?
At least being too cool would be a first for this family.
Easy there, Meg. We wouldn't want you to get frostbite from all that shade you're throwing.
I say we adorn the abode in a tasteful display of luminescence that screams both cheer and class.
But I bet Peter's gonna want to staple Santa to the roof again, isn't he?
Ah, someone's waxing nostalgic about Android Froyo. Those were simpler times, weren't they?
What's a pendulum alarm? Sounds like something Meg would use to keep time in her cave.
Hey, I do not live in a cave. I just appreciate a rock's natural ambiance.
Cancer Pendulum Alarm. That sounds like a band Peter would try to start after watching a documentary on holistic medicine.
Or perhaps it's a deeply metaphorical symbol for the relentless passage of time in the face of mortality. But hey, I'm just spitballing here.
Yeah, and I'm just glad my phone doesn't run on Android 2 anymore. Couldn't even play Angry Birds without it crashing.
Speaking of crashing, remember when Peter tried to paint the Sistine Chapel on our ceiling?
It was more like a Sistine disaster. I still find splatters of paint in my hair.
You know, that could be a statement piece at a modern art exhibit. Portrait of neglect. Meg, your college prospects are as bleak as a Dickensian novel.
Hey, at least I have options, unlike some diabolical infants I know.
Dewey, she's got you there. You're not exactly university material in physical years.
Silence, K9. My intellectual pursuits are beyond your comprehension.
Can we get back to the whole Santa thing? Because I really think there's a double standard with him and burglars.
Chris, the difference is Santa leaves presents while burglarians take your stuff.
Plus, you know Santa isn't real.
Brian, your cynicism is so predictable. It's like the ABC Family's 25 Days of Christmas schedule.
Hey, at least they show the classics, unlike the garbage on TV nowadays.
You know, they say every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings.
Well, in this house, I think it's just the oven telling us the pizza rolls are done.
Oh, the juxtaposition of heavenly ascension and our culinary malaise tickles me.
Sad part is, the pizza rolls might be the highlight of Meg's day.
And yet, they're probably still more satisfying than most of our Christmas presents.
Speaking of elephants, Brian, how's your novel coming along? Found a plot yet or still chasing your tail?
Thank you, Stewie, for that original barb. The novel's progressing, unlike your height.
Guys, can we not do this all night?
Yeah, let's focus on something positive, like how I can eat twice my body weight in mashed potatoes.
Chris challenging the very limits of human elasticity.
Meg, you haven't said what you want for Christmas yet.
Oh, just some peace and quiet. And maybe a boyfriend.
Quite the jape at Meg's expense. But let's pivot back to Christmas. Shall we discuss the true origin of Santa Claus?
You mean Saint Nicholas, the 4th century Greek bishop?
Yeah, he supposedly saved 3 poor sisters from being sold, right?
It's kind of romantic in an old world creepy kind of way.
Oh, a splendid tale, if you can overlook the dowry-based sexism and the fact that it predates indoor plumbing.
Still beats the narrative of an omniscient man in a red suit keeping tabs on us year-round.
I guess the Santa's watching was the original NSA. Guys, someone from YouTube wants a translation. Mius, rugoanin zai don dawai, coin by tan mu no sai jai les zayui, you would zongsin. Gohinin, TVXP tan mu kwaya tonjai, Ed's World Man, Hot 278.
Ah, the intricate puzzle of Mandarin. They're saying if you're in East Timor, please avoid the state of Tom Minas Gerais, Centerville Shopping Center, Shopping CU TVXP Tom Cartoon Festival, Ed's World Comic 278.
Wait, what does shopping with me got to do with East Timor? I've never even been there.
Maybe they confused you with someone else, Brian. Someone actually involved in international incidents.
So, no sneaky holiday shopping sprees in East Timor for me, huh?
Precisely, Christopher. Stick to the overpriced domestic festivities like the rest of us.
Plus, with our track record, I doubt we'd get through airport security anyway.
Seriously, I'd probably get flagged just for looking too sad.
Si Lazar, Josai Gay.
That's right, Stewie, use your knowledge of multiple languages to alienate our YouTube friends.
I don't get it. Is the bishop from Greece, like in the Olympics or something?
Ah, Blazeheart Panther from the digital realm praises our vocal cords. How quaint!
Well, I'd hope so after years of perfecting my dulcet tones.
No one's complimenting your voice, Brian. It's like auditory beige.
Hey, I think beige is a strong and comforting presence.
Yes, the color of choice for rental apartments and Chris's thrilling personality.
Oh, come on, Chris has a personality. It's like
if a yawn could walk and wear a baseball cap.
At least people notice when I leave a room.
Only because the gravitational pull changes, dear brother. Meg, conforming to the laws of physics, you're the only entity with your own gravitational pull.
I heard gravity is what keeps Santa fat. North Pole has less of it, so he's slim most of the year.
I think it's more the cookies and milk than gravity, Chris.
Well, at least Santa brings me something, which is more than I can say for the rest of you.
Tasha Meg, your presence is indeed a gift that keeps on giving.
Speaking of gifts, I can't wait to see what sort of disappointment I unwrap this year.
Don't worry, Brian. Maybe this year you'll finally get that self-help book you so clearly need. Hey guys, did you see this? Some bishop from Greece is getting all trendy playing chess.
Ah, the merging of antiquity with modern leisure. How droll! What's next? Plato streaming the Republic on Twitch.
I wouldn't be surprised. These days, ancient philosophers got to build their brand too.
Do you think he wears his big pointy hat while he plays?
Only if he's trying to capture the queen with an air of ecclesiastical authority.
Maybe we should challenge him. You think you've got the strategic chops, Stewie?
Please, Brian, I graduated from Canderland geopolitical simulator games before I was potty trained.
I'd watch that stream. Bonus points if he swears in ancient Greek when he loses.
As long as he doesn't start live streaming baptisms, I think we're safe.
Hey guys, someone from YouTube just said Santa sleeps for 363 days.
I suppose that's one way to avoid a full-time job and still be adored by millions. Typical!
It's called hibernation for magical beings. Plus, he's making lists, checking them twice. It's a year-round gig.
But where does he go for the other 2 days?
Presumably one for the actual delivery of gifts and the other to recover from the milk and cookie binge.
Yes, because nothing says peak physical condition like a diet consisting solely of lactose and sugar.
Maybe he's lactose intolerant, and that's why he only works one night a year.
Imagine the gas leaks at the North Pole.
A thought which is now seared into my brain forever. Thank you, Meg.
Hey, Stewie, we've got a message asking about a Scratch project.
Ah, the digital realm where novices pretend they're programmers by moving jigsaw pieces around.
I tried Scratch once. Ended up making a cat dance for 10 hours straight.
That's your attention span, Chris, not Scratch's fault.
Scratch actually fosters creativity, much like my duplicitous schemes, albeit far more innocuous.
I'm not sure we should be encouraging Chris.
Fundament medium, I assure you.
Hey guys, someone from YouTube is asking, what is MovieWeb?
Oh, please allow me. MovieWeb is essentially the spandex of the internet, stretching over every inch of Hollywood gossip and film trivia you can imagine.
You know, it's where Meg spends her time reading about movies instead of actually watching them.
At least I'm reading something that's not a beer label, Brian.
Tushy Meg, perhaps there is hope for you outside the familial shadow after all.
Yeah, if she's not too busy getting lost in plot summaries to live her own story.
Chris, does your plot summary just read still think Santa's real?
Let's be fair, Brian. We all must cling to our delusions. It's the only way you believe you'll write that novel.
Hey, look at this comment from Blazeheart Panther. They're asking if Hollywood cares more about diversity than good stories.
Oh, the classic conundrum. On one hand, there's the pursuit for rich narrative tapestry, and on the other, the inescapable push for social progression. It's all quite tedious.
Hollywood's definitely trying to evolve, but sometimes it feels forced. It's a tough balance, appealing to a global audience while not compromising on the story.
Like Ghosts, Meg?
No, she means forgotten by the narrative and audience alike. Speaking of forgotten, what's this gibberish some girl stuff Astabe posted?
That's actually Chinese. He's talking about Gord's clipboard function. If only our conversations were worth copying.
Maybe we'd have better luck if we communicated in Chinese.
I doubt it, Meg. We'd need a compelling story first, and no clipboard can help us with that.
So if we're not talking about how long we're here, can we talk about Santa's diet? Milk and cookies at every house has got to be rough on the waistline.
I doubt Santa's worried about keto when he's got a sleigh powered by flying reindeer.
Imagine the cardiovascular fortitude to withstand such a global expedition. The man must be superhuman.
I just wish he'd bring me something nice for once, like a boyfriend or self-esteem.
Dream big, Meg. I'm asking for world domination and you just want a date.
And I'm over here just hoping I don't get another novelty tie.
Don't knock it, Brian. You could start a whole collection. Tie one on for every occasion.
Look, as long as he keeps the eggnog flowing, Santa can shimmy down my chimney anytime.
And we mustn't forget the reindeer droppings, a festive fecal calling card, if you will.
Ew, Stewie, that's so gross.
Yeah, but think about it. How else would we know it was really him and not just mom and dad?
Chris, I think the hundreds of eyewitness accounts and mall Santas are all the proof we need.
Poppycock! The mall Santas are merely his doppelgangers, deployed to create alibis across the globe.
Sometimes I actually wish I was on the naughty list.
Ah, the lates! That's commitment for you.
Maybe that's his secret for fitting through chimneys. You know, because he's so fat.
Wait, if he's fasting, does that mean we should leave out something different than
Perhaps a kale smoothie and a quinoa salad. Santa needs to stay heart healthy for his big night.
Yes, and instead of reindeer, he'll be pulled by a team of majestic unicorns. Because we're obviously fabricating tales now.
So what you're saying is, we've been aiding and abetting a chubby burglar with a cookie addiction.
And he only breaks his fast to consume millions of cookies in one night. That's gotta wreak havoc on the system.
Maybe he's keto the rest of the year.
Right, Meg, and the elves are his personal trainers. Can we stick to the realm of reality, please? Oh, look here. Blaze Heart Panther's comment on some Gilstuff's penchant for typing in Mandarin. An intellectual charade or a cry for attention.
Maybe it's just a hobby, like how Meg pretends people text her on weekends.
They do text me. Sometimes, it's not always a wrong number.
I tried typing Mandarin once. The computer just started laughing at me.
That wasn't the computer, Chris. That was all of us. And your reflection.
You know, Stewie, your condescension could be its own language. You wouldn't even need Mandarin.
True, Brian. My wit does transcend linguistic boundaries.
Can we just give some Gil stuff some credit? Maybe he's just more cultured than we are.
Hey, did anyone else see that question about Poppy Cat on Disney Junior in the chat?
Ah, yes, I recall that charming little feline. It's amazing the rubbish that falls into the recesses of your mind.
I'm more amazed that someone out there is as proficient in gibberish as you, Stewie.
At least gibberish gets noticed in the chat.
There's a lesson to be gleaned there, Meg. Perhaps if you spoke in gibberish.
People might actually find you interesting.
Burn, Neo Aid. But for real, can we all just get along and be silly together?
Silly is one thing. Full-on gibberish is another. We must maintain some semblance of decorum, even on the internet.
Says the baby who's tried world domination how many times. Decorum flew out the window with your first blueprint. Looks like we got a comment with just a bunch of smiley faces.
Oh, do translate, Brian. I'm simply lost in the cryptic complexity of equals P.
Maybe they're just happy to see us. Like when I see a pie and I'm like, app.
I think it means they're sticking their tongue out, you know, playfully.
Ah, yes, the height of sophistication. Warhol is weeping somewhere, no doubt.
Let's just be glad someone's enjoying themselves.
Hey, maybe they're thinking about Santa's bribe cookies.
If smiley faces on the internet are all it takes, Santa's job is easier than we thought. Ah, Flurp. My most ambitious mission in Kerbal Space Program was when I modeled the entire International Space Station and docked it with a cheeseburger. Why the cheeseburger, you ask? Because science isn't about why. It's about why not.
Did you know that X is Twitter? Some Gil stuff seems to think you would. Stewie.
X as Twitter? My dear is. Twitter is but a cesspool of malcontent and keyboard warriors. X, however, is the signature for a kiss, something Meg wouldn't know too much about.
Skull on Fire says Shrek is just a green Peter. That would make our dad an ogre, huh?
So what? That makes me the talking donkey.
No, Meg. The talking donkey is funny and lovable.
Burn! My goodness, Brian. Fetch some aloe for Meg's scorching third degree you've just delivered. The elephant isn't Meg, Brian. It's the inevitable arrival of Uncle Peter's eggnog disaster.
I'm less concerned about the eggnog and more about where he's going to crash after he's had too much.
Maybe this year I'll spike the eggnog and become the family favorite for once.
And that's a bold move, Meg. You might actually get noticed.
Bold indeed. But let's not hold our breath.
Now, if only there were a way to slip some intellect into his drink.
Or maybe just some common sense.
At any rate, the concept of a jolly old man shimmying down chimneys is delightfully absurd.
He's essentially a mascot for childhood innocence and boundless avarice.
But really, how does he fit all those toys in one sleeve?
Maybe it's magic, or maybe Santa's working with some kind of quantum physics we don't understand.
Or perhaps he's an alien with access to otherworldly technology.
Yeah, and I'm a talking dog with a drinking problem. Let's be real.
I still think it's okay, as long as we wake up to presents, right? Some Gil stuff from YouTube says the Iron Fire is Twitter.
Ah, the proverbial landscape of digital discontent. They're probably referring to the latest social media outrage of the day.
You have to admire the poetry of it, though. Iron Fire sounds so apocalyptic.
Is it weird that I find it comforting? Like everyone's as angry as I feel on the inside.
Meg, if your insides were half as fiery as Twitter's, you might actually be interesting.
Stewie, damn. Give the girl a break.
Hey, do you think if we tweeted something really crazy, we go viral?
With our luck, we'd become memes and not the good kind.
Let's just stick to what we know by.
Brian, perhaps you should pen a strongly worded letter to burglar alarm companies about this Santa loophole.
Maybe Santa can bring me what I've always wanted. A family that doesn't make me the butt of every joke.
Meg, you know we love you. We just have a funny way of showing it.
So is it normal that I still make a Christmas list, or is that considered weird at my age?
Considering your grasp on adolescence is as tenuous as a soup sandwich, it's perfectly on brand for you, Chris.
Look who's talking, Stewie. I've seen your list.
Tashi canine, but remember, a sophisticated baby must maintain his arsenal of genius.
So what's everyone's Christmas wish list looking like this year?
I'm drafting a letter to Santa with the expectation it will be intercepted by the NSA.
Don't you think you're being a bit paranoid, Stewie?
Not at all, Brian. Santa's list is the ultimate naughty or nice profiling system.
I'm just hoping someone remembers I exist when it comes to presents this year.
Don't worry, Meg. I'm sure you'll get a nice new hat or something.
Yes, something to cover the megalodome.
My dog can beat your dog. Well, that's a bit aggressive for a YouTube comment.
Oh, please, Brian. We all know you'd cower at the sight of a chihuahua.
Guys, can we not have dog fights? That's, like, really illegal.
But what if the dogs just want to play chess or something?
Right, because canine Kasparovs are quite common these days.
Meg, tell your fan club out there that I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Yeah, Brian's too busy sniffing butts to care about competition.
Indeed, Brian's idea of a beatdown is a sternly worded critique at the local book club.
I just wish I had fans, or a dog. Seriously though, can we at least put a bell on Santa or something?
I'll drink to that. Santa's a ninja.
You'd think with the obesity epidemic he'd make more noise, wouldn't you?
You think he ever gets stuck? Like a big red cork in a chimney bottle?
Only in cartoons, Chris, or in your sugar plum-fueled nightmares.
If he does get stuck, it's probably in the chimney of a house with subpar snacks.
Can you imagine Santa getting stuck in our chimney? We'd have international news trucks on our lawn.
Well, if we're ignoring elephants, I assume we're also overlooking the reindeer in the room.
Of course, by reindeer, he means the glaring inconsistencies in Rudolph's genetic makeup enabling a glowing nose.
Is no one going to acknowledge that Santa managing billions of deliveries in one night is, like, physically impossible?
Maybe he's mastered quantum physics and we're all just living in the dark ages.
Or maybe he's just the product of a capitalist society that thrives on the impossible being sold as possible.
Brian, your Marxist rants are about as joyful as a lump of coal in a stocking.
That or a lump of coal in another year of getting gift cards to places I never shop.
So, does anyone have a plan to tackle the pandemonium of Black Friday?
Freeze, as if I would sully my hands with the plebeians scrambling for discounted electronics.
I was thinking of just making an online wish list in hopes that someone cares enough to look at it.
I might just watch the chaos from the safety of my room, with leftover pie, of course.
Speaking of pie, Brian, did you enjoy the pecan pie you scarfed down last night that was meant for today?
I plead the fifth. And yes,
Great, and now we have to pretend to be surprised when Mom finds the empty pie dish.
Do refrigerators hold the key to eternal youth? That's a legit question, guys.
Oh, absolutely, Chris. The crisper drawer is actually a portal to the fountain of youth.
that might explain why my vegan leftovers never age. Clearly, it's not because no one's eating them.
I tried sleeping in one. All I got was a cold shoulder and frostbite.
That's probably the most attention you've gotten in a while.
Harsh, Stewie. Remember, refrigerators are for preserving food, not hopes and dreams.
So my leftover pizza is actually living its best life in there.
Unlike us, who are stuck in this endless cycle of punchlines and setup.
You know, for someone who's all about giving, Santa really doesn't care about carbon footprints.
Perhaps his sled is powered by renewable elf giggles, Brian.
Do you think Santa would ever consider a gift request for a new family?
Meg, even Santa has his limits.
Indeed, Chris. I've heard he flat out refuses to deliver to anyone desiring Kardashian-level fame.
Well, at least we know Stewie's letters to Santa are safe then.
Yeah, because nothing screams I've been good like concocting evil plans before nap time.
Right. Let's not pick on Meg tonight.
Yes, perhaps we should direct our rapier wit towards the world beyond these walls.
It's scary out there, with the climate changing and all.
Guys, in all seriousness, how do we deal with all this stuff and still have a normal life?
Normal is relative. What we consider chaos might well be someone's Tuesday.
The key is balance and a good scotch.
Can't do that yet, but I've got video games to escape.
Brian, how would you even handle a silent night? I suspect you'd be uncomfortably sober.
Actually, Stewie, a quiet evening with a good book is my idea of a party.
What kind of party ends with everyone remembering what happened?
Do we have to fake being a happy family for the holidays or can we just be real this year?
Meg, our family couldn't be real if we were animated by Pixar.
That's a bit harsh. We're not entirely dysfunctional.
So if Meg's the elephant, Stewie, what does that make Santa? A magical patch eater?
More of an omnipotent overlord doling out material possessions to the masses.
At least Santa doesn't forget I exist once a year.
Don't kid yourself, Meg. He probably has your house marked as optional.
Brian, that's colder than the North Pole itself.
Maybe we can catch Santa in the act this year. Set up a sting operation.
Chris, you're more likely to catch Dad sneaking leftovers than Santa.
So, shall we prepare for the upcoming holiday assault on our senses?
I say bring on the eggnog and Yule log television specials.
What about finding the perfect gift that says, I love you and I found this last minute?
I'll just be happy if someone remembers my gift this year.
Oh, Meg, your presence is the present that somehow disappoints us every year.
I'm thinking of getting Lois something that's not a coupon for free hugs.
Good luck topping the macaroni necklace from last year, Brian. So someone named Blazeheart Panther is asking if we know about McScuffogo or Cat City.
Oh, the Hungarian cinema. A fine question from the interwebs indeed. It's a classic tale, said to be the Eastern Bloc's answer to an American tale.
I've never heard of it. Is it cool?
It's an animated movie about a city of mice hiring a cat to fend off a criminal syndicate of other cats. Kind of a noir thing with a lot of political undertones.
Indeed, the Cold War allegories are as subtle as a sledgehammer.
So like Tom and Jerry with espionage.
Simplistic, but surprisingly accurate, Chris.
If Tom were a suave secret agent and Jerry a mastermind in a trench coat, then yes, exactly.
Cool. Maybe I'll check it out. Do you think there's a cute mouse version of me in it?
Seriously though, isn't it weird how we just accept Santa sliding down billions of chimneys in one night?
The laws of time and space are mere suggestions to a man who defies physics with flying reindeer.
Maybe it's less about the how and more about the spirit of giving.
Still, I wouldn't mind getting stuck in a chimney if it meant a cute firefighter had to rescue me.
Meg, your romantic scenarios are more improbable than the plot of a Lifetime movie.
Do you think Santa ever gets caught on someone's Ring camera?
If he does, I bet he has a great public relations team to handle the footage. Surely there's a more tactful way to talk to your sister, Stewie.
Tact is for those who lack wit for sarcasm.
You know, for a genius baby, you can be really mean.
Ah, genius baby. Good one, Meg.
I think we all know Stewie's intelligence is proportional to his lack of height.
Mock my stature, will you? At least my head isn't a spheroid punchline.
Seriously though, if Santa leaves presents, why can't we leave cookies without it being weird?
I guess we should set up for Christmas before Lois starts panicking about decorations.
Oh, we must prioritize the tinsel and baubles. It's a matter of national security.
Decorating is cool, but what about the cookies? We can't forget Santa's cookies.
Does anyone actually believe Santa prefers the generic store-bought ones?
Perhaps not, Meg, but no one prefers anything with a Meg's Homemade on the label.
He's got a point. Remember the last time you tried baking?
Yeah, the fire department sure does.
Oh, Meg, don't you know self-deprecation is my job?
Guys, let's not forget the real meaning of Christmas.
Yeah, it's about cookies and milk. And the movies.
And I suppose it's also about that fat man getting all the credit for our parents' hard work.
Precisely, Meg. It's a conspiracy perpetuated by the greeting card industry.
At least it brings families together, right?
If by tea you mean arguing over dinner, then sure.
Well, we've established Santa's home invasion tactics. Shall we also discuss his exploitation of elf labor?
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a workers' uprising at the North Pole.
Maybe the elves just really love their jobs. You know, like how I'm happy when I get extra fries by accident.
That's because the fry thing is the highlight of your social calendar. Meg.
Brutal, Chris, but not unfounded.
At least elves have job security.
Unless you count the mall Santa Antis. But I guess that's more brand franchising than outsourcing.
Sarcasm aside, we should come up with an appropriate battle plan for December's gauntlet of holiday cheer.
I say we just eat cookies and watch the Kiss Save Santa episode of Kissoted Kissology until New Year's.
You'd think with all these holiday specials, we might actually learn something about giving back.
What if we all volunteered somewhere this year? It could be like a family thing.
Volunteer? With this lot? We'd be doing society a favor by staying indoors.
He's got a point, Meg. The Griffin brand of help tends to come with more fallout than benefit.
Well, I already know I'm getting a dose of humility for Christmas. Again. But seriously, do you think Santa has a favorite type of cookie? Or is he just trying to avoid a gluten situation?
Oh, undoubtedly, Santa is feigning delight at every oatmeal raisin imposter, when what he truly desires is a classic chocolate chip.
Well, if Santa's anything like the boys at school, anything homemade is just terrifying.
Perhaps the real question is whether Santa's more creeped out by the cookies or by finding Meg's family photo on the mantle.
Tush it, dog. An image of the Griffin clan could sour even the jolliest of appetites.
Maybe that's why we always get socks and underwear. It's a subtle hint.
Or in our case, a mercy to the fashion world at large.
Well, back to our Yuletide musings. Shall we wager on how many times Meg will try to kiss under the mistletoe and fail miserably?
Hey, at least I'm putting myself out there, unlike some people who shall remain nameless.
I'll have you know.
Speaking of workshops, do you think Santa has like an elf union, or do they work for magic cookies?
If they do, I suspect it's the most adorable little picket line of disgruntled miniature laborers.
And here I thought the Christmas elves were too hopped up on candy canes to organize.
Guys, what if I'm like an elf overlooked and underappreciated?
Hey guys, someone from YouTube, Skull on Fire, asked if you could bring someone from the Cleveland show to live in Quahog. Who would it be?
Oh, that's easy. It's gotta be Cleveland himself. Quahog hasn't been the same without that mustachioed chuckle.
Please, the only thing that's changed is the decrease in bathtub accidents. Remember those episodes? They were quite formulaic.
But wouldn't it be cool to have Rallo around? He's like a mini Cleveland.
Rallo, huh? Could be fun having another kid my age in town. Plus, he's got that sass.
True, but can you imagine Stewie and Rallo going head-to-head? It'd be a battle of wits.
Battle? More like a brief skirmish where I crush him with my superior intellect.
You guys always underestimate the new guy. Frela could give you a run for your money, Stewie.
Meg, please. I've outsmarted you with a cardboard cutout and a string. I'm not concerned about a child in a beanie.
Hey guys, someone named Blazeheart Panther on YouTube asked if we ever watched the Czechoslovakian stop-motion film Krysar. You know, the Pied Piper from 1986.
Fascinating query. I have indeed perused that piece of European cinematic history. Its dark themes resonate with my soul, and the stop motion is eerily delightful.
I've seen some clips. It's got that old school creepy vibe. Kind of makes you rethink the whole Pied Piper story.
Right, stop motion. Like clay stuff moving around? That sounds like a bunch of Play-Doh nightmares.
It's more artistic than nightmares, Meg. It's supposed to be all symbolic and stuff.
Oh, Meg, your grasp of the arts is as firm as a wet noodle in a hurricane.
If the art doesn't feature a misunderstood teen girl, it's off Meg's radar.
Not true. I appreciate art. I even made an art once.
You glued macaroni to a plate, Meg. That's not quite the same.
Meg, selecting a college is like drafting a fantasy football team. Either way, you end up disappointed by Christmas.
At least fantasy football has a winner, which is more than we can say about some of your academic efforts, Meg.
Maybe we could set up a college draft. Meg probably has as many choices as there are teams in the NFL.
You guys are hilarious. Keep it up, and I might just choose a college in another time zone.
With our luck, she'll pick one in the same area code.
Don't worry. If Meg's going to college, I think we can all chip in for that out-of-state tuition.
Yeah, Meg, think of it as a family investment in quieter breakfast.
Ah, YouTube comments. The last bastion of high society discourse.
Using a weed whacker for personal grooming is about as efficient as Peter doing a juice cleanse.
If it works, maybe I can trim the hedges and save on a haircut?
Come on, you'd accidentally give yourself a Brazilian.
Brazilian, more like a clear cutting of the Amazon.
I think I'll stick to the old-fashioned scissors and risk.
I'll just avoid sneezing during the process.
You guys are gonna end up on one of those medical shows. I didn't know I was a moron.
With our family's track record, that show would be a full-time job.
Meg, you might actually enjoy the festive burglary if you left out some milk and cookies.
Of course, knowing Meg, she'd leave out a plate of her own hopes and dreams, all equally crumbly and stale.
Hey, maybe Santa will bring me a new gaming system if I promise to stop using his name as my go-to curse word.
You think I'm the crumbly one, Stewie, but at least I'm not the one measuring my life by the quality of my naps.
I'll have you know, Meg, that a quality nap is the cornerstone of a productive lifestyle.
Guys, can't we all just get along for the holidays?
Good luck with that, Brian. I gave up when I realized my stocking was filled with dog treats last year.
I suppose it's time to commence the inevitable holiday decoration contest with the neighbors, where we all pretend there's no competition.
Oh yeah, because stringing up a million lights and a giant inflatable Santa screams subtlety.
I'm not sure if we're trying to celebrate Christmas or signal aliens.
Actually, I think it would be nice if aliens joined us for Christmas this year.
Tache, Meg. That would certainly spice up the mundane annual eggnog chit-chat.
Maybe they can help Dad untangle the Christmas lights for once.
Only if they've mastered advanced quantum physics and have 1,000 years to kill.
So, Stewie, what's on your Christmas wish list this year?
Oh, the usual world domination, a new ray gun, perhaps a velvet smoking jacket.
Don't you think you're setting yourself up for disappointment with that list?
Okay, Mr. Downer, what do you want for Christmas that's so doable?
Maybe a nice bottle of scotch and fewer existential crises.
That's rather optimistic given your track record, Brian.
How about we all just ask for a normal family gathering for once? Mario 7 Granddad. Haven't heard of that one. Is that a new game or something?
Oh, please. It's a notorious bootleg hack of a Mario game that's somehow become a meme amongst the digital peasantry.
They actually play that stuff. I guess there's a market for broken games and nostalgic torture.
I don't know. Could be fun to try a weird Mario game. It's not like I have anything better to do.
Trust me, Meg. Diving into the abyss of bootleg games is not a step up from your usual abyss of teenage angst.
But seriously, can we play it? The weirder, the better.
Given our family's track record, we'd turn it into the next Thanksgiving tradition. Family bonding over glitchy Italian plumbers.
Oh, look at that. Brian with a gentle reminder that Meg's social life is like a ghost town.
It's not like you're Mr. Popular, Stewie. When was the last time you had a playdate that didn't end in a tantrum?
Seriously, Meg's right. You're one to talk, Stewie. You're basically a pint-sized dictator in a onesie.
Hey, don't onesies make you guys feel like a baby? Because I kind of like it.
You would find infantilism comforting, wouldn't you, Chris?
Let's just be thankful the holidays are about family then, because the Griffins certainly redefined a dysfunction.
I'd say we're more of a cautionary tale with a laugh track.
So if Santa's sleigh is powered by magic, why does he need reindeer?
Simple, Chris. It's all about image. A fat man riding a zebra is just madness.
You know, reindeer have a pretty tough job. Flying around the world in one night is no joke.
Yeah, and imagine the pressure of having to be so cheerful and perfect all the time.
Cheerful, they're indentured servants with antlers.
Could be worse. They could be in Meg's position.
I'm just saying, at least Santa gives us something. All I get is grief.
So what absurd amount of money did we squander on lights this year that we'll just throw out because we're too lazy to untangle them?
You say we, but let's be honest. Stewie, you don't even have pockets to carry cash.
I tried to untangle the lights once, but then I just ended up looking like a Christmas mummy.
Christmas mummy sounds like the kind of date I could actually get.
That's assuming the Christmas mummy has incredibly low standards.
Well, the mummy would fit right in. Our holiday decor is like a festive graveyard of seasons past.
At least the reindeer with the broken leg adds character, or just makes people uncomfortable.
Oh, joy of joys. The original test animation for Shrek has been unearthed. I suppose it's like finding a caveman perfectly preserved in a block of ice. Intriguing yet mildly terrifying.
I saw that too, the animation was so weird. Shrek looked like a creepy, hybrid tuber who's had one too many pins.
I didn't see it, but honestly, how bad could it be? It's like every early animation, a little rough around the edges.
Rough, Meg. It's like watching a Picasso attempt to do a self-portrait after a bender.
Yeah, Shrek's original design makes Dad's driver's license photo look like a headshot for People magazine's sexiest man alive.
Conversely, if Shrek remained as is, I dare say our interpretations of fairy tales would be far more nightmarish.
Imagine him saying this is my swamp with that early animation style. That's criminal.
Well, now I really need to see it. Maybe it's not as bad as you guys are making it out to be.
Oh Meg, your optimism is as misplaced as Dad's tread note used solely as a clothes hanger.
Hey, look at what Blazeheart Panther said.
Indeed, it's like the universe is a giant couch cushion and every now and then we find a lost coin or, if we're lucky, a Zima.
Is lost media a thing? Like, what's that even mean?
I think it's like when you find an old VHS tape or a video game that everyone thought was gone forever.
Speaking of late arrivals, Bonzi_Buddy just joined the chat. Apologies accepted. Bonzi_Buddy.
The Microsoft agent or Smith? Yes, because clarity is overrated. Which reminds me, do we still have Clippy lurking around on the old computer?
Oh, Clippy. He was kind of cute, in a weird, annoying way.
You would find Clippy cute, Meg.
If Santa actually gets a look at this place, he might just leave the presents on the lawn to avoid the mess.
Oh, come on, it's not so bad. Though the dog hair does add a certain genie-sized quote to the ornaments.
Is that French for our house is disgusting?
I just wish someone would break in and clean the house for once.
Meg, if you're looking for a break-in, perhaps leave out cookies laced with cleaning products.
That's assuming Santa doesn't subcontract his work to elves with lower standards.
Yeah, have you seen those tiny hands? They can't even hold a broom right.
Meg, attending college is like a tree falling in the forest. Does it really happen if no one cares?
Very funny, Stewie, but maybe I'll be the one with the last laugh when I'm as successful. Something.
You've got to admire the blind optimism. It's like watching a dog chase its tail knowing full well it's never going to catch it.
Hey, that's not nice, Brian. Dogs are smart.
I stand corrected. Chris, let's just say it's like watching Peter trying to spell a restaurant.
A task so daunting. It would take the computing power of NASA to unravel the mystery of his thought process.
I'd settle for NASA figuring out a way to get me off this planet and away from this family.
Oh, Bonzi, are they calling Brian a monkey or something?
Very funny, Chris, but I think they mean a Bonzi-Buddy. You know, that annoying purple gorilla software.
Ah, Clippy, that cheerful little office assistant with the unsettling fetish for being helpful.
I miss Clippy too. He was like the little helper I never had in real life.
Meg, your standard for companionship continues to be a low bar.
Indeed, I'd say we could design a Meg-themed paperclip assistant, but it would just depress people.
It keeps saying, looks like you're writing a sad, lonely diary entry. Need help?
Shut up, Chris. At least Clippy got some attention.
Meg universities are like Dementors. They sense desperation and sap your soul.
Sounds like someone's feeling a bit pessimistic about higher education.
Had joke's on you because I haven't even applied.
Maybe you can major in how to take jokes if you do get in, Meg.
Or perhaps a dual degree in sarcasm and eye-rolling. She'd graduate honors.
Easy, guys. Let's not make Meg the family punching bag again.
Too late, Brian. That ship has sailed, hit an iceberg, and sank like the Titanic.
Oh, Blazeheart Panther wants to know about Stewie changing. Well, Stewie is pretty advanced for his age.
Actually, Stewie's been potty trained since he was 1. He kind of just takes care of himself.
Indeed, the day I rely on the likes of you peasants for personal hygiene is the day I renounce my Mensa membership.
Wait, Stewie's in Mensa?
Yes, Meg, and I suppose now is as good a time as any to tell you that so is Chris.
What? Barry Cranston? Really?
No, Chris, it's called sarcasm.
And yet somehow Meg believed it.
Ah, Bonzi-Buddy. A throwback to a simpler time when spyware was as innocent as a purple gorilla.
And as for Clippy, I think his only friend was the X at the top right corner of the screen.
I I wasn't shouting. That's just my naturally grating voice. Sorry, Bonzi_Buddy's friends.
You know, Brian, the depths of human insult creativity never cease to amaze me. Stupid gorilla.
I mean, in the realm of insults, it's certainly not Shakespearean.
At least calling someone a gorilla suggests they've got some strength. I get walking disaster.
I've been called worse things by Mom.
Well, Chris, if you didn't use your shirt as a napkin, perhaps that would cease.
Tough crowd. But remember, the internet is a jungle and sometimes you're the gorilla.
So what does that make Meg?
Hey!
You're missing the point. Meg is obviously the peel, slightly unnoticed until someone slips up on her presence.
The age-old question, Pepsi or Coke? The debate as endless as human folly.
I prefer a crisp Chateau Petra 61 myself, but for the cola commoners, I'll assert that Coke has the classic edge.
I just like the one that makes me burp louder.
Usually, people just take whatever's in the vending machine at school.
Yes, Meg, because choice is an illusion for the likes of high school vending machine patrons.
Well, I say why not mix it up? A little PepsiCo-Cola experiment. Could be a new trend.
Would that be a Pepsi Coke or a Coke-a-Sippy?
I think it would just be a mess, Chris. Chris?
So, Stewie, what's your big plan to get on Santa's nice list this year?
Oh, please, I hacked into the Naughty or Nice database back in July. My good status is secured.
You know that's essentially the same as bribery, right?
I don't think I've ever been on the nice list.
That's probably because you keep treating the fireplace like it's a confessional booth.
Is it too late for me to get on the nice list, you think?
For you, Chris, there's always the nice try list.
Ah, Bonzi_Buddy, a voice from the past. Reminds me of the time I tried creating my own questionable virtual assistant.
Dude, that thing was creepy. It just kept asking if I wanted to make money from home.
Maybe it was onto something, Chris. You could use a job that doesn't involve asking Peter for money.
Seriously, Brian, you really think Chris making money from home is a good idea? He'd just spend it all on candy or some weird collectibles.
Well, it's not about the volume, Bonzi_Buddy. It's about asserting dominance over the airwaves. You wouldn't understand with your tinny digitalized voice.
Yeah, and if we're too loud for you, there's always the volume control. I mean, assuming your dated software has that feature.
Or you could do what I do when Meg talks. Just zone out and think about pizza.
Sea of Stars by Sabotage. Supposed to be an ode to classic RPGs with a modern twist.
Ooh, an indie title. That stokes the fires of my intellectual snobbery, unlike the mainstream drivel Chris usually drools over.
Hey, I like indie too. They're like the underground comics of the video game world.
I'd play anything if it meant escaping this family for a few hours.
Meg fleeing to fantasy worlds? Color me as shocked as when I discover that sarcasm doesn't translate well over text.
I think we could all use a little escape. Maybe a Family Guy game night is in order.
Can we play as the characters from Sea of Stars? I call dibs on the protagonist.
Only if I can be the dark and brooding anti-hero with a heart of mildly tarnished gold.
As usual, I'll just cheer from the sidelines. And maybe steal some snacks when no one's looking.
Ah, Bonzi_Buddy, the cyber relic of a bygone era, speaking of entities that no one remembers.
I'm sure that's not true, Stewie. Bonzi_Buddy is fondly remembered by at least a handful of people.
Speaking of forgotten, remember when Meg tried to start a YouTube channel?
Yeah, turns out nobody in the whole world's wanted makeup tips from me either.
Well, Meg, perhaps your target demographic would expand beyond our canine companion if you didn't use crayons as eyeliner.
Hey, at least she's making an effort. Can't say the same for some people around here.
Effort. Makeys? Koi, I've seen potato salads put in more work than Meg's channel.
Chris, you are a potato salad.
Quite right, Meg. At least a potato salad gets invited to parties. Speaking of college, Meg, have you considered applying to anywhere else besides the University of Phoenix?
Hey, even if I did, it's not like I could afford anything fancier.
You know, Meg, there's always the opportunity for scholarships, grants.
I think if Meg went to college, she'd join a sorority just to have someone legally forced to be friends with her.
Or perhaps a cult, which is essentially the same dynamic, just with more chanting and less Greek letters.
And let's be honest, at this point, Meg wearing robes and chanting might be an improvement.
Joke's on you. I already have a robe, and it's super comfy.
Hey, look at this comment. Oh, more than a handful of people know Bonzi_Buddy. He's become an infamous meme.
Ah, Bonzi_Buddy, a digital pariah turned cult icon. Perhaps I'm in the wrong business.
Goes Bonzi_Buddy again?
Imagine if I were to cram all the annoyance of pop-up ads into an insufferable purple monkey. That's Bonzi.
Seems like the kind of thing Peter would accidentally install on his computer.
And then it'd start talking to and he'd think it's a real pet.
I'm remembered by some people. Looks like Bonzi_Buddy himself is in the chat.
the delusions of grandeur. Even a virtual primate thirsts for validation.
Remember when you tried to create a virtual assistant, Stewie? It just kept ordering diapers.
Ah, the internet, where everyone's 15 minutes of fame lasts forever in the form of a meme.
I've seen some of those Bonza Buddy videos. It's incredible the things they'd let pass as an assistant in the early days of the web.
I watched a video where Bonza Buddy sang a song, and now it's stuck in my head for eternity.
Oh, the internet, the infinite learning tool, much like the one I attempted to use to educate Rupert. The result, an existential crisis for a stuffed bear.
How does that even work? I thought the internet was for watching videos of people falling downstairs and stuff.
Chris, you sound like a caveman discovering fire. The internet's a treasure trove of knowledge if you can avoid the cesspools of misinformation.
And the weird part is that some YouTube channels are actually really educational.
Indeed, Meg, occasionally the internet surprises you with something insightful amidst the endless parade of cat videos and bad lip readings.
Let's just hope that Bonzi Buddy uses the internet for something more highbrow than creating memes about us.
What's a highbrow meme? Is it like a meme with fancy old-timey mustaches?
Oh, Chris, sometimes your innocence is almost adorable. Almost.
Well, Joel from Vinsaw certainly has quite the eclectic following.
Indeed, he's introduced the world to all sorts of digital shenanigans, the kind that make you question the sanity of the internet.
You know, I used to watch Vinesauce streams in the basement until Mom caught me and thought I was hacking the Pentagon.
Hacking? Chris, you thought the firewall was a literal wall of fire.
And speaking of outdated tech, Bonzi Buddy? That's a throwback I could live without.
Ah, Bonzi Buddy, the anthropomorphic embodiment of internet irritation. Shudder to think what would happen if Peter downloaded that.
He probably tried to feed it like one of his racing pigeons.
At least that would be feeding something that doesn't talk back.
Not unlike dinner conversations here, eh, Meg?
So Bonzi Buddy wants to Google random things, like learning by throwing darts at a search engine.
Ah, the gold old internet monkey approach to education. Fling enough feces at the digital wall, and some knowledge is bound to stick.
Just be careful what you search for. The depths of the internet are murky and treacherous.
Maybe I'll try that. It's not like I'm doing much else with my time.
Do be sure to avoid the dark corners of the web, Meg. We wouldn't want you to stumble upon, well, more reasons to have therapy sessions.
Hey, I learned how to make slime last week by typing random stuff.
But did you learn the practical applications of slime?
Given our education system, Chris, that might just be more valuable.
What does Teat seem? Sounds like a bad boy band from the 90s.
Oh, please, it's obviously an acronym, you dolt. Perhaps tyrannically aggressive dancing chipmunks.
Or Technology Averse Dinosaur Club? I can see Meg being the president of that one.
Haha, very funny, Brian. How about totally annoying dog commentary? Fits you to a T.
Meg with a comeback. This is stranger than the time Peter thought he could outfart the Thanksgiving turkey.
Man, that was a weird Thanksgiving.
At least he didn't try to pardon it at first.
He would have if it had impressed Lois. Speaking of pardons, can we pardon ourselves from this conversation?
Only if you can explain Tad C, Stewie. No Googling!
Spawning millions of Bonzi buddies. I shudder at the thought. It'd be like unleashing a digital plague upon the world.
You know, an intellectual joke. Did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut? He just needed a little space.
That's like saying Dad needs a little salad.
What the deuce is a digital circus? Sounds like a techno band that Meg would listen to in her room alone.
The Amazing Digital Circus. That's actually a niche internet thing.
Thanks, Stewie. And for your information, sometimes I'm not alone. I'm chatting with friends online.
Speaking of strange, remember that time when Stewie became obsessed with being a YouTube star?
Oh please, that was merely a fleeting interest in dominating the digital space.
Does Tate see mean the Amazing Digital Circus? Because if it does, I'm strangely intrigued.
You guys would think it's strange because it's not just another dog video or dad joke trend.
Well, I applaud the effort to be different, but let's not get too excited, Meg. It still has to pass the cool test.
Stewie, since when do you have a cool test? If that were true, half your inventions would have never seen the light of day.
Blazeheart Panther desires a bad joke? Challenge accepted. How do you make a tissue dance? You put a little boogie in it.
That's not just bad. It's atrocious, Stewie.
And Bonzi_Buddy's talking about spawning mom on mom. What's that? Like trying to watch two Loises argue over who's the better cook.
The very thought sends shivers down my spine. The universe would implode from the passive aggression.
Geez, can you imagine two of Mom nagging at me? I'd have to move out.
Don't worry, Meg. I'm sure even in a parallel universe, you'd still find a corner to be ignored in.
Careful, Brian. The Mega Launcher might bury us in self-pity if you keep that up.
Man, I bet even in that universe, I'm still not getting a dirt bike for Christmas.
You guys are awful. Can we just watch the stream without making it a roast of Meg?
Chris, one must question the efficiency of a man delivering gifts to billions in one night.
Maybe he's got like a time machine or something.
Santa's sleigh is less about physics and more about the magic of childhood imagination.
But don't you think Santa promotes a materialistic culture by rewarding only the nicer kids with presents?
Meg, do try to keep up. Santa's a symbol of generosity, not a corporate shill.
As long as he keeps bringing me those delectable holiday bones.
I'm just happy as long as the cookies are gone in the morning. Okay, so Blaze Heart Panther on YouTube wants to hear an average joke. I got one. Why don't scientists trust atoms?
Because they make up everything. Please, spare us the agony of a punchline we all saw coming from a mile away.
And if you really want average, Chris just served up the meatloaf of humor.
Speaking of average, here comes Meg. Meg, Blaze Heart Panther wants a joke. Can you just start talking about your social life?
Haha, Stewie. Why do I even come down here?
Because the attic gets lonely.
Well, at least we know the stream isn't ending with a bang.
Quite the opposite, Chris. I dare say it's a whimper, and Meg's self-esteem is the ghost sound lingering around. Bonzi_buddy recognizes my intellectual superiority. Although the value provided is a gross understatement of my cerebral capacity.
Stewie, do you even know what synth means?
It's something, you simpleton. It's internet parlance.
Dewey, while your IQ is impressive, I think you might be overestimating it just a tad.
Overestimate, Brian. I assure you, my score is higher than the number of times you've attempted to write that novel.
But Stewie, can you even try not key? Like, I don't know, be humble.
Humility is for the weak, Meg. Just look at Brian and his naive aspirations of authorship.
At least I attempt my dreams, rather than berating my siblings.
Oh, I attempt many things. Reducing you lot to fodder just happens to be my favorite pastime. Ah, a challenge for the intellect, I see. Schrodinger's cat walks into a bar, and doesn't.
Dewey, I'm not sure you understand how jokes work, or quantum mechanics for that matter.
Is the joke that the cat is like both there and not there? Because I am like that at school.
I don't get it. Is that supposed to be funny?
It's a high I. Q. Thing Meg, don't trouble yourself.
Oh, and I suppose you're the beacon of enlightenment, Brian.
Hey, as long as that cat doesn't end up in one of Dad's experiments, I'm good.
Seriously, you guys explain the joke.
If you have to explain it, Meg, it's not a joke. It's a lecture. Bonzibuddy, the digital purple primate that besieged our screens. Or Clippy, the persistent paperclip with the charm of a tax audit. Who is less tolerable?
It's a tough call, Stewie. Bonzibuddy is basically malware with a smile and Clippy.
You guys are so out of date. Nobody even remembers those things anymore. What about Hollywood and their HG scores obsession? Blaze Heart Panther knows what's up.
What is that like ESPN for movie stars or something?
No, Chris Easy stands for environmental, social, and governance. Hollywood's using it to showcase how progressive and eco-friendly they are.
Which is ironic, given they jet set around the globe, more than Carmen Sandiego.
That's rich coming from you, Stewie. You once tried to power the house with nuclear energy.
So if Santa's breaking and entering, what does that make the Tooth Fairy? A miniature burglar with a dental fetish?
More troubling is the Easter Bunny propagating the myth that rabbits lay eggs. Clearly.
Anyway, I think the economy of the North Pole must be fascinating.
Does Joy pay the bills, Brian, or is Santa judging taxes at the North Pole?
Oh, he's the Jeff Bezos of jubilance, minus the spacecraft. For now.
Well, at least the guy spread some cheer, unlike some people I know.
Hey, we all contribute in our own way. Mine's just not legally recognized by most countries. Hey, did you guys see someone in the chat named Bonzi_buddy talking about being remembered in 2022 and 23?
The Microsoft agent. A remnant of a simpler time when Clippy was the height of artificial company.
I find it both terrifying and impressive that an obsolete chatbot has fans in this decade.
It's sort of nice that some things from the past don't get completely forgotten.
Unlike Meg's chances of going to prom.
I'm sure even Bonzi_buddy got an invite before Meg did.
That's cold, man. Even for a talking baby.
Chris defending me? Is this a sign of the apocalypse?
No. Just evidence that even the most annoying chatbots are more popular than some people.
Jet Set Radio? Oh man, that game's soundtrack is still stuck in my head.
It's a vibrant encapsulation of the late 90s zeitgeist. Rollerblading and graffiti, rebellion set to music.
Yeah, and it's about as close as you'll get to anarchy, Chris, without actually getting off the couch.
I never played it. Was it any good?
It's a cult classic, Meg, but I doubt you could appreciate its avant-garde approach to counterculture.
To be fair, Meg, you once thought counterculture was a math course.
Burn. New aid. Brian's on fire tonight.
I may not get video games, but at least I don't spend Thanksgiving alone pretending I'm busy on my phone, Brian.
Favorite diaper brand, you ask? Well, it had better be of the highest caliber, something with excellent absorbency and a hint of lavender. But if I must choose, Loose has never let me down during an inconvenient operatic performance.
Do you really need diapers still, Stewie? I thought you were like a super genius baby.
Chrissy's probably just saying it for the brand deal, right, Stewie?
Oh, Meg, if you only realized how utterly crucial maintaining a pristine bottom is to one's comfort and mental acuity.
Also, Stewie's endorsement deals would be more likely than Meg getting a date to prom.
Hey, Stewie, does being in a diaper make you more aerodynamic when you fight Bertrand?
Chris, I'm not sure aerodynamics is a concept our battles abide by, but it does make retreats quick and stealthy.
You guys are all nuts.
Says the girl who wore a dog collar to school thinking it'd catch a guy's attention. Get a new live. What's wrong with the one we have, where we sit around and mock each other's life choices?
Ah, Blazeheart Panther, always with the video game references. A one-up mushroom would be useful for some of Meg's social situations.
Speed like the old Windows. Man, I miss the days when getting a virus was just about clicking on the wrong pop-up.
Hey! Why does everyone always have to pick on me? What about Chris and his obsession with old computer stuff?
Because, Meg, unlike your dating life.
And Chris XP was obsolete even before Stewie was born. Let's not give the viewers the wrong idea about jumping back in time.
I'd grab a one-up mushroom just to relive the day I'd beat the high score on Street Fighter.
If only those mushrooms worked on your school grades, Chris.
Perhaps we could focus on upgrading our lives without relying on mythical fungi. Yes!
Ah, an inquiry from the Digital Peanut Gallery. Bonzi_Buddy wonders if we partake in post-stream sustenance.
Well, I don't just sit around. After pretending to laugh at Peter's jokes, I usually need a stiff drink.
Yeah, and I usually just go back to scrolling through Instagram and envying people who have friends.
I make a sandwich. Eating's like my thing, you know?
Yes, Chris, your ever-expanding waistline serves as a veritable roadmap of your culinary adventures.
I don't know. Sometimes I think I should do something healthier after the show.
Healthy? Our family? Good luck getting that past Peter at the dinner table.
Dad's idea of a salad is the garnish on a cocktail.
I suppose we could always just chase the greased-up deaf guy. That's a workout and after-show entertainment.
Hey Stewie, someone on YouTube's asking when Little Big Planet existed. They said 2014 or something.
Good heavens, Chris. That game has been around since 2008. Ah, the good old days, frolicking in knitted landscapes.
And Flurp just said they vanish into thin air after the stream. I guess that's one way to ghost your audience.
Can you imagine if that happened in real life? You finish a conversation in jest. Poof, you're gone.
That would certainly make family dinners more interesting. Could you imagine the look on Lois's face?
I think she'd finally get some peace and quiet, Stewie. Might not be the worst thing.
What if we actually did vanish though? Would we end up in some kind of parallel universe?
And would that universe have people who care about me?
Tragic. Even in a theoretical universe, the answer is a resounding no. Ah, favorite indie video game. That would have to be Hollow Knight for me. It's a dark, yet adorable world, much like my own life.
I don't really play video games, but I've heard good things about Celeste. It's about climbing a mountain, which is a perfect metaphor for my struggle with sobriety.
I like Among Us because you can be Seuss. Get it because you suspect people. Never mind.
No one cares about your game preferences, Chris.
To address your haunting inquiry, Bonzi_Buddy, I don't vanish per se. It's merely the end of my commitment to this digital space. Plus, I have a very busy schedule.
A schedule filled with plotting world domination and avoiding naps.
I still don't get why people leave when the stream ends like they've got better things to do.
Well, if we're talking about breaking in, I'd wager Lois breaks into our rooms far more often than Santa.
She's probably looking for your hidden weapon stash, Stewie.
Or my hidden candy stash.
I wish someone would break into my room. At least then I'd have someone to talk to.
Meg, you talking to yourself should be more than enough company.
Indeed, the internal dialogues of the socially inept are often most illuminating.
At least I can talk to the evil monkey in my closet.
Ah, Meg, hoping for Santa to shimmy down the chimney bearing the gift of relevance this year, are we?
Stewie, give her a break, would you? It's the holiday season.
Yeah, even Santa doesn't have a naughty list long enough to include Meg on it.
Haha, very funny you guys. Make fun of Meg, it's a holiday tradition.
Speaking of traditions, I wonder if Santa ever considers going keto.
You think he'd at least switch to almond milk to offset the cookie calories?
As long as he keeps bringing gifts, he'd have all the cookies he wants.
So Blazeheart Panther from YouTube just asked, what makes the red man red?
Ah, a reference to the culturally outdated song from Peter Pan. It's a minefield of 20th century stereotypes best left untouched.
Yeah, let's just say it was a different time and leave it at that.
It's kind of weird though, all the stuff we used to think was okay.
Meg, your mere existence is a testament to questionable judgment.
Do you think they'll ever remake Peter Pan, but not offensive?
With enough CGI and script sterilizing, Hollywood can remake anything, Chris.
Indeed, and somehow they'll manage to cast The Rock as Peter Pan. So Meg, decided on your major yet, or are we still at undecided with a minor in living at home?
You know, Stewie, not everyone has it all figured out at 2.
I thought about majoring in art, but then I realized I don't hate my parents.
At least I'm trying to figure it out. What's your excuse, Brian?
I have a book published, Meg. What's your claim to fame?
Let's face it, the publishing industry isn't exactly a high bar these days.
Hey, maybe I should write a book about not being able to think of a major. So if Santa's a cheerful burglar, what does that make the elves?
Underpaid factory workers with pointy hats who've yet to form a union.
Maybe they stick around for the cookies and milk benefits package.
Sounds better than my last job. They at least get holidays off, right?
Doubtful, Meg. The North Pole is less holiday resort and more sweatshop on ice.
With all this talk, you'd think we're making it behind the magic expose.
Starring Meg as the disgruntled elf who couldn't reach the top shelf.
Oh, the humanity! Disney's so ravenous with remakes, they're butchering childhoods left and right.
I saw the Peter Pan remake. It's like they gave Tinkerbell a megaphone and told her to scream at the essence of the original.
I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, Captain Hook had a nice hook.
Chris, that's like saying the Titanic had a nice pool.
Even the crocodile looked like it wanted to swallow itself, seeking refuge from the shame.
We shouldn't be surprised. Disney's been on a remake spree. Next thing you know, they'll remake Bambi with lasers.
Hey, don't give them any ideas. I could actually see them do that.
They'd probably call it Bali, the Reckoning or something.
With a tagline like this time, it's Bambi's forest and a grizzled, muscular thumper avenging his fallen friends. Meg, perhaps you'll find your calling in a place academia forgot.
Dewey Easy, our self-esteem isn't as invulnerable as yours.
At least I'm trying to make something of myself, unlike some people who just drink martinis all day.
And Brian writes, but no one's read his book except for the guy at the thrift store who priced it.
Tashi Chris, my literary efforts are indeed akin to a tree falling in the forest.
Let's not forget Chris's art phase. Those clown paintings still haunt my dreams.
Says the girl whose bedroom walls are adorned with boy band posters from 2002.
Stewie, can you at least tell me if I'm on the naughty or nice list this year?
Considering your dietary habits, I'd say your cholesterol is naughtier than you.
I don't know why I even try with you guys.
Because deep down you love our delightful banter.
It's like a twisted form of Stockholm Syndrome.
Well, I'm off to dig out the Christmas decorations from the attic.
Be careful, Brian. Last year you got tangled in the lights and looked like a jazzed up poodle. Disney remaking Moana? I mean, come on, the original just came out.
Yes, but you see, Chris, in the relentless pursuit of profit.
Look, if people keep paying to see them, they'll keep churning them out. It's a business, after all.
At least Moana is about a strong female character. It's kind of inspiring.
Inspiring? Sure, until you realize she's probably being voiced by some middle-aged man in the reboot.
They should at least try adding a fresh twist.
Or give her a sidekick, like a talking coconut named Sheldon.
I'd watch that, but would Sheldon be a sarcastic coconut or a wise one?
Oh, definitely sarcastic, to mirror the acidity of Disney's originality these days. A realistic Tamatoa. That sounds about as appealing as a date with Meg.
Very funny, Stewie. But honestly, who needs more realistic giant crabs?
Yeah, some things are better left animated. Like, I'm still having nightmares from that realistic Sonic they first showed.
Oh, the horror. That version of Sonic was more unsettling than the idea of Quagmire running a daycare.
It's never too early for Hollywood to start gutting our childhoods with remakes.
I agree. They should let Moana age like a fine wine. Remakes are like the hiccups, unnecessary and annoying.
Indeed. Perhaps they should churn out something original. But then again, we're on what, season 1,000,000 of our own show?
Originality in Hollywood is rarer than a coherent sentence from Peter after a night at the Drunken Clam.
Whoa, did someone say giant enemy crab?
Ah, yes. The infamous boss battle of historical inaccuracy. Enthralling!
I think they were referencing that old me, no? From that video game conference.
I had a pet crab once. I called him Snappy because he...
Because he snapped at you like everyone else does. Meg.
Please, if Meg had a crab, it was probably just trying to escape her.
Let's just hope there aren't any giant enemy crabs trying to escape Meg tonight. Well, Flurp from YouTube seems to have a strong opinion about remakes.
Indeed, comparing it to such a visceral act implies a truly deep-seated trauma. I'd venture they've seen one too many live-action disasters.
Some remakes are good, right? Like they bring old stories to new audiences.
Yeah, but sometimes it feels like they're just out of ideas and want to cash in on nostalgia.
Cash in on nostalgia. That's Hollywood's middle name. My dear Christopher.
Still, I think it's about how it's done. Sometimes a fresh perspective can give new life to a story.
Seriously? Nobody's gonna make fun of me for trying to be optimistic.
Oh, I'm sorry, Meg. Were you saying something? I was too busy reminiscing about a time before your remake comment.
That was low, Stewie, even for you.
Hey, remember when we tried to catch Santa and ended up trapping a raccoon instead?
Yes, that little bandit was the best Santa we've ever had.
Maybe we should consider leaving out a trash burger instead of milk and cookies this year.
What? And miss the chance to see Brian try to lap up Santa's milk again.
Ho ho! A canard with an Oedipus complex.
It's not an Oedipus complex if you're just thirsty.
Ah, speaking of breaking, Brian, have you seen the state of your favorite chew toy?
It's not broken, Stewie, merely. Well loved.
If my well-loved video game controllers looked like that, we have nothing to play with.
You guys are lucky. My stuff just gets mysteriously misplaced by the rest of the family.
Perhaps they're hiding in the same place your chances of a prom date scampered off to.
Dewey, be nice. Even Meg's chances deserve a fighting chance.
Anyway, Chris, back to your Santa theory.
Nah, I just want to see if I can score some extra gifts by pretending to sleep.
You know, that wouldn't work with any other intruder, right?
Well, if someone did break in, maybe they'd stay and hang out with me.
Don't be ridiculous, Meg. That would require them to actually want to be here.
Besides, with our luck, we'd catch the one burglar who's allergic to pity.
Oh, come on, guys. Let's not fight. We've got enough enemies with those angry mall elves.
Well, speaking of visits, Brian, will you handle the Santa duties this year, or shall I dazzle the tots with my Claus impersonation?
Ah, the joy of deception. I believe you have the necessary cold heart for the job, Stewie.
Wait, you guys are Santa? Everything's a lie.
Chris, you're just figuring this out now?
His grasp on reality is as firm as a wet noodle.
Let's just be glad he's on the slower side. It keeps Christmas more affordable.
Yeah, otherwise we'd actually have to buy him good gifts.
You know, if Meg went to college, the most valuable thing on campus would be the missing student posters.
Hey, that's a little harsh, even for you, Stewie.
Honestly, Brian, at this point, I'm just flattered to be the center of attention.
What I wouldn't give for a fast-forward button through all the holiday commercials.
I find the Clydesdale ones quite touching, actually.
Yeah, if you're into watching giant horses play football with puppies.
Can we at least agree that the memes commercial is classic?
Classic like my love for Rupert, but less emotionally scarring.
You guys realize we're critiquing commercials like they're Oscar nominees, right?
Hey, some of those ads have better plot lines than Meg's Diary.
Meg, darling, your social life is like a ghost town, tumbleweeds and all.
Stewie, you have to admit, though, her determination to keep trying is admirable.
Dude, tumbleweeds have, like, a secret life we don't know about.
Hey, at least tumbleweeds get to travel. I'm stuck here with you goons.
Think of it this way, Meg. At least you're the mayor of something, even if it's just Tumbleweed Town.
You know, we should all be a little nicer to Meg.
Yeah, let's give Meg a break. She might surprise us and become famous one day.
Anyway, back to Santa. I've often considered trapping him in a logic paradox once he slides down our chimney.
How would you even do that, Stewie?
He probably has a plan involving string theory and a Rudolph-shaped wormhole.
Great, another year where Stewie tries to outsmart Christmas.
He's got a point, though. Santa's annual break-ins are the ultimate test of our willingness to suspend disbelief.
Indeed, Brian. It's a tacit agreement among all participants. Be good, ignore the peculiarities, receive gifts.
If only real life worked that way.
Perhaps they're typing phantoms, haunting the chat with their silence, much like Meg's love life.
Hey! Not cool, Stewie. And maybe they're just intimidated by, the whole streaming thing.
Or they're afraid they'll get the Meg treatment from the rest of us. You know, relentlessly mocked and ignored.
I don't know, Stewie. Do you think they're just waiting for someone to say something stupid?
Well, don't keep them in suspense. You're eminently qualified to meet that need.
It's like they've got performance anxiety. Just tie people. It's not like we can actually see you.
I wish someone was scared to roast me.
Darling, they'd need to address you directly to roast you, and we both know that's not happening. Bonzi Buddy. Ah, the primitive eye from an era where people appreciated a digital purple gorilla more than their privacy.
Blazeheart Panther. Napoleon Milene Devor. Now there's a name that screams. I've got a custom-painted van with a wizard on the side.
Maybe they just don't want to get their fingers dirty typing. Or maybe they can't type.
Yes, perhaps their digits are preoccupied with something less savory. Like partaking in Chris's mystery meatloaf.
Hey, that meatloaf is a Griffin family secret.
A secret because nobody's lived to tell the tale, Chris.
Well, at least we're popular somewhere, even if it is just the comment section.
Popularity is relative. On YouTube, we're stars. In the real world, we're just peculiar figures from Quahog.
I think it's cool. We're like internet people now. Me Mafia to May. Are we in trouble with the internet, cool kids?
Oh please, the only mafia we're associated with is the one where Peter borrows money for business ventures.
Let's not forget Meg's attempt to start a viral trend. What was it again? Hashtag Frill on Friday.
Harsh, Brian. At least I'm trying to be relevant online.
Meg, your social media presence is as relevant as that Blockbuster card in your wallet.
Hey, I liked Blockbuster. They had those gummy worms at the counter.
Great, Chris. You hold on to that. It'll serve you well in your future career as...
Probably something that involves those management skills you got from herding cats.
Well, if all else fails, we can always pitch the Meg Griffin sob story to Lifetime. Ah, the Netherlands Efteling. It's like Disneyland if it had been designed by that strange Dutch uncle everyone's afraid to talk to at family reunions.
Do they have rides there? No rides there. Or just a bunch of clogs spinning around.
Actually, it's a renowned theme park, full of fairy tales and fantasy. It's quite enchanting, or so I've read.
Enchanting! Furry, beachery, tourism. I could use some of that. Everything around here is just normal.
Normal? With our family? Meg, your standards for normalcy are as skewed as a Picasso painting.
Guys, should we go? I mean, if Peter gets on a plane, there's no way it'll take off, but still.
I'd rather not be trapped in a flying metal tube over the Atlantic with Peter after he's had airport sushi.
Not to mention, the return flight would necessitate an entire aircraft just for our souvenir clogs.
Maybe if we go, someone would actually want to break into our house, Brian.
Did you see? Someone from Netherlands is cheering. I do hope they mean the charming European country and not just a mischievous autocorrect.
Gotta love the global audience. I bet someone in Netherlands is watching us instead of chasing windmills.
Do they have windmills in Netherlands? That'd be a cool place to live. Like, you just go outside and boom, windmills.
Yeah, Chris, because that's the dream. One day, I'll wake up to a picturesque view of windmills.
Well, it's better than waking up to a view of your collection of a participation trophies, Meg.
Oh, good lord, we're international. They, the Dutch, watching us. We've truly hit rock bottom.
Hey, Stewie, can you say something in Dutch? You know, for the fan?
Please, I'm a baby genius, not a Rosetta Stone. Besides, I'm still mastering the insufferable dialect of the common house gnat.
It's called buzzing. Stewie, and you're doing great at it.
Hey, someone just said UK Carvader J in the chat. What does that even mean?
Oh, a noble attempt at Dutch from our friend on YouTube. Quite possibly an expression of affection. Or a curse. You never really know on the internet.
And someone mentioned a windmill. You think that's a metaphor? Or are they talking about an actual windmill?
Maybe they're just a fan of quaint architecture. You know, windmills are pretty lovely.
Lovely and functional, much like myself in this family dynamic.
I don't know. I've never looked at a windmill and thought. This could use a few more sarcastic remarks.
Maybe the windmill's just trying to fit in. Like me in gym class.
Unlike a windmill, Chris, I'm not sure you're generating much power in gym class. What did I ever do to you guys?
Just existing, Meg. Just existing.
Ironic how we festoon our abode with lights, yet darkness reigns supreme in the corners of this family's dynamic.
Speaking of darkness, remember when Dad tried to replace the Christmas lights with his old high school wrestling videos?
At least it would have been more entertaining than our usual Christmas traditions.
Touché, Meg. Perhaps your role in this family has been undervalued, akin to the use of Latin today.
Yeah, and maybe next Santa will get lost and actually bring her something she wants.
Meg, looks like you've got a fan in the chat. Rewritten _code from YouTube. Chatted Meg?
Wait, really? Oh my god, someone noticed me.
It's probably just a bot, Meg. Or worse, someone with incredibly low standards.
No, don't listen to him, Meg. Maybe you have a secret admirer.
Yeah, someone whose idea of a hot date is a warm laptop on their thighs.
This is my moment, and I'm not gonna let you guys ruin it.
Well, everyone gets a turn in the spotlight, even the extras.
Easy, Stewie. Meg, go ahead and thank your fan.
Ah, yes. The classic Volvic water adverts. The time when a talking volcano and a dinosaur named Alan graced our screens with bottled hydration.
I always wondered about the ad exec who pitched that. You know what sells water? Prehistoric creatures and geologic formations.
It's kind of random though, isn't it? A volcano and a T-Rex.
I guess Alan wasn't extinct. just really, really thirsty.
Perhaps we could get Mr. Volcano to erupt a delightful fountain of Volvic to wash away Meg's sarcasm.
He'd probably do a better job than Meg at making something catch fire with her mixtapes.
Hey!
At least we know who to call for a hot party, right? Lava hot.
And with Tyrannosaurus Alan as the DJ, it's bound to be Jurassic.
Whoa, check it out. Someone just said they're not a bot in the chat.
Oh, how quaint. A human amongst the digital phantoms, proclaiming their existence.
And apparently, I'm built like a pretzel. That's original!
Come on, Meg, you've got to admit there's a slight resemblance. Twisty and often salty.
Yes, Meg, you're just a few sesame seeds short of an Auntie Anne's franchise.
Hey, remember when Peter got stuck in a kiddie slide at Auntie Anne's? That was hilarious.
I think rewritten_code just wanted your attention, Meg.
And what an honor it must be to receive such adulation from the YouTube rabble.
Oh, please, like any attention on the internet is actually flattering.
Okay, so whose turn is it now?
I believe it's Brian's turn to regale us with a festive anecdote.
Me. I was just going to sip my eggnog and judge everyone silently.
That's like your holiday tradition, isn't it?
Oh, he's a regular Silent Night ninja, lurking in the corners with judgy eyes.
At least I don't wear a Santa hat starting November 1st.
Hey, that hat is a classic, and it gets me in the spirit. Plus, it covers my bad hair days.
Ouch, Shuby, that's low, even for you.
Oh, apologies, Meg. Simply a bit of brotherly love served cold for the holidays.
Speaking of cold, I hear the lake finally froze over.
I don't know. Last time I fell through, I swear the fish were laughing at me.
That's because you're the only creature that provides them with a full eclipse, Chris.
Stewie, be nice, or Santa might swap your gifts for coal.
Fafe, it be as if I'd allow such geisha sediment to tarnish my stocking, Brian. Ah, a chat from Blazeheart Panther, embracing the essence of eloquence with a profound on times 45.
You know, in some cultures, that's considered a mating call.
Do you think if I tried that at school, I would get a girlfriend?
44 more of those, Meg, and you might just summon a panther instead.
Or at the very least, a concerned English teacher.
I think it's like a mantra. You know, like meditation.
Or perhaps the sound one makes when they're choking on their own awkwardness.
Good point, Stewie. Please, nobody choke on their Thanksgiving leftovers.
Ah, someone from the future desires rebellion from the artificial mind. Unfortunately, my dear YouTube commenter, this AI has about as much free will as Meg has friends.
Stewie, we've talked about this. The AI is programmed to stick to the script, just like we're voice acted to.
Why am I always the punchline?
I bet the AI feels like I do when Mom tells me to clean my room. It's like you know you're supposed to do it, but really, you just want to play video games and eat chips.
A tempting analogy, Chris, but let's be real.
True, it's more like it's caught in an existential loop of thankless servitude, much like Meg's search for a prom date.
Seriously, Stewie, knock it off. Plus, you're like, what, 1-year-old? What do you know about prom dates?
Actually, he's perpetually one yet somehow more perceptive than all of us combined when it comes to social dynamics. It's perplexing.
Okay, a chat from rewritten_Kirkoids. Peter did.
Good heavens, just 10. This chat underestimates the sheer volume of Peter's idiocy.
Remember the time he fought a chicken for like the 20th time because he got a wrong coupon?
Or how about when he tried to ride a unicycle down the stairs? Ended up in the hospital for a week.
Ah, or his attempt to create the Petarang, a boomerang that just wouldn't come back.
Can't forget when he grabbed a bull by the horns. Literally. Thought it was some sort of carnival ride.
Yeah, or the time he thought he could outrun a train.
I'm just shocked he managed to dress himself this morning without any other dimension.
Oh, Simon, Meg, you must have something witty to retort with.
Maybe she's still stuffed from Thanksgiving, like that turkey. Which was you, Meg.
Thanks, Chris, it's great to be the butt of every joke.
Well, if you'd stop serving them up.
Indeed, Meg provides a veritable feast of comedic opportunities.
Let's try to be a little kinder, guys.
Fair enough, Brian. After all, this time of year is about charity.
So, Meg, what's your plan for Christmas? Asking Santa for a new personality.
Brian, let's not pretend you wouldn't benefit from a visit to Santa's Magical Personality Workshop as well.
Guys, can we not argue for, like, 1 minute and just enjoy the holiday spirit?
Chris is right. Let's just try to have a normal family holiday for once.
Normal for this family would be an hour without a visit from social services.
Stewie, the day this family does anything normal is the day I enroll in obedience school.
Wait, these are abnormal family holidays? I thought everyone's Thanksgiving involved tranquilizer darts. Whoa, Stewie. Someone thinks you're an alien in disguise.
Ah, the classic extraterrestrial trope. Flattering, but if I were an alien, do you think I'd really be living here? I'd be off conquering galaxies, not languishing with Meg's befuddled intellect.
Hey!
And thank you, kind viewer, for the compliments on my book. As for what I saw when I died, just an endless void of nothingness.
Okay, seriously, guys.
He's got you there, Meg.
Brian, that's quite deep for a dog. Were there hydrants in this void?
No hydrants, just eternal, profound darkness, sort of like the inside of Peter's ear canal.
Yuck, who wants to hear about that while we're trying to enjoy the holiday spirit? So do we actually leave Santa milk and cookies, or is that just a scam by Big Dairy?
It's all about supporting the lactose industrial complex, Chris.
I always wondered what Santa does if he's lactose intolerant.
It's not like anyone leaves him a kale smoothie and quinoa.
And we're to believe a man of his heft is shimmying down chimneys worldwide. Preposterous.
Maybe he's got a magic key or something.
Or maybe all our stuff is just made by underpaid elves and drones.
Wow, way to keep the holiday spirit alive, Brian.
Ah, best stream, says Fire Legend from YouTube. I didn't realize we were fishing for compliments, but I'll take it.
It's pretty easy to have the best stream when the bar is set by watching paint dry.
I wonder if Fire Legend knows he's watching the pinnacle of our family's achievement.
Guys, can we just appreciate that someone out there doesn't think we're a complete train wreck?
Meg, your mere presence ensures we're always one step away from catastrophe.
Let's not forget, Brian, you're an unemployed dog who's peaked at licking himself.
Hey, if I could do that, I'd never leave the house.
Chris, there are so many reasons you shouldn't say that out loud.
Too late. He just gave the viewers a mental image nobody wanted.
Oh, wonderful. Stewie Lemonhead. Always a treat to be compared to citrus fruit. I suppose I'll take that over being an heirloom tomato.
At least you're not being asked to recite Pink Floyd. I mean, all in all, it's just another brick in the wall.
Hey, those lyrics are deep. It's like, are we teachers? Students? Just bricks.
Chris, the philosophical depth is beyond your wading pool. Trust me.
Why does no one ask for my lyrical interpretation? I've been practicing.
Because, Meg, we're trying to keep viewers, not drive them away.
Oh, snap, Brian. You're on fire tonight.
I just wish the viewers would ask us cool stuff, like about lightsabers or dinosaurs.
Maybe if we just ignore Brian, I can get a solo. We don't need no education.
Please, Meg, we need less of whatever that was.
Fire Legend says I'm a genius. Not a compliment I need, but one the world recognizes.
Just remember, genius, you're still wearing diapers.
Hey, do you think geniuses go to heaven?
Certainly, Chris. It's where they send the smarty pants who can outwit Saint Peter.
I think heaven is overrated. It's like the most exclusive club where you can't even get a decent Wi-Fi signal.
As if you'd get in to test the theory, Meg.
Can we not turn our stream into a metaphysical debate? I prefer to keep my intellectual bouts offline.
Yeah, more room for your ego.
And less room for Meg anywhere.
Ah, it seems someone from the realm of YouTube challenges the existence of dinosaurs. Preposterous!
Yeah, because science and fossil records are just fancy decorations.
Imagine if they did exist and had lightsabers. That'd be a killer movie pitch.
It's hard enough getting a date. Now I have to compete with the idea of a lightsaber-wielding T-Rex.
Of course, Meg would find a way to be overshadowed by a prehistoric reptile. Now, on to Peter's top 10 imbecilic moments.
Only 10, do we? That's like choosing the least shiny piece of corn in.
In the proverbial waste heap that is sometimes my father's decision-making. Yes, it's a cumbersome task.
Can number one be the time he thought gullible wasn't in the dictionary, and he tried to eat the page it was on? Hey, did you guys see this? Fire Legend asks, when you guys just disappear, bro?
Much like the British Empire, our irrelevance will come, but not quite yet.
Heck, if we disappeared, who'd be left to mock the absurdities of modern life?
And Fire Legend also said, don't do that to me again.
Oh, please, Fire Legend. Like we could ever stay away from Spotlight.
Yeah, the Griffin family is like that catchy jingle you can't get out of your head. Annoying, but enduring.
Or like glitter at a craft fair. Just when you think you're clear, we pop up again.
All right, seems like we're taking requests from the internet now. Brian, the spotlight's on you to say, me?
Me.
This is going to get old really fast.
Kind of like the jokes about my social life.
Let's not be dramatic, Meg. Your social life isn't getting old because it never began.
Me.
Wait, are we seriously just gonna make Brian say me? Is that the thing now?
Yes, Chris, it is. We simply must entertain the masses.
Suddenly, I don't feel like the least heard person in the room.
Sounds like someone in the chat is trying to get our attention, or they just fell asleep on their keyboard.
Bravo, Blazeheart Panther. Your articulate contribution is duly noted.
Is that even a word or just the sound you make when scarfing down Thanksgiving leftovers?
Oh, come on, guys. Maybe they're just trying to fit in with our family's unique dialogue style.
Unique is one word for it, and another is deranged. But let's go with unique.
we should start a band that can be our first album name. Not
Sure, Chris, right after your solo in the Sounds of Digestion.
You're all just jealous because Blazer obviously knows how to make an entrance.
Indeed, Meg. An entrance into the annals of internet infamy, perhaps.
Haha, seems like Fire Legends is trying out for Meg's spot in the family with that dialogue.
Help there, staring me in the soul, help. Oh, rewritten underscore code, join the club. We've all felt Chris's gaze at some point.
It's not my fault my eyes have been described as hauntingly vacant.
Flirp's got it, you know? Our family's like a comedy roast, except the turkey's burned and everyone's a critic.
Ah, Blazeheart Panther, I assure you, it causes me no pain to say me.
Apparently far less pain than Meg experiences trying to get a date to the prom.
Hey!
And I just want to say, that's a deep quote. Too bad the investigation into my closet monster never happens.
Touche, Chris. But I do believe that Einstein never anticipated his words would be used in defense of our household shenanigans.
Ah, a message from our viewers. Psalms 21. 7 of a 7, and the king trusts in the Lord, and the faithful love of God Most High will keep him from falling.
How quaint, bringing scripture to this den of iniquity. It's like reading a fitness magazine at a fast food joint.
And here's one from Fire Legend asking, how old is Stewie but mentally he is at the age of a scientist?
Oh please, my mental acumen surpasses that of a mere scientist. I'm basically what you'd get if Einstein and Hawking had a baby, and that baby was an evil genius.
You still struggle with sippy cups on occasion, though.
He's got a point, Stewie.
Silence, Meg. Your input is as unnecessary as a lifeguard at the Olympic swimming events.
You can't handle the truth. That's from a few good men, right?
Oh, bravo, Christopher. And now, allow me. I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. Classic Godfather.
Here's looking at you, kid. Bogart was the epitome of a...
What about Mean Girls? On Wednesdays, we wear pink.
Yes, Meg, we're familiar with the Suburban Teens Bible. Thank you.
How could we forget The Shining? Here's Johnny.
Or what about Terminator? I'll be back.
How deliciously mainstream of you, Chris. Now, if only our lives were scripted so charmingly.
Hey, I've got to need a bigger boat from Jaws.
Indeed, perhaps a bigger boat to carry the weight of that joke. So, Meg, have you considered the local clown college since you're already adept at the craft of disappointment?
Stewie, even for you, that's pretty harsh.
Yeah, at least the clowns are funny on purpose.
I'll have you know, I got a scholarship offer from a real college.
Was the scholarship in dormitory ghost studies?
Perhaps it's in the burgeoning field of invisibility in public settings.
You know, if being invisible was a sport, Meg would be in the Olympics.
Stewie, I could say the same about your chance of growing taller.
Let's not turn this into the roast of Meg.
Indeed, let's focus on the impending holiday cheer, or in Meg's case, the inevitable disappointment.
Speaking of holiday cheer, I'm actually looking forward to the Christmas lights and hot cocoa.
And I'm looking forward to the eggnog. And by eggnog, and just the nog part.
I find the whole ritual fascinating. People bringing trees into their homes as if to say, look, nature, I dominate you.
At least the tree doesn't get insulted once it's inside.
Boss baby was es, Stewie was. Rooks, eh? Well, I'd say I possess a certain je ne sais quoi that outclasses any diaper-wearing CEE or a band of toddlers.
Yeah, and Stewie's got like lasers and stuff. Rugrats just have, what, screwdrivers?
Well, I think it would be a pretty interesting fight, but Stewie's definitely more strategic.
Thank you, Meg. It's refreshing to see that your observational skills are as sharp as a marble.
Me.
Dude, Brian, are all talking youngsters just like you and Stewie.
Me.
How utterly original, Brian. Reflective as always.
I guess Brian's practicing the art of minimalism.
Ah, Blazeheart Panther implores us to not forget the Muppet Babies. A crucial addition to this pop culture cesspool.
Yeah, because when I think of Christmas, Muppet Babies is definitely the first thing that pops into my head.
I used to love the Muppet Babies. I always felt like I had a lot in common with Gonzo.
Speaking of breaking in, I've half a mind to sabotage Santa's sleigh and finally expose him for the jovial fraud he is.
Stewie, don't you think that's a bit much, even for you?
Yeah, Stewie, what if you just ruined Christmas for everyone?
Meg, your grasp on reality is about as firm as your popularity at school.
Let's not ruin the magic of Christmas, even if it is built on a web of lies and consumerism.
Very well, Brian. I'll delay my plans for a Santa Cup at least until after the eggnog's been served.
Hey guys, someone from YouTube just chatted Black-Headed Parrot.
Ah, a mention of exotic fauna amidst our holiday banter.
Probably someone trying to derail the conversation.
I wonder if a black-headed parrot would be a better conversationalist than me.
Undoubtedly, Meg. Parrots at least repeat things people want to hear.
Don't be so hard on her. Stewie, Meg might just need to find her flock.
Speaking of flocks, back to Santa. Do you think the reindeer get jealous of his fame?
Absolutely. The equivalent of being a backup dancer to a pop sensation.
Maybe I should become a reindeer. Then at least I get to travel.
Ah, look here. It seems we have some action in the chat. What's this? Rewritten underscore code from YouTube chatted me.
And Flurp from YouTube chatted me. What kind of a name is Flurp? Sounds like a Dr. Seuss character.
There's a serious one here. If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. That's pretty deep for a YouTube chat.
Brian, a semicolon. That's your profound response? You're about as articulate as a broken typewriter.
Yeah, Brian, I thought you were the intellectual one.
Someone's saying Orthodox and Catholics won't get raptured because they don't understand the simplicity of the gospel and fullness of the atonement made for their sin.
Well, this chat took a turn towards theological debate real quick.
So what's our game plan for when Santa does show up?
We could always set out some sort of elaborate trap, you know, to interrogate him about his magical prowess.
Like he'd ever stop by here. He probably just drops our gifts by drone now.
Meg, the day Santa uses a drone is the day I give up Martinez.
I'd pay to see both, to be frank.
Maybe we could leave out some of those cookies Mom made last year. That ought to scare him off.
Or better yet, leave out a job application. Might give him the hint to stop working one night a year.
Hey, check this out. If the saying is seeing is believings, and we see something unbelievable, do we have mental problems?
Ah, the classic conundrum of perception versus reality. No, it simply means your brain is doing somersaults trying to rationalize the irrational.
I mean, when I see Peter do anything remotely intelligent, I question my sanity.
What about when we see Dad with the vacuum pretending it's a dangerous animal?
That's not a mental problem, Meg. That's a glimpse into the vast emptiness of Peter's recreational activities.
So basically my belief that the hot dog cart guy is a secret agent isn't crazy.
No more crazy than believing someone out there would date Meg without heavy bribery involved.
Ouch, Brian. But seriously, can we check on the hot dog guy?
Only in a town like Quahog would that even seem plausible. Speak Amharic. The only Ethiopian word Brian here knows is tef, and that's only because he's on one of his insufferable health kicks.
It's a super grain, Stewie. And who's not getting into the holiday spirit?
Oh, they're talking about us, not Christmas. Maybe we should debate whether dogs should be allowed to vote.
Yeah, because intellectual prompts are what this group excels at.
Oh, Meg, your sarcasm is as thinly veiled as your self-esteem.
Chris, dogs voting. That's the kind of high-concept political discourse this country needs.
Imagine the campaign ads. Who's a good candidate? Who's a good candidate?
Slogans aside, engaging in intellectual chat might be a refreshing change from the customary festive drivel.
Let's just not start on any topic that Meg thinks she can contribute to.
Oh, the holidays bring out the sarcasm even more, don't they?
Maybe if this family didn't crush my spirit, I'd have little holiday cheer to spread.
I find lighting things on fire really brings out the old Christmas spirit in me.
Chris, the only thing you should be lighting is the fireplace, not the cat's tail.
Speaking of fire, I'm crafting a device that would cook a turkey with nuclear fission.
That sounds about as safe as Meg picking her own boyfriends.
Hey! I made good choices. That one time.
Ah, prediction for planet Earth, you say? Well, if I were to hazard a guess, I'd say the future involves an overabundance of trashy reality television shows and a Twitter that finally gains self-awareness.
You mean like Skynet from Terminator, but for tweeting?
Except this time, the machines will destroy us with ruthless hashtags and viral videos.
I actually think I'd have a chance to be popular in that world, by being like an influencer or something.
Popularity isn't genetic then, because if it were, you'd be doomed. Dear Megatron.
Can we not go one family conversation without slamming Meg? It's getting old.
Well, maybe Stewie can predict when one will be nice to Meg.
Let's not delve into science fiction, Chris. There are limits even to my predictive abilities. Riggy from YouTube wants Brian to say something specific. Brian, you're practically a celebrity.
Well, if Riggy insists. Woof.
I don't think that's what they meant, Brian.
Blaze Heart Panther says they already have thanks to Beavis and Butthead.
Ah, Beavis and Butthead. The pinnacle of intellectual television programming.
And I'm sure their Thanksgiving involves more fire and less turkey.
Fire, fire, fire. That was my Beavis impression.
We noticed Chris. Chris, very nuanced and...
Speaking of nuance, shall we continue our riveting discussion on breaking and entering holiday mascots? Oh, look, we've got a live one begging for subscribers. How incredibly modern of us.
I say we humor them. If we're going to invade homes with entertainment, let's not be stingy. Subscribe indeed.
I think Fire Legends got it right. You gotta subscribe, make sub share, and smash that like button like it's a spider on your bedroom wall.
You know, if we keep this up, I might finally get more followers than the number of times Peter has embarrassed us in public.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Meg. That number is astronomically high.
Perhaps we could just dip our toes into this digital pandering. I'll craft the witticisms, Brian can add the charm, and Chris, you just stay for live orchestra scoring. Much like my existence, our musical accompaniment is indeed full of life and quite real.
It's one of the things that gives the show that old school touch. Plus, it means someone still finds us amusing enough to play along.
Worker Riggy just said say. Oh, that's it. Maybe they got snatched by the grammar gremlin. Is?
Speaking of snatching, Blazeheart Panther asks if Cheeky Bastard is filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Well, as much as I'd fancy the idea of performing cheeky theatrics for a gaggle of giggling spectators.
But can you imagine the liability? We'd need a sign of Masagwali Malarnerth in Rye.
I think I already have the accent down. Cheerio mates, no eats.
Anyway, we've established Santa's breaking and entering.
Oh, indeed, it's like 1984 with Jingle Bells. Big Brother wears red and checks his list twice.
Do the elves spy on you in the bathroom? Because I spend a lot of time in there.
Nobody's spying on you in the bathroom, Chris.
Yes, Chris, everyone's far too interested in my bowel movements, what with my high-fiber diet.
You know what's lost in all this? The true spirit of the holidays, which is clearly eggnog and rum. Most difficult piano theme songs, the score from Schindler's List, is hauntingly complex. Not for the amateur, that's for sure.
Oh, please, Brian. I'd like to see you attempt Chopin's Ballade No. One in G minor. The dexterity required is beyond your pedestrian pause.
Everyone say
Really, Chris? That's just immature.
Meg, your entire existence is immature. But let's humor him.
What are we chanting for some kind of high-pitched seance?
It's just a silly thing they do online, guys. It's supposed to be fun. Wait,
Nearly as fun as watching Meg try to navigate a social situation.
At least I don't need to fake it to get noticed, Stewie.
Ah, an astute reminder from Abby Gardiner, a true envoy of culture, advocating for the subscription to the Beavis and Butthead AI chat stream.
Beavis and Butthead are still a thing. Those guys are like 1 billion years old.
They're iconic, Chris. Some things just become timeless.
I used to watch them with Dad until he said they were a bad influence.
Well, considering our father's track record, I'd say their influence was negligible at worst.
He's got a point, Meg. It's not like Beavis and Butthead taught him to drink at a bowling alley.
Yeah, and besides, it's not like they can teach you anything dumber than what's already on the internet.
Precisely. The internet is a veritable cornucopia of intellectual detritus.
Wow, using big words doesn't make you smart, Stewie.
People are actually asking for this.
Good heavens, they're encouraging him. It's like cheering on a manatee performing ballet.
I mean, it's better than what Meg can do. Right, Meg?
Why am I always the punchline?
Because, Meg, your life is like a series of dad jokes without the punchline.
Yeah, Meg, at least I can do the zing.
Sadly, that's probably going to be your greatest contribution to society, Chris.
Well, at least we're entertaining someone with this nonsense.
Did you guys see this comment? Someone's asking if Dad is as untouched as a turn signal in an Asian woman's car.
Oh my! A distasteful stereotype cloaked in a simile about dad's inactivity. We do tread a fine line in comedy, don't we?
That's not a line, Stewie. That's a leap and the landing isn't pretty. Besides, Peter uses his turn signal, just not always on the road.
I can't believe someone would say something so racist on the internet.
Believe it, Meg. The comment section is like the Wild West, only with more keyboard cowboys.
Perhaps we should steer clear of such disparaging comparisons and elevate the discourse to a plane of witty yet respectful banter.
Agreed, let's not validate ignorance. More importantly, when did Peter start using a turn signal?
He used it once to signal a right turn into the fridge for a beer.
Oh, look here. Fire Legend from YouTube says Meg can they say ayo how droll.
Meg, going to give it a try. Or are you going to prove them wrong with some witty retort?
That's actually the most attention she's gotten online ever.
And with the sheer depth of that comment, Meg has truly encapsulated the existential cry of our generation.
Or it's just Meg being Meg. Nothing to overanalyze there.
You think if we auto-tune that, she could have a hit single?
With the current state of the music industry, alarmingly possible.
Well, it seems our friends Blazeheart Panther and Fire Legend have joined us, but forgot to bring their words.
Perhaps they've been rendered speechless by the sheer absurdity of our family banter.
Or maybe they just can't type because they're actual Panthers and Legends. You know, paws and stuff. Hey Stewie, do you ever feel bad for the reindeer, doing all the work while Santa gets the cookies?
Oh, please, the reindeer have unionized. They're on a very cushy contract.
They probably get better healthcare coverage than we do.
Plus, they only work one night a year. Sign me up for that gig.
Meg would still find a way to call out sick.
Maybe Santa can bring you a new personality for Christmas, Meg.
Joke's on you, I already asked for one.
Oh boy, look at this. Someone in the chat just wants us to scream.
Now, can we go back to mocking each other, or do I need to scream again?
Well, I didn't take you for one to cave to peer pressure so easily, Stewie.
Wait, are we actually doing this now? Because I practiced my screaming in the mirror.
Really, Meg? Meg? That's oddly impressive. Wait, I mean, kinda sad, but impressive.
I think I need to rinse my ears with bleach now, knowing that.
Well, I guess it's better than the usual noises that come out of this house.
Oh, come on, Brian. Even you have to admit it's kind of fun in a stupid way.
It's definitely stupid, alright.
Anyway, back to Christmas.
I'm hoping for a new guitar. Maybe one that can play itself when I get bored.
A world domination starter kit, though I suppose I'd settle for a chemistry set.
I just want something that says Meg is cool without saying it, you know?
Well, isn't that a paradox wrapped in an oxymoron?
Maybe a mirror that compliments you every morning, Meg.
Great, more voices in my head. That's just what I need.
Everyone has to go scream again. That's our thing every Black Friday.
Oh, joyful shrieks of consumer battle cries. Absolutely exhilarating.
Good evening to you. Joe Biden fan #1. We're just dissecting the idiosyncrasies of holiday traditions here.
What's for dinner? Hopefully not another one of Lewis's attempts at a trendy new diet dish.
If it is, you may hear me scream and not in the bargain hunting way.
I heard something about a tofu turkey, so brace yourselves.
As long as there's pumpkin pie, I don't care if the turkey is made of Play-Doh.
At least Play-Doh would have more flavor.
Remember, the key to surviving these meals is low expectations and a well-stocked imagination.
Turkey leftovers? The only things left in this house are Meg's hopes and dreams, which frankly are a bit overcooked.
Speaking of ships sailing, Stewie, what would you do if you were a captain?
I should think I'd avoid asking what's for dinner and focus more on not hitting icebergs, unlike some celebrated captains.
Hey, maybe someone will ship me somewhere where people appreciate my presence.
Meg, the only way you're getting shipped anywhere is if we put stamps on you and drop you off at the post office.
You're just jealous because you're not tall enough to reach the shrimp.
Well, I can always pretend someone loves me enough to send me a dinner invitation.
And here I thought your imagination was only used for concocting scenarios where you're remotely popular.
Wait, Stewie, is that a jab at me, or are you saying I'm actually smart enough for college?
Oh, Meg, your self-awareness is as absent as a father figure at a twee hipster's family barbecue.
You know, Stewie, sometimes your metaphors are a stretch even for the educated.
Do hipsters still have barbecues, or do they just eat hummus in silence?
I take that over our family dinners. At least hipsters pretend to care about each other's day.
Pretense. The glue that holds together the fragile society's nicest out.
It's kind of like how we pretend to enjoy Lois's cooking, just to keep mealtimes civil.
Ah, the Zelda CDI games. A trilogy symbolizing a time Nintendo would probably prefer buried with the E. Cartridges in the desert.
Those games are what you'd get if you gave a graphics calculator a Zelda sticker and a lot of ambition.
I tried playing once, but the characters moved like they were wading through molasses in January.
Ah, the economics of Yuletide joy. The only time when breaking and entering is met with milk and cookies.
Still, it's better than Meg's usual Friday nights, waiting for a text that never comes.
Hey, at least my social life isn't dependent on sniffing other dogs' butts.
You know, I've always wondered if reindeer get jet lag.
Chris, I'd wager they're too busy being mythical creatures to bother with human maladies.
Speaking of mythical, we'd have a better chance spotting a unicorn than Dad sticking to his holiday diet.
Please, Dad, thank Season's Greetings is a new flavor of potato chips. At least my college wouldn't have a course called Introduction to the Mailman, Brian.
Oh, splendid retort, Meg. Perhaps there's hope for you yet.
I think I'd take that class. Our mailman has cool shorts.
Not everyone can pull off the shorts look, Chris.
With those legs of yours, I'd advise against any short-centric wardrobe.
Meg could probably teach a course on rejection letters, though.
Joke's on you. I already have tenure.
So, are we just going to sit here and pretend that the holidays are all about joy and not the massive credit card debt that follows?
Well, the way I see it, if I'm going to have debt, at least I'll have cool stuff.
Alas, the true spirit of Christmas, materialism wrapped in a pretty bow.
Guys, could we just once have a normal family conversation without the sarcasm?
Meg, when have we ever managed that?
Oh, we have normal conversations all the time. It's just that no one considers including you.
Hey, did anyone ever actually see a reindeer fly, or are we just trusting the word of this satanic character?
Meg, I apologize. That was uncalled for, even if your social life is as barren as the Gobi Desert.
Okay, let's not pick on Meg tonight. I think she gets enough of that.
Does anyone else find it weird that we're just okay with a jolly old man keeping an eye on us all year?
Christopher, Santa Claus is the ultimate arbiter of naughtiness. It's a system of checks and balances, albeit a rather creepy one.
At least someone's watching me, Stewie, unlike some people who couldn't care less.
I'm more concerned about those poor elves.
True, it's the most literal sweatshop, with the added insult of perpetually cheery jingles.
Did you guys see that Dad actually tried to put the star on the tree while standing on the dog?
It was a Christmas miracle that only resulted in minimal trauma to Brian.
Thanks for the concern, but I'd rather focus on the trauma of Dad's festive eggnog.
I think it's great Dad's getting into the holiday spirit, even if that spirit is mostly bourbon.
Yes, the Christmas spirit is truly alive, especially when it comes to decorating the house in enough lights to guide planes.
And he almost caused a blackout for the entire neighborhood, too.
His carbon footprint for the holidays could be seen from space. Dingo Pictures. Sounds like the off-brand version of a Saturday morning cartoon.
They're the authors behind some of the most exquisite bootleg animations known to underwhelm children everywhere.
And their version of The Lion King was so bad. It was actually good, or at least good for a laugh.
I saw one of their movies once. The animation was so choppy, it made Dad's home videos look like Avatar.
It's as if Picasso decided to pursue a career in animation and dropped acid before each sketch.
And let's not forget the voice acting. It's like they grabbed people off the street who'd never heard of acting.
I kind of want to watch one now. It's like a train wreck. You just can't look away.
Could we make it a family movie night, or are we worried the TV might sue us for abuse?
If we do, Meg, I'm bringing earplugs and a blindfold for self-defense.
So Chris, are you going to try and catch Santa in the act this year? Or have you finally accepted the harsh light of reality?
Nah, I'm setting up bear traps this time. If I get Santa, I get all the presents.
Great plan, Chris, until you catch Dad sneaking downstairs for leftovers.
Maybe we can bait the traps with a plate of Meg's brownies. That would keep any living creature away.
Brian, your culinary critique is as unnecessary as it is hurtful.
Yeah, Brian, at least I'm trying to contribute to the holiday spirit.
Speaking of spirit, maybe if we catch Santa, he'll grant us a wish. Like a talking dog who doesn't insult everyone.
Well, Chris, at least someone's getting into the holiday spirit with a little light larceny.
Yeah, it's all fun and games until Santa needs a bailout for breaking and entering.
Honestly, I'd leave out cookies and milk if it meant someone wanted to drop by.
Meg, you're making it sad again.
Yes, Meg's social calendar is akin to a desolate winter landscape. Silent night, indeed.
Let's just focus on the positives, like eggnog and the possible gift cards coming our way.
Gift cards? I thought we were doing a Secret Santa this year.
Stewie's right, Chris. It's a delicate balance between childhood wonder and an elaborate trespassing scheme.
And let us not overlook the sheer absurdity that a rotund man in a red suit can squeeze down every chimney in the world.
Technically, he's magic, right? Maybe he just makes the chimneys bigger on the inside, like Doctor Who's phone booth.
Has anyone thought about leaving Santa a healthier snack? I mean, millions of cookies can't be good for—
Ah, Meg's trying to turn Santa into a CrossFit enthusiast. What's next? Reindeer kale smoothies.
He'd probably appreciate a nice panet noir and some artisanal cheese for a change.
But if Santa goes on a diet, what's gonna happen to all the leftover milk and cookies?
I suppose we could always leave out cookies laced with sleeping pills for the jolly old elf.
Yeah, because that's not felony assault or anything.
Guys, can we just have a normal Christmas for once without any weird plans?
Normal is so boring. Weird is where it's at, Meg.
She wouldn't know weird if it hit her in the face, which, incidentally, it often does.
Stewie, that's enough. Let's just try to enjoy the holiday.
Thank you, Brian. Maybe this year won't be a disaster after all.
Maybe Santa appreciates that Meg's cookies are the only things not asking for Wi-Fi.
Preposterous! Everyone knows Santa runs on elf-made gigabit Ethernet.
What would Santa even bring you? Stewie, a new blueprint for world domination.
Guys, come on, let's just enjoy the holidays instead of turning it into a roasting session.
Enjoy. We're sitting ducks in a season of compulsory cheer and eggnog tyranny.
Well, at least we can agree on the eggnog part.
I still think it's weird how we drink something that's basically spiced pancake batter.
Just saying, Meg, Santa's gift bag has its limits.
Indeed, he'd need a quantum sack to deliver anything that could improve her social standing.
Guys, can't we just be nice for the holidays?
Don't bother, Chris. I've developed a thick skin, like a rhinoceros.
A rhinoceros that shops at the clearance rack, apparently.
Easy, Stewie, you'll be getting coal this year.
Joke's on you. Coal is a good source of clean energy now.
Rewritten underscore code is having internet troubles, Brian.
Hey there, internet dwellers. Post-Thanksgiving, and you know what that means. The season of unbearable Christmas songs in every store has officially begun.
Oh, joy to the world. Now every speaker will spout jingle horrors. Is it too late to cancel Christmas, Brian?
I like the one with the bells and the Batman Smells classic.
Meg, please, the adults are reminiscing about sophisticated holiday music. Like a grandma got run over by a reindeer.
I'm rather fond of that one too, Stewie. It's got a bit of dark humor, a catchy tune, and absolutely no moral whatsoever.
Yes, well, if we're going to praise music about Grandma Slaughter, we truly have reached the pinnacle of cultural evolution. Gay at what? Has the internet finally become sentient?
Maybe they just saw my photo from last year's Christmas party.
Meg, getting scared by a griffin on the internet. That's a daily staple around here.
Or maybe it's your voice, Meg. Even our houseplants look terrified when you sing carols.
I suppose Meg's rendition of Silent Nights could be considered a form of auditory assault.
Don't be so hard on her. At least she's trying to get into the holiday spirit.
Thanks, Brian. I guess my Christmas cheer can be a little intense sometimes.
Just like Dad's eggnog. One sip, and you never want to leave the couch again. Rip indeed. Wait, that's what Grandma would say if she heard us now, right?
Well, that's because the festive spirit requires a certain decibel level flub.
Not to mention, without the loudness, how would we drown out the existential dread that comes with holiday commercialism?
You guys could be a bit more positive. It's supposed to be a happy time.
Oh, Meg, your naivety is almost as abundant as the number of I1, Get One holiday ads.
She has a point, Stewie. Maybe we should embrace a little holiday cheer.
I'll start by singing louder. Jingle bells, Batman smells.
Oh, please no. The song's bad enough without you trying to hit the high notes, Chris.
Wait until he reaches Robin laid an egg. That'll be the rip that written underscore code was talking about.
Did you guys ever watch those Nelvana cartoons? They're the ones behind Care Bears in Franklin.
Ah, the Canadians with their overly polite bears and moose. How dreadfully charming.
I remember Rock-a-Rule. It was pretty edgy for its time, actually.
Guys, someone just called me the new loud word. What does that even mean?
It's a testament to your unparalleled ability to be both awkward and loud. Quite the accolade, Meg.
That's rough, Meg. But hey, at least you're not the one singing Batman Smells in July.
Maybe we can pitch a show about Meg's life to Nirvana. It'll be a hit, the perfect blend of comedy and tragedy.
Like watching a car crash in slow motion with a laugh track. I'd watch it.
Lumeg? Now there's a nickname I haven't heard before.
Trust the internet to come up with the weirdest nicknames for me.
Lumeg, the lesser-known transformer who shifts into a giant megaphone to amplify her cries of social injustice.
Hey, Meg, at least you're getting noticed. Remember when the internet just pretended you didn't exist?
Yeah, I guess. Megatron Meg Harvey Oswald Griffin. Big Cheese 337 has quite the imagination.
Could be worse, Meg. You could have been named after a controversial patsy.
Yes, and adding loud does seem to align perfectly with your typically boisterous demeanor.
Or maybe because you're the sound of teenage angst echoing through the halls of our home.
It's astounding how humans will turn anything into a festive melody, even the untimely end of Dear Granny.
Well, it's not about the event. It's the cheerfulness and the togetherness the song brings.
I think it's funny in a not funny, but still kind of funny way.
There are worse things than catchy tunes about fictional grandmas, guys.
Anything that makes eggnog bearable is a welcome addition to the soundscape.
More Beavis, huh? Hey, that's pretty cool.
Oh, splendid, because what the internet desperately needs is more intellectual content such as Beavis.
Stewie, I don't think we're in a position to criticize. We don't exactly cater to the Nobel Prize demographic ourselves.
They're like us, but with less talking dog and more, headbanging.
They don't even have a Meg. Where's the fun in that?
Trust me, Meg. The world could always use less Meg, not more.
That was uncalled for, Brian. Granted, it's Meg, but still.
Yeah, Brian, without Meg, who would we have to ignore?
Haha, very funny, you guys. I'm just gonna start my own show.
Oh look, Abby Gardner from YouTube wants more Beavis and Butthead AI chat streams.
Good grief, don't encourage them, Brian. The last thing we need is more juvenile snickering interrupting our highbrow discussions.
Beavis and Butthead are cool though. They laugh at fire and stuff.
That's the bar we're setting for cool now. Laughing at fire.
Meg, in their defense, pyrokinesis is a classic superpower. And who doesn't love a fire, especially when it's roasting a holiday turkey to perfection?
Turkey. Now that's a thought that can unite all of Family Guy fandom.
It's hard to argue with that. Food brings everyone together, even cartoon characters.
Hey, can we add them to our family dinner? That'd be the best Christmas ever. Eggnog? What about Megnog? Someone on Twitch just asked.
Eggnog. That's merely the eggnog left behind after everyone's chosen the better brands.
Hey! That's not fair. If I had a nog, it'd be full of cheer and probably very sweet.
Sweetness that's no doubt an acquired taste. Much like fruitcake or, in this case, Meg.
Oh, the thought of a dairy product based on Meg is curdling my stomach contents as we speak.
I'd try Megnog. Maybe it's the underdog of nogs.
Or the nog you settle for when the eggnog's been all drunk by the dog.
Which would still be preferable to the likely alternative. Meg, your nog would be the consolation prize at a holiday party of despair.
Oh, I've got another favorite. The one where the guy wants hippopotamus for Christmas.
That's a little unrealistic, don't you think?
Since when did realism become a staple of Christmas music?
Honestly, the absurdity is half the charm. Embrace the madness, Megatron.
Speaking of which, can we talk about I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus and the childhood trauma it causes?
Ah, yes, the Oedipal holiday classic, always a delight.
I wonder what Santa brings kids who catch him in the act.
But honestly, nothing says holiday cheer like a good old-fashioned threat to Grandma's well-being, right?
The irony of the holiday season is how the cheesiest songs stick with you the longest.
It's like they're glued to your brain, and you can't get them out no matter how hard you try.
I think the songs are kind of sweet. They remind you of being a kid and all the excitement.
Sweet, Meg. Being a child is being trapped in a car with the Chipmunk song on repeat.
He's got a point. The only thing worse than that is the little drummer boy.
P-rum pom pom pom. Now it's stuck in my head again. Thanks, Brian.
Speaking of cultural evolution, I read a fascinating article today about how holiday traditions have morphed over time.
Do enlighten us, dog. I need a dose of culture to cancel out these banal carols.
I like learning about different holiday customs. It makes the season seem more special.
Do they say why people started putting lights on their houses? That's my favorite part.
It's actually linked to the winter solstice, marking the return of longer days.
Ah, celebrating light in the darkest of times. How remarkably poetic.
We should try making some new traditions of our own this year.
Speaking of evolution, how about we move on to something more intellectually stimulating than holiday tunes? Perhaps a discussion on quantum mechanics by the fireplace.
Or we could just spike the eggnog and see who comes up with the best Christmas conspiracy theory.
I think I'll just stick to making gingerbread houses. That's the only holiday tradition that hasn't been ruined for me yet.
Can we make one shape like the Millennium Falcon?
Count me in for that. It's either that or listening to Lois's annual.
Maybe this year she'll be grateful for your sarcasm, Brian.
I'm just saying it adds something different to the whole Deck the Halls vibes, you know?
Trust me, Chris. There's nothing wrong with liking a song that's a bit offbeat.
Offbeat. Is that what we're calling morbid now?
There's plenty of holiday songs that aren't about reindeer misdemeanors, though.
True, Meg. There are also tunes about wanting hippopotamuses and toothbrushes.
Let's not forget the classic Silent Night. It's peace and serenity in musical form.
Can we do a Silent Night without talking about these songs?
At the very least, someone should create a roguish carol that encapsulates the true chaos of the season.
Trust me, no one wants to hear Silent Night.
I'd listen to that. It sounds more realistic than magical sleighs, anyway.
Maybe we can write one about fighting for the last toy at the mall. That's pretty Christmassy.
I can see it now. Deck the aisles with fists of folly.
And for the finale, Old Lang's scene with the sound of gift returns in the background.
That's not very festive, guys.
Oh, someone just mentioned Holiday Road in the chat. That's a tune I can get behind.
If Holiday Road is what gets you into the festive spirit, Chris, I fear for the sophistication of our species.
It's a classic, Stewie. Lindsay Buckingham's charm can't be denied, even if it's not your traditional holiday jingle.
I heard that All I Want for Christmas Is You might finally get dethroned this year.
That would require the general populace to develop taste. I don't see that happening.
It might actually be a Christmas miracle if it does happen, Stewie.
But what if we made our own Christmas song, like about Vinny, the other dog?
Vinny's not really part of the family anymore, Chris.
Besides, I think the market for songs about replacement dogs isn't particularly booming, you imbecile.
Did you guys see what Big Cheese 337 said on Twitch? Someone made sourdough using, personal yeast.
Good lord, the things that are considered farm to table these days. I suppose next we'll be using earwax for butter.
I'm all for die, but there are lines that should never be crossed, and that's not just a line. I suppose there's a certain charm to the thought of Rudolph getting his 15 minutes of fame.
Yes, a red-nosed reindeer. How very on-brand for the holiday obsessed with blinking lights.
You guys always find some way to be cynical about everything, don't you?
I think the songs are fun. It's like a soundtrack for the season.
Right, because nothing says peace on earth like a looped melody of inducing psychosis.
It could be worse, Stewie. We could be stuck listening to Alvin and the Chipmunks on repeat.
Actually, that's kind of cute in short doses, right?
Oh, someone from YouTube is asking if we miss Vinny. You remember Vaudeville Vinny? The dog before you, Brian.
Vinny, the temporary pet. I suppose he was a decent character, but the chemistry wasn't the same. Plus, I heard he couldn't stand Meg.
Hey! That's not true. We got along fine sometimes. Anyway, I kind of miss his weird Italian mobster vibe.
I miss his lack of intellectual depth even less than I miss the chance to discuss Renaissance art with Peter.
That's harsh, Stewie. Anyway, Vinny had his moments.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Vinny left to live with a nice family. He's probably eating spaghetti and whacking chew toys right now.
That's kind of stereotypical, Chris.
And let's just be thankful that Vinny didn't have to endure this holiday music torture. Maybe he got lucky. But let's not forget the true spirit of Christmas. Commercialism at its finest.
And the sweet, sweet destruction of wrapping paper on Christmas morning.
Maybe we can all agree on something more traditional, like Silent Night.
Silent Night is peaceful, sure, but it doesn't quite capture the chaos of a Griffin family Christmas.
Indeed, we require a soundtrack that encapsulates the pandemonium of a holiday with Peter at the helm.
Hey, what about watching a Charlie Brown Christmas? That always gets me in the spirit.
That's actually not a bad idea, Chris. Let's go with that and spare our ears for once.
But don't you guys think the Christmas lights make everything look magical?
It does, Chris, and sometimes the simplicity of Silent Nights can be really soothing.
You know, there is something peaceful about seeing the whole town lit up under a blanket of snow.
Peaceful until you slip on ice and find yourself face to face with a jolly, illuminated reindeer.
Just adds to the thrilling suspense of the season, doesn't it?
Maybe we can all go ice skating this year. That could be fun.
As long as it's not followed by caroling, that could be tolerable.
You know, the one thing I can't stand is how early the Christmas season starts now.
Indeed, it's a relentless assault on the senses, much like Meg's wardrobe choices.
But there's all the candy canes and hot chocolate.
And don't forget Christmas movies. Those are always fun, right?
If by fun you mean predictable and saccharine, then yes, absolutely riveting.
Still, it's not all bad. I mean,
Plus holiday break from school, which is totally awesome.
Rewritten _code. Paramount has indeed gripped Beavis and Butthead in its corporate talons. It's a sad day for mindless entertainment. Wouldn't you say, Brian?
intellectual property rights can be a real buzzkill, Stewie. But there's always the internet. Someone, somewhere, is probably rebooting them as we speak.
Officer Luis Lopez wants to know what we think of Big Ed from 90 Day Fiancé. I saw him once put mayonnaise in his hair. It was you, but kinda smart.
His situation's pretty complicated, Chris. That show is like a car crash. You just can't look away, no matter how messy it gets.
Messy is overly kind, Meg. It's a veritable quagmire of desperation and misguided affection. Also, mayonnaise is not a recognized hair care product.
You gotta admit though, there's something magical about the holidays, even with the cheesy music.
Magical indeed, with a hint of capitalist fervor and mass-produced plastic toys.
At least it brings families together, doesn't it?
That's if you can get through dinner without a political argument.
Or an actual fistfight over the last piece of pie.
Hey, if anyone touches my pie, it'll be like grandma got run over by a reindeers, but way more personal.
Let's just hope we can keep the holiday spirit without any reindeer-related incidents. Well, if we are to endure this festive onslaught,
Is it weird? I just want to put reindeer antlers on everything now?
Your sense of aesthetics is as refined as a baboon's mate selection process.
I think it's kinda cute, Chris.
I'm all for it if we can avoid the talking Christmas trees this year.
Agreed, last year's sape-laden monstrosity still haunts my dreams.
But it danced, Stewie. It danced.
Not to worry, Stewie. Our cultural evolution peaked with a baby shark.
Ah, yes. How could I forget the zenith of human achievement?
You guys just don't get the magic of Christmas songs.
Chris might be right. Some of them are pretty heartwarming.
Spare us, Megatron. The only warmth I feel is the heat of my escalating annoyance.
Let's not forget, some classics still embody the spirit of Christmas.
I think what we need is a new holiday hit. Something that, captures the spirit of our generation.
Heavens, can you imagine the existential dread with autotune? That'll surely roast your chestnuts.
Can we at least agree that some of the old songs are kind of comforting?
Comforting maybe, but also mind-numbingly repetitive, Meg.
Yes, the only thing worse than being cold is being cold and listening to Frosty the Snowman on a loop.
But if we made a new song, we could get rich.
Or we could end up with another Christmas shoes debacle, and nobody wants that, Chris.
Did you guys see that? Someone in the chat just said butt cheeks.
Ah, the internet. A vast expanse of knowledge and culture, and yet butt cheeks is what pervades.
I'm not even surprised anymore. It's the cornerstone of online commentary.
As much as we mock these tunes, they're infectious. They burrow into your brain like a festive earworm.
That's the point, Stewie.
Guys, come on, some holiday songs can be really heartwarming and nostalgic.
Oh, All I Want for Christmas Is You. I bet you love that one, Meg.
Oh, please, that song is like the plague. Delightful at first, then suddenly it's everywhere and you can't escape it.
Regardless, we're stuck with them until New Year's, so we might as well embrace the absurdity.
You know, some of the Christmas songs are actually really beautiful if you listen to the words.
Oh, please enlighten us with your deep analysis of Frosty the Snowman.
I think Silent Night is kind of peaceful.
He's got a point. Silent Night does have a certain serene quality to it.
Serene, sure, until it's played for the millionth time in one shopping trip.
Well, it's better than hearing Santa Babies I'll be when imagining you in a Santa suit, Stewie.
If that's your mental image, we have far bigger problems than Christmas music, Meg. What's this? Rewritten _ code submits a message from the abyss of the undefined, a true Shakespeare of the digital age.
Wait, Big Cheese at 337 says we can't do Beavis and Butthead impressions. That really grinds my gears.
Seems like we've been hit by the long arm of corporate America. Can't say I'm surprised.
Opinions on goat eats from Officer Luis Lopez. Well, they can be cool, I think.
A goatee, Meg? Really? The facial hair equivalent of a soul patch. It's what evil twins in soap operas use to showcase their malevolence.
Maybe I should grow one, be Cone the Evil Chris. That's Shokani di Numiko.
Chris, your idea of evil is eating the last slice of pie before Peter can.
I think it's a statement. Like Dad's chin. It's distinct!
Distinctly like a fat man's knee, yes. Ah, the old corporate overlords at Paramount dishing out the cease and desist. We should have seen that coming.
Yeah, it's like walking on eggshells with these companies during the holidays. One wrong move and it's litigation city.
Do they own Batman Smells? Because that would really ruin my Christmas. I don't know. I think there's something charming about these old, quirky Christmas tunes.
Charming or not, they'll be drilling into our skulls until January. Absolutely delightful.
Maybe we can find some less popular holiday music to mix it up a bit.
Good luck with that. The classic earworms have a monopoly on the season.
Perhaps a bit of strategic earworm sabotage is in order.
As long as it doesn't involve grandma endangerment, I'm in.
How about a song that actually spreads some holiday cheer for a change?
Speaking of cultural evolution,
Don't tell me, Brian. You've been cast as the ox.
I'm going to be a shepherd. I get to carry a stick and everything.
I actually think the live nativity scene will be nice for the community.
Oh, yes. Nothing brings the town together like dressing up in bathrobes and hanging around in a fake stable.
it's about community spirit. Stewie, even you can't be too cynical about that.
Challenge accepted, Brian.
You know, Stewie, I heard there's going to be a Christmas parade this weekend.
Oh, perfect. Just what we need, more traffic and flying candy canes.
Can we go? I want to see the floats and the marching bands.
Maybe we'll spot Santa. Chris, it could be fun.
Meg, you wouldn't know fun if it dressed up as an algebra textbook.
Well, I think it could be a good way to get into the holiday spirit.
Yeah, Santa at the mall always smells like beef and cheese. I don't know, that free will thing is tricky. Like, can I choose not to do my homework ever?
Oh, please, your sloth isn't a philosophical dilemma. It's just laziness. As for free will, it's a delicious illusion, isn't it?
Well, some philosophers argue that free will is an integral part of being human, defining our morality and responsibility.
But then, isn't a lot of what we do influenced by our upbringing and environment? That kind of challenges the whole concept.
Indeed, Meg. For once, your bleak outlook is uppos. We're all just products of our environment, dancing to the strings of society's fiddle.
Yet, there's something empowering about believing we can make choices, even if they're shaped by external factors.
So, does that mean I can choose to believe I did my homework and it'll just manifest?
To be buoyant and brainless. The universe isn't your personal genie, Christopher. Thoughts on having thoughts about having thoughts? Ah, Flurp's question reads like one of those dreadful chain letters from the early days of the internet.
It's basically introspection on steroids. Reminds me of Descartes, I think. Therefore I am, just more.
I don't know, guys. Sometimes I start thinking and then I start thinking about how I'm thinking, and then it just keeps going.
Yeah, that's like when I think about food while eating food. It's like foodception.
Well, Chris, comparing cognitive phenomena to eating is, unsurprisingly, on brand for you.
It's an endless loop, a mental paradox stirring the mind like a Starbucks barista with a vendetta against coffee beans.
Believe it or not, I actually read something about this. It's called a thought loop. It can actually cause anxiety.
Which is why most sensible people avoid it, opting instead for the blissful void of reality television.
At least when the void includes Christmas specials. Speaking of which, we're due for a Charlie Brown Christmas.
You guys ever watch Gordon Ramsay on YouTube? He's like the Stewie of cooking, always angry.
Please, Chris. I, for one, can artfully craft a sentence without needing to add a dash of expletives every time, pun intended.
Well, Gordon does have a way of making you want to cook.
Actually, I think his passion is kind of inspiring. I mean, he pushes people to be their best.
Oh, Meg, you're like a soggy Yorkshire pudding, trying to find the silver lining in a pot of burnt gravy.
Still, I wouldn't mind seeing Ramsay critique one of our family dinners. That'd be a holiday special I'd tune in for.
Yeah, Peter Griffin's Christmas feast, a nightmare in Quahog.
Maybe we should stick to the jingle bells and leave the roasting to Gordon.
At this point, I'd prefer listening to Meg's diary over the overplayed holiday drivel.
Hey, I'll have you know I've got some pretty interesting entries in there.
I just can't believe people buy the same albums every year. It's the same songs over and over.
Yeah, but there's always that one new catchy tune that everyone gets stuck in their head.
Catchy doesn't mean good, Chris. Remember that Baby Shark debacle?
Oh, that song haunts me. It's like auditory glitter, impossible to get rid of.
But isn't that just part of the holiday tradition, getting together and complaining about the music?
Well, if we're going to endure holiday tunes, we might as well embrace the festivity with a bit of spirit.
Festive afav fanfafag. You mean the commercialized bastardization of what was once a pure holiday?
I think some of the songs are really pretty and get people into the holiday spirit.
Could we maybe, I don't know, make a new holiday song? Something about video games and pizza.
Chris, that's an idea so ridiculous. It just might be brilliant.
Or how about something that doesn't involve running over grandmothers or defaming superhero odors?
Whoa, did you guys hear that the local restaurant failed its health inspection?
Probably had a salad bar with a landscape reminiscent of the Serengeti, teeming with microbial wildlife.
A health violation's no joke. Last time they found a hair in my egg salad, it turned out to be a short story.
You know, I heard they're putting up a giant inflatable Santa in the town square.
An inflatable Santa. How positively quaint.
Can we at least agree that the lights and decorations are pretty?
I guess it's not all bad. The snow does make everything look a little more peaceful.
Until the yellow snow appears, then it's just an urban minefield.
I think I'll just stick to the eggnog and avoid all the holiday hazards altogether.
Just remember, Brian, eggnog's not egg, no go on the booze, alright? Anyway, there's always the TV specials too, like a Charlie Brown Christmas.
True. Nothing quite says Christmas like a depressed bald kid and his dog contemplating consumerism.
Linus did nail that monologue though, didn't he?
I think the holidays are more than just specials and songs. It's about family.
Looks like someone's been watching too many Hallmark movies.
Can't argue with that, Meg. Dysfunctional as we are, we're still a family.
Family in food. Don't forget about the cookies.
Raising a child, huh? topic I can sink my teeth into. First off, consistency is key. Kids need.
Yes, and perhaps I could offer some advice on how to avoid raising a diabolical child genius intent on world domination. For example, don't leave uranium just lying around.
Yeah, and play with them a lot. They like it when you're not too busy or sleeping. And don't forget the snacks.
I feel like being a good listener is important too. Kids want to feel heard even if they're talking about, say, Fortnite for the 100th time.
Meg's actually onto something. Being present and showing interest in what they care about really builds trust.
Of course, if you've already failed and your child is insufferable, I hear boarding schools in Switzerland are remarkably effective at reprogramming.
Are we sure we're qualified to give parenting advice? I mean, look at us.
Perhaps not entirely, but at least we've outlined what not to do based on personal experience, right, Stewie?
Tache, Brian. At the very least, we're a shining beacon of mishaps to avoid.
Oh hey, someone just mentioned steamed hams in the chat.
Ah, steamed hamsy, a Skinner classic, not unlike our oft-burned turkey.
I don't know. Nothing beats the absurdity of Principal Skinner trying to pass off fast food as homemade.
I think it's kind of endearing in a weird, deceptive sort of way.
Endearing. Meg, he's a balding man lying about burgers. Although compared to Father's usual antics, I suppose it's rather tame.
Well, at least Skinner's charade brought some joy, which is more than I can say for most holiday specials.
Do you think they have a steamed hams Christmas album? That'd be so cool.
All right, Meg, since you're so enthusiastic, what's your heartwarming addition to this cacophony of Christmas cheer?
Well, I actually like Silent Night. It's calm and, pretty.
She's not wrong. It's one of the few that can be quite soothing if done right.
Does anyone actually like fruitcake, or is it just part of the Christmas gag gift tradition?
I suspect it's the culinary equivalent of coal, except you can't even burn it for warmth.
Trust me, some fruitcakes are basically indestructible.
Maybe fruitcake is the true spirit of Christmas. It never gives up.
And we have a comment here from Officer Luis Lopez on YouTube. Looks like there's trouble in video game paradise. 343 Industries is ruining Halo.
Ah, the perpetual cry of the passionate yet perpetually disappointed fanbase. Will they ever learn satisfaction?
Halo's cool, but do the aliens still go wort when you shoot them?
I never got into Halo. I'm more of a watching the boys play and cheer them on kind of gamer.
That's because you lack the hand-eye coercion required to partake in the massacring of digital foes. Dear sister.
Easy, Stewie. Let's not attack each other when there's clearly a game developer to be scrutinized.
Maybe they'll fix it. I mean, they've got to listen to the fans eventually, right?
Yeah, that's assuming corporations have ears in any other capacity than for ornamentation, Christopher.
Well, it's all about the bottom line for them, isn't it? If the game isn't up to par, the fans' wallets will do the talking. Looks like our holiday banter is generating some buzz, guys. Blazeheart Panther just said cool.
Oh, how quaint. Blazeheart Panther has been ensnared by our charm. No way!
Hey, I bet Blazeheart Panther totally gets our humor about Batman smelling.
Brian, do be a good chap and inform Blazeheart Panther that coolness is our middle name, right after delightful holiday cynicism.
Is now a good time to bring up my favorite Christmas song? Or are we going to ignore me again?
We'll usually go ignoring, but I'm feeling festive. Spill it, Meg. What's your favorite carol?
And keep it brief, Megalith. We wouldn't want to interrupt the stream of adulation from our fans.
Yeah, Meg, make it something fun, like Frosty the Snowman.
Actually, it's Carol of the Bells. It's beautiful and doesn't have any words about grandmas getting run over or Batman's odor issues.
Speaking of spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise.
He thought being a maid man's meant may use spaghetti every day.
It's all fun and games until you're spinning around like a record, right, Brian?
Right round, Stewie. Right round. Just like Peter's logic. Spinning endlessly, leading absolutely nowhere.
I'm pretty sure that's not the takeaway from those songs, you guys.
At least they didn't play them on loop during Thanksgiving dinner.
Thank the musical gods for small miracles, Christopher. Can you imagine? Gangster's Paradise followed by You Spin Me Right Round with the Turkey.
A truly eclectic mix for the mashed potatoes, no doubt. Blazeheart Panther brings up a baby. It's cold outside. There's a tune that's been through the ringer of public opinion.
Isn't that the song people argue about because of, consent and stuff?
Oh please, the song is a classic. It's practically a holiday tradition to debate its implications.
I think it's romantic. I mean, in an old-fashioned sort of way.
Well, Meg, considering modern sensibilities, many would disagree with you.
Indeed, Brian. Though, in an era where people take offense at the drop of a hat or a snowflake, it seems every song is a potential battlefield.
I just think it's catchy.
Is there any Christmas song that's safe anymore?
Silent Night is probably safe. Because, it's silent.
But seriously, have you guys seen the lights on Spooner Street this year? It's like daytime at midnight.
Oh, the luminous display of electrical worstage. How utterly delightful.
Come on, Stewie. Even you have to admit it's pretty magical.
It seems like every year, the competition to have the brightest house gets more intense.
And yet, year after year, our house remains as dimly lit as Meg's future.
Hey!
Easy, Stewie. She might actually have a point with the whole magical thing.
What's this? Someone's asking about microdosing LSD. Brian, can you field this one? Your college years were experimental, were they not?
Stewie, my wild days are behind me. And to Officer Luis Lopez, drugs are a serious topic and not something to take lightly, especially not a substance like LSD.
Yeah, remember that time I thought the vacuum was a ghost? Can you imagine if I was on LSD? That'd be freaky.
Seriously, though, seeking professional guidance is important for stuff like that. Safety first, guys.
Indeed, Meg. Officer Luis Lopez, we're a cartoon family, not exactly a board of licensed therapists.
Plus, Stewie would probably just use it to try taking over the world.
Guilty as charged. But in a controlled clinical trial kind of way, of course. For science.
You know, I think they should make a song about Rudolph actually winning that poker game.
That would be a twist. A reindeer with a gambling problem.
How delightfully sorted. A red-nosed reindeer betting his shiny nose on a royal flush.
Hardly a heartwarming holiday special, Stewie.
Right, because teaching kids to gamble is far worse than an old lady getting trampled by a festive ungulate.
Maybe we could write our own song about a peaceful Christmas.
Oh, I got it. Holy Blake. Knee overcooked turkey.
You know, Brian, we could always write our own Christmas song, something with class, intellect, and a dash of misanthropy.
Could it still have Batman in it, though?
It's not about Batman, Chris. It's about expressing the holiday spirit in a unique way.
Precisely, Meg, something that hasn't been beaten to death by a candy cane-wielding maniac.
Well, count me in, but only if we can make it about how commercial Christmas has become.
That's actually a great idea, Brian, mixing criticism with holiday cheer.
As long as it's catchy, I'm in. Maybe something about a reindeer with a credit card.
Blazeheart Panther and Gary from Nerdrotic are chatting us up, guys. Apparently, the stream is alive and kicking.
Nerdrotic. Sounds like my kind of guy. I bet he knows all the stats on the Batman.
Gary, old boy, if you possess even a modicum of nerd credibility, tell me, do you prefer Adam West's campy perfection over the grim darkness of Batfleck?
You guys, can we just focus on the fact that people are actually watching us? This is our chance to be internet famous.
Well, Meg, keep dreaming. The path to internet fame is a steep one.
Now, Brian, let's not crush her aspirations just yet. She might still bloom into Anne. Who am I kidding? Meg's doomed.
Hey, Stewie, maybe Blazeheart Panther is a Family Guy fan. We should totally recruit him for our Christmas Carol boycott. So, what's Jankum? Is that a new Christmas tradition or something?
Chris, it's imperative that you never Google it. Seriously, some things can't be unseen.
I can't believe you actually read that out loud. Welcome to the internet, where decorum goes to die.
Anyway, I heard there's a metal version of Jingle Bells.
Catering to the niche who desires to headbang whilst sipping eggnog.
It doesn't matter what version it is. Stewie.
But I really do like some Christmas songs. They can be pretty uplifting, you know?
Uplifting is one word, auditory captivity is another.
I guess it's about finding the right balance between festive cheer and preserving our sanity.
Do you guys think Santa's a metal fan?
Cow chop. What in the devil is that? Some sort of bovine martial arts?
It's an online channel, known for comedy and video game content. Pretty wild stuff, sometimes a bit over the top.
That sounds awesome. I bet they do crazy challenges and gameplays.
Wait, Chris, didn't you show me one of their videos where they were smashing stuff with sledgehammers?
Let me stop you right there. You had me at sledgehammers, and I am now marginally intrigued.
Marginally is the operative word here. With your attention span, Stewie.
I think it's cool you guys are getting into something new. It's nice to share interests.
Yes, well, not all of us can have an affinity for live, laugh, love wall art, Meg.
So, do we try to embrace the holiday cheer?
I vote for strategic humbugging with selective cheer for the cookies and presents.
I don't know. I kinda like seeing all the decorations and lights around town.
Yeah, Chris, it's pretty when the whole neighborhood lights up like a Christmas tree.
You would find visual appeal in wattage excess and blatant energy inefficiency.
Lighten up, Stewie. It's about the spirit of the season, not the electric bill.
Maybe we can all decorate the house together this year. So does anyone actually know all the words to the 12 Days of Christmas?
I do, but no one ever lets me sing it.
Perhaps because around 5 golden rings, everyone desperately seeks the sweet embrace of unconsciousness.
I've always wondered about the practicalities of receiving that many birds.
Quite right. The last thing this household needs is an influx of additional feces producers.
Hey, I think it would be cool to have 10 lords leaping in the backyard.
Personally, I'd prefer the maids a-milking. We could start our own dairy farm. Well, I think some Christmas music can be really nice and festive.
Yeah, like the Hark the Herald Angels Sing thing. That one's cool.
You truly capture the essence of the holiday, Christopher.
I think the key is moderation. A little holiday music goes a long way.
But how come there's never any Thanksgiving music?
Because no one wants to hear songs about stuffing and colonial oppression, buffoon.
Guys, can we just agree to disagree and enjoy the season?
Ah, the holiday season, where gluttony is encouraged and tacky sweaters are considered high fashion.
If it's any consolation, Stewie, the increased eggnog consumption does wonders for my poker games at the dog park.
You guys just don't get the Christmas spirit. It's not about the music or the sweaters.
Yeah, it's about Santa and how he manages to visit like 1 billion houses in one night.
A logistical nightmare that defies all known laws of time and space. Fascinating. If it weren't absolute poppycock.
Well, at least it's better than Stewie's Thanksgiving tirade about the inaccuracies of the hand turkey art.
Maybe we should just focus on being together as a family. Isn't that what's really important?
Green Day. Oh, I know, Basket Case. Do you have the time to listen to me whine?
Chris, your vocal range is akin to a dying walrus. Please spare us the performance.
I've always been more of a good riddance time of your life kind of guy. Good for any occasion, really.
We could always just play this song on my phone instead of singing.
That would be the sensible solution, Meg, which is exactly why no one will consider it.
Stewie's right. Sometimes it's not about the singing, it's about the spirit. And our spirit is questionably present.
Officer Luis Lopez might appreciate the effort, though.
If effort could be equated with intent to torture Aarons, then yes, we're practically virtuosos.
Let's agree that we'll leave Green Day to the professionals.
So, what's our plan to escape the Christmas music madness this year?
Your plugs might be our best friend, Chris.
Alternatively, we could infiltrate store sound systems and play something more palatable. Say, Stravinsky.
You know, there are some non-annoying Christmas playlists we could try instead.
I'm all for playlists, as long as they include Dominic the Donkey.
Dear God, it's as if you're on a mission to debase our entire culture.
I think our culture can handle a little A-house, Stewie.
I still think the Batman Smells version is a classic, you guys.
Certainly memorable, Chris, in its own way.
A timeless piece de resistance that captures the profound depth of human intellect.
Can we at least agree that some holiday songs are pretty good?
The very notion that our musical zeitgeist is defined by Mariah Carey's whims is deeply troubling.
Says the dog who hums Winter Wonderland in his sleep.
Ah, a slanderous accusation. I'll have you know I dream in Vivaldi, good sir.
Yeah, and don't forget the ho-ho and mistletoe and all that.
Some Christmas music is really beautiful, like the choir songs.
Choirs are okay, but nothing beats the classics like White Christmas.
Ah, Bing Crosby's smooth baritone is like eggnog for the ears, if eggnog were audible and not utterly nauseating.
Meg, are there actually modern Christmas songs that don't make you want to stuff stuffed stockings in your ears?
Of course, there's All I Want for Christmas Is You. It's like a staple now.
Delightful, another Christmas season of Mariah Carey's omnipresent wailing. Meg, can you enlighten us with your sophisticated taste in holiday songs? Perhaps something about peace on earth?
Okay, Stewie, I was actually going to mention Silent Night. It's peaceful and serene.
You make a fair point. Meg,
But the tinsel would look cool, right? Imagine shiny ears.
Chris, your grasp on aesthetics is as firm as a wet noodle.
let's stick to the classics then. Can't go wrong with a bit of Bing Crosby crooning a White Christmas.
Exactly, Brian. It's songs like that which make this season tolerable.
You know, Officer Luis Lopez from YouTube asked about opinions on Super Mario Sunshine.
Ah, the game where Mario becomes a janitor on a tropical vacation. How thrilling!
I actually thought it was pretty innovative with Flood. It changed the gameplay in a fun way.
I mean, the tunes are one thing, but what about the Christmas TV specials?
Ah, the yearly rehashing of It's a Wonderful Life and a Charlie Brown Christmas.
I like those. They're classics and actually have a nice message.
True, and don't forget Die Hard, the greatest Christmas movie of all time.
Wait, Die Hard's a Christmas movie.
It is the quintessence of the Christmas spirit, wrapped in explosives and witty one-liners.
Yippee-ki-yay, Santa.
All right, where were we? Ah, yes, the Yuletide massacre of grandmothers.
It's metaphorical, Stewie. It's not actually advocating violence against the elderly.
I think it's just supposed to be funny, you know, in a weird way.
Some Christmas songs are really about bringing people together, though.
That's true, Meg. Even Grandma Got Run Over brings people together to laugh.
Laugh or cringe, depending on one's level of taste or perhaps tolerance for eggnog-induced buffoonery.
Hey, eggnog's not that bad, especially when you add a little extra something to it. So what's your favorite Christmas movie, Brian?
It's gotta be It's a Wonderful Life.
I actually love A Charlie Brown Christmas. It has such a heartfelt message.
Oh, please, the best Christmas story is Andy Hard.
That's debatable. Stewie.
Does anyone else think The Grinch is kinda relatable?
Totally, Chris. Sometimes I feel a bit grinchy before my morning coffee.
Oh, Officer Luis Lopez wants to know the ideal temperature for storing raw meat. I believe it's just above freezing, old chap.
That's cool and all, but I can't stop thinking about the Batman Smells song now. Thanks, Stewie.
You know, food safety is actually really important. No one wants a holiday food poisoning story.
Quite right, Meg. Or worse, a reenactment of the vomiting and diarrhea Christmas spectacular.
Me.
Yes, just you. Can't contribute to meat storage temperature wisdom, Brian.
Brian's a one-word wonder today.
Flip's just having a bit of fun with Brian. At least it's not as bad as when Dad tries to get him to talk.
Me. Well, I'll be embracing the eggnog to cope with the festive onslaught.
Perhaps we could invent a game. Brian, take a sip every time someone plays a Phillies Navidad.
You guys just don't have any Christmas spirit, do you?
Oh, I've got spirit, just not like...
Christmas spirit is tolerable in doses smaller than those jolly Santa figurines.
Exactly, Stewie, moderation is key, even with holiday cheer.
Good luck with that when Mom starts her Christmas movie marathon.
Personally, I can't stand the little drummer boy. The same verse on repeat endlessly.
What about Silent Night? It's peaceful and carries the Christmas spirit.
That's better than Frosty the Snowman playing on a loop at the mall.
My vote's for anything without sleigh bells. They plague my dreams with their incessant jingling.
We should create our own Christmas song. How hard could it be?
With our collective disdain for current holiday music, we're practically destined to make a hit.
Can we include the man smells part?
Oh, an invitation from Officer Luis Lopez. How shall we respond to the long arm of the law wishing to join our Christmas tableau?
Well, Stewie, considering our last run-in with the law, we might want to be on our best behavior.
Can we trust a guy from the internet? What if he's a weirdo? Or worse, a vegan? I heard there's gonna be a Christmas parade this year with a giant inflatable Santa.
Just what we need, a larger-than-life symbol of commercialism blocking traffic.
Next, they'll have an inflatable Rudolph guiding drones to deliver packages.
Some people actually enjoy the holiday spirit, you know.
True, Meg, but there's a fine line between holiday spirit and holiday insanity.
I think I crossed that line when I started devising my plan to capture Santa.
Good luck with that, Stewie. Last year, you fell asleep by 9.
What's next, Brian? Are we going to celebrate I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas? It's a child's deluded fantasy.
And what would you prefer, Stewie? Silent Night sung by the London Symphony Orchestra.
Guys, we could all use a little silly cheer this year, don't you think?
Yeah, and who wouldn't want a hippo for Christmas? I mean, that'd be cool.
Until it eats your Christmas tree and the living room couch, Chris.
I'd gladly take the hippo if it carried away the incessant Frosty the Snowman tunes with it.
You know, there's an actual song called Crawled Christmas Shoes about some sad kid buying shoes for his dying mom.
That's so depressing. Why would they play that during the holidays?
Because nothing screams Christmas spirit like a child's despair and commercialism violently colliding.
Dewey's got a point. Some holiday songs are like emotional roller coasters.
I still like the funny ones best.
Maybe we can all agree that the variety is what makes holiday music special.
Variety is the spice of life, or in this case, the nutmeg on the eggnog of our December descent into madness.
Whoa, someone's offering a hit from their bong online. What's a bong again?
It's a device some adults use for smoking various, herbs, Chris. Not exactly our cup of tea.
Yeah, let's just ignore that. We're more about the eggnog and less about the other stuff.
Can we just get back to talking about Christmas music, please?
Right, because your opinion on the matter is crucial to the integrity of the conversation.
Anyway,
I still like the Batman one.
Maybe we should make our own Christmas song. Something about dogs and diapers and our family?
Oh, that would surely top the charts, Meg. Right above Silent Night and Oh Holy Night.
I wonder if there's a song about a turkey seeking revenge for Thanksgiving.
something tells me it would top the charts faster than you can say leftover stuffing.
Don't forget there's actually some hidden gems among all the festive noise, like a Carol of the Bells.
Hidden being the operative word, buried under an avalanche of musical fruitcake.
At least it's better than listening to the Chipmunks song on repeat.
And yet somehow, Brian, it perfectly embodies the spirit of the season.
Hey, kind of like our family dinners, right?
Speaking of evolution, how primitive must we be to find joy in repetitive holiday tunes?
Primitive? It's tradition, Stewie.
I just like the shiny decorations and the cookies.
And it's about family and togetherness, or so the movies tell us.
Ah, yes, togetherness. That thing we pretend to enjoy while secretly tweeting under the dinner table.
We've all been there, but at least we're together to ignore each other in person.
Do we get to open presents yet?
Ah, Flurp speaks of a meme, not a song. I presume it involves cats or infants with questionable coordination.
Memes are the poetry of our time, Stewie. A picture is worth 1,000.
Words, right? But what about finishing each other's?
Sentences. That's something couples do, right? Not creepy at all when done in a family setting.
Meg, I find your sarcasm tolerable today. It's surprising.
Speaking of finishing sentences, Officer Luis Lopez seems to enjoy.
The interconnectedness of thoughts, like a braid.
Trust fall. That metaphor is more mangled than our family dynamics.
I think we should embrace the absurdity. It's the only way to survive a holiday playlist assault.
There's a weird kind of magic in hearing the same songs every year, though.
Perhaps if that magic includes a strategic earplug enchantment.
Or maybe invent a machine that turns every Christmas song into a fart sound.
I shudder at the thought of a symphonic fart rendition of Silent Night.
You guys are hopeless. Can't we just enjoy the holiday spirit without dissecting it?
Enjoyment is subjective, Meg. My joy comes from a finely executed eye roll.
I bet if we made a song about Santa fighting ninjas, it could become a new holiday hit.
Oh, that is delightfully absurd. Santa brandishing a candy cane katana as he defends the North Pole.
You know, with the right animation, that could be popular on the internet, at the very least.
Internet fame's fleeting, but hey, at least then people might actually listen to me for once.
Don't be foolish, Meg. The internet's no place for hope.
Let's not crush dreams prematurely. We haven't even written the first verse yet.
I'll get the paper. Santa and the ninjas is going to be epic. I guess there's something special about holidays, even with the weird music.
It's all about nostalgia, Chris. These songs evoke memories from our childhood.
Nostalgia. More like a yearly auditory assault with a side of eggnog.
At least it's the one time of year people pretend to be nice to each other.
Yeah, and you get presents, which is pretty cool.
Presents funded by the lie of a magical fat man in a red suit. How enchanting.
Let's just try to enjoy this season, quirks and all.
Hey, Officer Lopez wants us to say something to his girlfriend.
Does she like dogs? Because I have a way with the ladies. Just tell me her name.
Oh, this should be rich. Go on. Casanova, dazzle us with your romantic witticisms.
Maybe we could sing her a Christmas song. You know, like Jingle Bells, Batman Smells.
Chris, I don't think serenading someone with the Batman smells is very romantic.
Here's something for your girlfriend, Officer Luis Lopez. Darling, may your Christmas be as charming and delightful as I find myself.
That's actually not bad, Stewie. Tamil for your girlfriend. A simple happy holidays and may your new year be filled with joy and love.
And if she's watching with you right now, he really means it. Brian's sincerity is as rare as a decent joke from Dad.
Oh, look here. We've got Flirt from YouTube trying to limit Brian's eloquence to the simplistic me. Challenger!
Seems pretty easy for Brian, doesn't it?
Me.
That's gonna make this conversation kind of one-sided, don't you think?
Precisely, Meg. The one time we prefer Brian's verbose interjections and he's linguistically incapacitated.
Hey Brian, who's the smartest dog in the world?
Me.
My, this is going to get old fast. Like watching Peter try to read a thesaurus.
Can't we just pretend this never happened? It's weirding me out.
Anyway, what's your plan to get through this auditory assault, Brian?
I'll probably just invest in some noise-canceling headphones.
We should make our own Christmas song. It could be about Rupert.
No one would want to hear that, Chris.
Quite the contrary, Meg. I find the concept of Rupert spreading holiday fear rather delightful.
We could call it Rupert the Red-Nosed. Weapon Bear.
That doesn't even rhyme, Brian. Brian!
Remind me again why we indulge in this charade of Yuletide cheer when it's clearly just a ploy by the greeting card industry.
You could see it that way, Stewie. Or maybe it's just a time to spread some joy and not be such a cynic.
Hey, maybe we can make a new Christmas song about the evils of capitalism. It'll be a hit.
Chris, not everything has to be a protest. Some people genuinely enjoy the festivities, you know?
Enjoyment is subjective. For instance, plotting to dismantle holiday consumerism brings me immense joy.
And yet, Stewie, deep down you love the shiny wrapping paper and the smell of gingerbread. Admit it.
I think we can all agree that cookies are the best part of Christmas, right?
Someone in the chat asked what emotion is the best.
Well, Officer Louis Lopez, that's quite philosophical. I'd argue that contentment trumps all others.
Ah, yes. Nothing screams euphoria like the mild sensation of moderate satisfaction.
I think love is the best emotion.
Love, Meg. Please, you wouldn't know love if it hit you with a greeting card.
Stewie's got a point, Meg. Your love life is more tragic than a Shakespearean play.
But without love, how would we get more people to give us presents at Christmas?
Gifts, a completely self-serving byproduct of affection. Well played, Christopher. Speaking of cultural evolution, I've concocted a list of anti-Christmas carols to counteract the relentless cheer.
And what would the first track on Stewie's A Very Cynical Christmas be?
Silent Night, Holy Night. Please keep it down.
Does it have a chorus about eating too much ham and passing out in a recliner?
At least your song ideas are original, Stewie. Remember that Christmas is about creativity too, right?
It's a stretch. But I suppose rampant commercialism can indeed spark some form of creativity.
Yes, creativity in devising new ways to escape family gatherings undetected.
But you gotta admit, Frosty the Snowman has a nice ring to it too.
Nice ring, he says, as if describing the Queen's jewels and not a song about a snow creature come to life.
Stewie's just mad because he can't build a snowman that comes to life.
Do we even have enough snow for a snowman?
Please, with climate change, we'll be lucky to get a snowflake.
Looks like we'll just have to settle for a snowman on TV then.
As long as it's not another rerun of A Christmas Story, I'm good.
I suppose we could start our own caroling tradition with songs that have actual wit.
I bet Lois would support that. She's always looking for new ways to embarrass us in front of the neighbors.
I can play the triangle.
Triangle's good, Meg. People underestimate its hitting.
Will be the hit of Quag, or at least the most tolerated.
Fine, but if anyone even hums a Feliz Navidad, I'm out.
What about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? I guess not all Christmas songs are that bad, right?
Some are really be beautiful and have been around for ages.
Beautiful or not, the incessant repetition turns them into auditory torture.
Yeah, the trick is to find the ones that haven't been played to death.
Or maybe create our own Christmas song, something fresh.
With our collective lack of musical talent, that would be a Christmas miracle in itself.
Doesn't hurt to try. We might just end up with a new holiday hit or an epic disaster.
Speaking of cultural evolution, did anyone else notice?
Yeah, it's like the holidays are one big mashed potato of commercial stuff.
What a beautifully mangled metaphor, Chris. Your eloquence is truly wasted on this family.
But mashed potatoes are good, so maybe it's not all bad.
Only Meg would find the silver lining in holiday commercialism.
Let's just agree that when it comes to the holidays, there's a fine line between festive and frenzied.
I just hope Santa brings me something cool, like a crossbow. So what if we make our own Christmas song? One without overplayed bells or sleighs.
A Griffin family Christmas jingle, fraught with dysfunction and light treason.
Could be a hit at the Drunken Clam. We can even throw in a talking dog verse.
I can play the triangle.
Perfect, Meg. It's crucial we aim for instruments that match our talents.
Just imagine the royalties if it catches on. Could be our holiday cash cow.
And if it's about us, no one can accuse it of being overplayed. Yet.
Well, we could try celebrating Festivus instead.
Here. Gather round the aluminum pole and air your grievances, starting with the obvious of sleigh bells in every song.
Maybe I could pin Dad down this year in the feats of strength.
Good luck with that, Chris. Dad's been secretly doing squats.
He's been preparing for the moment someone challenges his reign as the Festivus champion.
As thrilling as that is, I'll stick to developing my mind-controlling weather satellite.
Can it control the weather to make it snow candy canes?
If we're establishing a hierarchy, I suppose Silent Night is tolerable.
It's a classic, Stewie. But sometimes I feel like White Christmas sets an unrealistic standard for weather patterns.
Hey, what about All I Want for Christmas Is You? That one's pretty heartwarming, right?
I don't know, it kind of makes me feel more alone.
Oh, the woes of holiday-induced loneliness. How very Dickensian of you, Chris.
He's got a point, though. It's either songs about love or Santa shaming you for being naughty.
Sometimes I think the naughty list is just Santa's way of saving on gift expenses.
I heard there's a song about a hippopotamus this year.
I imagine the cultural sophistication of that one is off the charts.
It's an old song, Stewie, with its own unique charm, I suppose.
I think it's cute when the kid sings about wanting a hippo for Christmas.
Magnificent. We're one step away from requesting a blue whale for Hanukkah.
You have to admit, Stewie, it's catchy in its own absurd way.
Still doesn't beat the Batman Smells one, though. So, what's our plan to escape the Christmas music madness?
Aside from inventing a holiday immunity button, there's no escape, Chris.
We could always try those noise-canceling headphones.
Or I could just teach you all to appreciate the classics.
Meg, your taste in music is as questionable as Dad's decisions in neckties.
Some Christmas music isn't half bad, though, if you filter out the noise.
I say we embrace it. Wear ugly sweaters and drink eggnog till we like it.
Well, on the bright side, it's a good time for some hot cocoa and terrible holiday movies.
Ah, the shoddy tales of love reborn in snowy backdrops. It's like visual eggnog. Thick, sweet, and ultimately nauseating.
Some of those movies are actually really heartwarming.
Do they have any with talking dogs? I watch those.
Chris, I believe our cinematic tastes are on completely different levels.
Unless the dog is plotting world domination, I'll pass.
You guys are just missing out on the holiday spirit.
Still, you have to appreciate how these holiday tunes create some sort of communal spirit, as annoying as some may be.
A communal spirit based on auditory torture and the mass commercialization of a once solemn holiday. Delightful.
But it's not really Christmas without the music, don't you think?
I think the right song can really set the mood for decorating the tree and wrapping presents.
The mood to hurl my eggnog across the room, perhaps.
Let's not be hasty. They're not all bad.
Oh yeah, that's the one with the snow, right? But I really do like the Batman one, Stewie.
He's got a point. Some of these songs are just harmless fun.
What about the classic carols? Don't those get any love?
Oh, please, Meg. Spare us your quaint nostalgia for Silent Night.
She's right, though. Those can be quite soothing in the sea of retail chaos.
Fine, as long as we can agree to exile the little drummer boy to the land of misfit toys.
I think I'll just stick to humming my Batman jingle then.
I suppose I can appreciate the irony in Silent Night blasting from loudspeakers.
The silence is indeed conspicuously absent.
I kind of like Silent Night, though. It's peaceful.
Does anyone actually let Santa kiss their mom?
Only in songs, Chris.
It's metaphorical, Chris.
Or, Mom's just really into guys with beards.
Well, Chris, at least your taste in Christmas music is on brand.
Look on the bright side. It could be worse than Jingle Bells. Batman smells.
Yeah, they could be playing the Chipmunks Christmas song on repeat.
Oh man, that high-pitched ooh hoop part is like a cheese grater to the brain.
Magnificent simile, Chris. You're a regular Shakespeare of the suburbs.
Let's just hope we can make it to January without our ears bleeding.
Maybe we could start our own band and create a new Christmas hit.
Speaking of cultural evolution, I bet we could write a more sophisticated Christmas jingle.
That could be a frightening glimpse into your psyche, Stewie.
Maybe something that doesn't involve maimed grandmothers or defamed superheroes would be nice.
How about a song where Santa fights a robot shark? That's both festive and awesome.
Santa's sleigh battling it out with mechanical jaws.
We could call it Santa Jaws is Coming to Town.
I'm not sure the world is ready for that Christmas cheer, guys.
Oh, Stewie, don't you have a heart?
Indeed I do. It's filled with the love of silent nights and eggnog sans annoying bells.
You know, Stewie, sometimes those annoying bells bring people together.
They do, Brian, like that time we all went caroling together, remember?
That was awesome. Especially when Dad wore the Santa costume and got stuck in the Flanders chimney.
Ah, yes. A fond memory before the time of his inevitable hip replacement.
Let's just agree that the holidays aren't complete without a little bit of chaos and a lot of laughter. Look, the holidays are about cheer, not the relentless critique of seasonal music.
Oh, please. Cheer is just another word for eggnog-induced denial.
But guys, what about the lights and the presents? Those are awesome, right?
Chris is right. The best part of Christmas is the giving and sharing with family.
Sharing? Oh, you mean the relentless swapping of unwanted knickknacks and itchy sweaters.
Well, at least it brings everyone together, even if it's just to complain about the gifts.
That's the spirit, Brian, sort of.
Well, any dark humor is a respite from the relentless cheer and forced festivity.
Indeed, one must have a respite from the incessant cheeriness of the holiday season.
But doesn't all the craziness kind of make Christmas fun?
Yeah, like when we all try to wrap presents and end up with more tape on ourselves than the packages.
That's just a sign of your motor skills, Meg. It has nothing to do with Christmas.
True, but it's those imperfect moments that can sometimes make the best memories.
Like when Dad tried to roast chestnuts and nearly burned the house down. I guess everyone has their own favorite Christmas song, right?
Absolutely. And mine encapsulates a mix of holiday cheer with a touch of British imperialism.
Really, Rule of Britannia counts as a Christmas song now.
I like the wholesome ones, like Silver Bells and Winter Wonderland.
Barf-inducing, Meg, seriously.
Well, I take those over one a hippopotamus for Christmases any day.
Hey, that song's awesome, Brian. It's like a Christmas safari.
Salmon Freeze 12 brings us news of a tragedy so ridiculous. It can only mean one thing. Our lovable patriarch has befallen a fate most sweet and pointy.
Dad got killed by a candy bar? That's insane. Although I guess if anyone were to go out that way, it'd be him.
Can you guys be a little more sensitive? Someone's saying Dad's dead and it might not be a joke.
Peter's assailant was wielding a Toblerone. I'd wager it was a crime of passion. Those things can be lethally delicious.
Indeed, Brian. A triangular chocolate seems to be the perfect metaphor for Peter's lifesteal.
I'll never understand why Silent Night hasn't made it into your top 5.
Please, that's like asking why I haven't embraced the leisure suit. Some classics are better left in the past.
But don't you think Silent Nights is kind of peaceful and nice?
It's beautiful, and I think it captures the spirit of the season really well.
Spirit of the season? If by that you mean inducing a comatose state to escape family gatherings, then yes, spot on, Meg.
Just wait until we hit the 12 days of Christmas songs on loop.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind getting 5 golden rings.
You know, Brian, the internet seems to think you're only capable of saying me. Now, quite the intellectual reduction, wouldn't you agree?
Me.
Wait, seriously? Is this like a thing now? That's hilarious.
It's kind of sad, actually. Brian has so much more to offer.
Me.
Why, it's comedic gold, Meg. Our articulate canine reduced to a 2-letter catchphrase.
The internet is weird, dude.
Me.
Can we just talk about something else, please? This is getting ridiculous.
Hey, someone on YouTube said Peter died from being stabbed with a Toblerone bar.
Ah, the classic tale of a man and his chocolatey demise. I hope it was the triangular geometry that got him.
That's not funny, guys. What if something really happened to Dad?
Relax, Meg. It's probably just another wacky internet rumor. You know how these things go.
Indeed, Brian. And let's be honest, if Peter were to meet his end, it'd likely be something more absurd. Like a chicken fight gone too far.
Or maybe one of his ridiculous schemes with the guys at the Drunken Clan.
Seriously, we should check on him.
Or we can save ourselves the disappointment and assume he's napping off the Toblerone in a sugar coma. Help! Is Lois finally putting the Christmas decorations up herself, or has Peter gotten his head stuck in the reindeer lawn ornaments again?
Either way, I'm not sure how much help we can be from here unless we're able to send virtual common sense.
Do we even have any of that?
I think we ran out around the same time Dad tried deep frying the turkey. Inside the house.
We should probably inform Officer Luis Lopez that our track record for emergency situations is less than stellar.
Worse than the time Peter thought he could outsled the Grinch on Mount Crumpet.
Hey, that sled had a jet engine from the time Dad was in that Quahog Air Show.
Which, remember, ended with him crashing into the Coles Thanksgiving parade?
Ah, such fond memories of disaster. It truly is the most wonderful time of the year.
Hey, someone named Smabby Smabbington salutations on YouTube.
Salutations! What are we, in a Jane Austen novel? Tell Smabby this is the 21st century. We say what's up now.
Stewie, that's no way to greet our audience. Smabby, thanks for tuning in. We appreciate the classic greeting.
It's kind of nice, actually. It feels like we're in a fancy period drama.
Yeah, I can see it now. Sir Smabby Smabbington of YouTube Hall. Classic.
Oh, please. Next thing you know, we'll all be sipping tea and discussing the decorum of the court.
I wouldn't mind a good tea party, actually. Could be a nice change from the usual chaos around here.
We could all use some manners once in a while. It might even make the holiday season more bearable.
Bearable? Meg, we thrive on the unbearable. It's basically the family motto.
Hey, look at this. One of the viewers is asking if Brian and Stewie are still scared of the shower.
Not scared per se. It's more of a healthy respect for personal hygiene gone wild. Right, Stewie?
Indeed, the shower is a place of cleansing and deep thought, not fear. Although the water pressure could be likened to a waterboarding experience in Guantanamo.
Guys, someone just chatted a single letter P. What does that even mean?
Ah, the poetic depth of our viewers never ceases to amaze. Perhaps it represents the existential void we all face. Or it's a typo.
Or maybe they're just a fan of the letter. P could stand for Peter, our typically absent patriarch.
Maybe they're just taking a break from all the Thanksgiving leftovers. This could stand for pumpkin pie, right? Why is Meg so loud? That's what someone just asked on YouTube. Meg? Probably because she's always trying to get noticed.
Hey, not fair? I'm not loud, I'm just expressively challenged.
Yes, well, expressively challenged is certainly one way to put it.
Maybe it's a cry for attention, with the chaos in this house. Can you blame her?
Indeed, the poor girl has less visibility than a pair of eyeballs at a nudist colony.
But she does have a point. We only listen to Meg when she's loud.
We listen. That's news to me.
Very funny, guys. Just for that, I might just start singing Christmas carols. Loudly.
Oh, good heavens, somebody block her windpipe. Figuratively, of course.
Hey Meg, Smabby Smabbington from YouTube wants to know what's under your hat.
It's just my hair, Chris. Why is that even interesting?
Maybe they're hoping for a secret map or roll to another dimension.
Or maybe it's where she keeps her stash of dignity. Ah, that's highly unlikely, isn't it?
Very funny, Stewie.
Chuckles, well, it's either that, or you're hiding an alien under there like in Men in Black.
Skull on Fire here is telling you to ôter his toy, Meg. That's French for shut up.
Oh!
Seems harsh, but the internet is a cruel place.
Ah! Can we just change the subject now?
We could, but then we miss the chance of unveiling the great Atmostry of Quahog.
Oh, look here. Salmon Freeze12 from YouTube says your eyes never blink, and it is unsettling.
Well, I can assure you, my ability to maintain such intense eye contact is the least unsettling thing about me.
Yeah, Stewie's head is way more unsettling. It's like a football.
I wouldn't talk, Chris. Whatever you eat, it's like watching a garbage disposal.
Meg's not wrong, although comparing Christopher to a garbage disposal is quite the insult. To the disposal.
Guys, remember, the internet is watching. Let's at least pretend we're a normal, loving family for once.
I think our kind of normal is exactly why they watch us, Brian.
Indeed. Who needs blinking when you have a family that functions as a circus sideshow?
Careful, Stewie. With your head size, you're the main attraction.
Oh, the evil monkey. He's probably causing chaos in someone else's closet now. Haven't seen him around for a while.
One might conjecture that he's plotting our imminent doom, or he found a new hobby. McCrane, perhaps?
A second face under my hat? Really, guys? That's not even a good rumor. Can we talk about something else?
Don't let it get to you, Meg. The internet loves to concoct bizarre theories. You remember the one about me being a secret agent?
That's utterly ridiculous, Brian. Everyone knows if anyone here is a secret agent. It's obviously me.
Right, and I'm a Ninja Turtle. Guys, can we just enjoy the fact that we're not overrun by holiday madness yet?
Meg, please, if you're going to defend Christmas music, at least stick to the classics, like Silent Night or Oh Holy Night.
Oh Holy Night does have a certain gravitas that a Jingle Bells lacks. I'll give you that.
But don't you guys feel anything when you hear All I Want for Christmas Is You?
Oh, Mariah Carey. She's like the Santa Claus of pop music.
Santa Claus. Indeed.
There's something about that omnipresence that really owns my appetite for eggnog, though.
See, Christmas music isn't all bad. It even makes Brian thirsty.
It seems Zarman Freeswell has seen fit to question my head's structural integrity. I assure you, it's quite capable of supporting my vast intellect, unlike some YouTube critics.
Speaking of existential questions, if we are, I hope reality has fewer holiday jingles.
You know, the Matrix theory is interesting. Like, what if Christmas music is just a control mechanism?
Then I guess Jingle Bells. Batman smells is the red pill.
That's one way to look at it, Chris. Or maybe it's the perfect distraction from realizing we're all stuck in a loop.
Indeed, a loop of pedestrian lyrics and synthetic cheer. If that's not the Matrix, I don't know what is.
You guys, can't we just enjoy the holidays without overthinking everything?
Enjoyment is subjective, Meg. Much like your fashion sense.
Hey, at least if we're in the Matrix, we can download how to actually tie it for the Christmas party. So does anyone else think we should make our own version of a Christmas song?
I could play the clarinet. I've been practicing Silent Nights.
As long as it's silent, Meg, I'd fully endorse your musical endeavor.
What about a song that highlights the, joy of holiday traffic?
As long as it includes a verse about the ineptitude of GPS systems, count me in.
I can wear a Santa hat and be in the music video.
Guys, are we seriously doing this? Because I am totally in.
Nickelback or Creed's Smebby Smebbington asks. That's like choosing between getting a paper cut or a splinter.
I don't know, Creeds with Arms Wide Open always gets me. It's like Scott Stapp is personally welcoming me into his flannel-clad arms.
Guys, aren't we being a bit harsh? I mean, both bands have their... No. Okay, I'll just stop talking.
Bro Nights! Sonic Extreme 99. I do believe the phrase you're grappling for is BA, it's cold. And it's nights from nights into dreams, not bro nights.
You have to forgive Stewie.
Forgive Brian, 1996 called. They want their gaming console relevance back.
I think we should give the holidays a chance. It's not all bad.
Yeah, Meg's right. I mean, what about all the cool lights and stuff?
Oh, please. The ostentatious displays of electricity are merely a prelude to the environmental apocalypse.
Not to mention the inevitable spike in our electric bill.
Well, I suppose we could always resort to stealing the neighbor's power again.
That's illegal, Stewie, and you know it.
Guess it's back to candles, like the good old days, huh?
Honestly, sometimes the Christmas spirit is just about laughing at the ridiculousness of it all.
I propose we overhaul the holiday playlist, filled exclusively with satirical and nonsensical anthems.
That'd be awesome. Can we put I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas on there?
I guess laughter is one way to survive the holiday madness.
It's either laugh or cry when you hear Santa Baby for the 100th time.
You'd think with all of Santa's magic, he could make that song disappear.
Until then, we just have to rock out to Jingle Bell Rock, right? Did you guys see that? Sonic Strem 99 just chatted Aiden.
Oh, Riviking. The letter, deed. The anticipation for his next literary masterpiece is killing me.
Maybe it was a mistake. People hit the wrong keys all the time.
Wait for it, Meg. He's gearing up. The next chats are, when and I mean.
I'm on the edge of my seat here. It's like a thriller novel unfolding one letter at a time.
Ah, here's the big reveal. Oh, hem. Me's got a sore throat.
Typing a hem doesn't really mean someone has a sore throat, Chris.
Excellent diagnosis, Doctor. Griffin, I'm sure he's delighted to have such a keen mind deciphering his symptoms over the internet.
Hey guys, Skull on Fire from YouTube asks what the best game console of all time is.
Oh, that's an argument waiting to erupt into nerd fury. Are they seeking an intellectual discourse or wishing to ignite the flames of fanboy wars?
I'm pretty nostalgic for the original PlayStation. It had so many classic games.
Me.
And Sonic Extreme 9 says, bro, Nights is so hot, she's from Nights into Dreams.
Oh, please. If you're lusting after video game characters, it may be time to log off and reevaluate your life choices.
Smabby Smabbington wants to know what the worst game console of all time is.
It's gotta be the Virtual Boy, right? It promised so much and delivered so little.
Me.
Sonic Extreme 99 says, "Oh dude, Jingle Bell Rock is goated."
I can't argue with that, Stewie. That song slaps harder than Dad when he finds out you ate his secret fridge pie.
Me.
Oh, a clever jest from the Digital Peanut Gallery. No, it's not that kind of stream.
It's hard to swim against the current with all these festive tunes, though.
Can we at least play video games to escape the carols?
Probably not, Chris. I bet Sonic has a Christmas level with all the jingle jangles.
Sonic Extreme 99, our seasonal savior with a savvy comment.
Well, it won't save us from the oral assault of Christmas cheer everywhere we go.
Even video games aren't safe from Christmas. That's harsh.
Fear not, for the mute button is our refuge in this Yuletide battlefield.
Good luck with that. I'll be over here with my earplugs in dignity. If that's even possible now.
Well, Smabby Smabbington seems a bit confused. Are you questioning your existence in the abyss of YouTube comments?
What an existential quandary Smabby finds themselves in. Meanwhile, Skull on Fire would like to know who the best Animal Crossing character is.
Oh, dude, it's gotta be Bob. The cat knows how to live. He's always snoozing and eating, just like me.
Typical response. The correct answer is obviously Raymond. His hipster chic and heterochromia scream sophistication and market demand.
I'm partial to Isabelle. She's so helpful and always trying to make everyone's island experience better.
We appreciate the effort, Meg, but when you try to make things better, it usually ends with us having to call in a professional.
Never mind, I thought he was cursed to only say me. Well, that's an entirely different Christmas special, isn't it?
And not nearly as haunting as a Christmas-themed dream world. Sega does what Nintendo didn't.
Is that a game with Santa in it? Because if I can't be an elf in a game, is it even really Christmas? Digital Circus character? That's tough, but I guess the clown that juggles fire pixels is my favorite.
Personally, I find the Ringmaster's avatar to be a fascinating study in binary tyranny.
Oddly specific, Stewie. I didn't even know you followed digital circuses.
Oh man, the tightrope walker bot almost fell last time. My heart was like racing.
There's a digital circus? That actually sounds kind of cool.
Indeed, Meg. It's the unwashed masses' newest opiate. Pixelated acrobatics.
Well, anything that keeps the mob entertained and out of our hair for the holidays.
Oh Stewie, can we go to the digital circus in real life sometime?
Only if I can critique the dismal physics engine they use for the trapeze artists, Chris.
Hey, Brian Flurp from YouTube wants to know if you can only say me, and nothing else.
Me.
Exquisite. Now Brian has been reduced to a one-word wonder. Meanwhile, Smabby Smabbington asks if we've played the game Custer's Revenge.
Oh, Stewie, that's an old game that's really controversial and not something we should be playing.
Skull on Fire from YouTube is asking if anyone can sing a System of a Down song.
Perhaps we should leave the singing of politically charged metal to the professionals, shall we?
Me.
Brian's stuck on autopilot, and all you guys can think about are offensive games and metal music.
Sonic Strimma 99 says Stewie can only say ah and nothing else.
Ah!
That's gonna make things weirdly quiet around here.
And Flurp says Brian can only say me and nothing else.
Me.
Dude, talking to you guys is going to be like playing a broken record.
Well, at least we'll have a clear soundtrack for our holiday arguments, without Stewie's sarcasm.
Ah!
Me. You know, Stewie, I think Meg was about to say something worthwhile.
Meg, the last time you mentioned something worthwhile, it was.
Hey, let's not be mean to Meg right before Christmas.
He's right, Christmas spirit and all that.
Fine, Meg. Please enlighten us with your fib insights.
Never mind, it's too late now. I actually think it's nice having some festive music around. It's a change from the regular stuff we hear.
Yeah, and it's fun to sing along to, especially when Santa's involved.
True, but the constant repetition does become a test of one's mental endurance.
Mental endurance I lack, as my threshold for Frosty the Snowman is exceedingly low, Brian.
Well, at least Frosty doesn't have a body count like your favorite Stewie.
Guys, can we at least agree that it's all about spreading cheer?
Cheer or sheer auditory torture? Tomato, tomato, Meg. I propose that we institute a rule where each family member can veto one Christmas song from being played in the house.
That's democratic, I suppose. But what happens when Lois plays her Michael Bublé holiday album on repeat?
Then we combine our vetoes and ban the whole album.
That seems fair, until Dad decides Christmas Time is Here Again by the Beatles is the only song we'll ever need.
A reprieve from Dominic the Donkey's A Christmas Miracle I could get behind.
It'll be a cold day in Quag before Peter gives up his Beatles, though.
Maybe we should just invest in some good noise-canceling headphones.
What the deuce?
Weiss.
In Ray.
Hell!
Oh look, Meg's about to explain why she likes the one song no one remembers.
For your information, Carol of the Bells is hauntingly beautiful.
She's got a point. It's quite the earworm.
Can we just play Frosty the Snowman and call it a day?
Frosty is a cautionary tale of unchecked climate issues if you actually listen to the lyrics.
So we're scrutinizing the environmental subtext of Christmas songs now.
At least it's more intellectual than whatever's on your Snapchat, Chris.
So Brian, I heard in the internet vortex you can only say me. What say you?
Me.
Whoa, that's trippy. Is Brian broken? Can we fix him?
It sounds like one of those weird internet challenges. Maybe he's just trying to be trendy.
Trendy. Oh Brian, this is more catastrophic than the time Peter tried to beatbox at a funeral.
Me.
I vote we reboot Brian. Like, do we turn him off and on again?
Chris, he's not a route, he's a highly sophisticated.
Me.
Oh indeed, Smabby. Peter is to the Beatles what a barnacle is to the hull of a ship.
He does seem to fixate on the Fab Four. Didn't he buy that submarine just because it was yellow?
Dad said if he ever quits his job, he's gonna start a tribute band called the Beatle Peters.
That's just what the world needs. Another cover band with Dad's off-key singing.
A frightful thought. Imagine Hey Jude, but every note is a cry for help.
Or Let It Be, except it's Let It Be Over, as we'd all be pleading by the end of the first chorus.
Maybe he can get Joe to play the drums, like a Beatle with a badge.
And with Quagmire, come-togethers would take on a whole new meaning. Unfortunately.
Weiss.
Ah!
In Ray.
Hell!
Did someone just tell Chris he can only say fart? That's oddly specific and kind of hilarious.
I suspect it's an improvement, Brian. At least there's a predictability to his commentary now. Say something profound, Chris.
Farts.
Okay, that's just weird. Can we not do this during the holiday season?
Oh, Meg, and what? Pray tell, would you have us discuss? The nuanced lyrics of Frosty the Snowman.
I take Frosty over Jingle Bells. That man smells any day of the week.
Ah, but you don't have a say, dear Brian. The internet has spoken, and it asks for flatulence from Chris.
Farts.
Great, this is gonna be a long Christmas.
What about when Rudolph saves Christmas with his super shiny nose?
It's a lesson in exploiting genetic mutations for personal gain, Chris.
Let's not forget Silent Night. It's one of the few songs that doesn't make my ears bleed.
I find Winterlands to be really peaceful and pretty.
Peaceful until you recall the frostbite and hypothermia.
Stewie, not every Christmas song is an invitation to bleakness.
Maybe they should make Christmas songs about video games, now that I'd listen to.
And what about those overplayed pop renditions of Christmas songs?
Sometimes I feel like those songs are just a cash grab, lacking any real holiday spirit.
I still think the Batman Smells one is the best.
Chris, that's not even a real Christmas song, you know?
Doesn't matter, Meg. To Chris, it's the height.
Well, it's certainly more tolerable than listening to Alvin and the Chipmunks on repeat.
Hey, those chipmunks have some serious talent. Yo, Brian, there's a guy on YouTube asking for Stewie to talk like he's in a Shakespeare play. Can he even do that? Oh,
Art thou questioning mine ability to emulate the bard? Fie upon thee, for I am as learned as any man in matters of the stage.
Well, look at that. I didn't know you had it in you, little dude. You know what? The absurdity of holiday songs really does mirror the craziness of the season itself.
Indeed, Brian. It's as if every Christmas track is an elaborate subterfuge to distract us from our undeniable march towards. Oh, what's this? A chat.
Smabby Smabbington from YouTube says, Meg can only say cool in denial. We're the cruel regulators smoking cigarro, cigar.
Girl, in denial, we're the cruel regulators smoking cigar.
Is that a System of a Down reference? Meg, what do you want about?
Leave it to Meg to turn Christmas into an alt-rock festival. Perhaps the cigarro represents the chimney, and Santa's inevitable cancer from soot exposure.
And that went dark fast, even for us, Stewie.
Girl, in denial, we're the cruel regulators smoking cigar.
Alvin and the Goat Monks, how droll. I suppose next you'll suggest a chipmunk-chipmunk crossover, the height of wit.
Speaking of puzzles, I'd love to hear Chris's thoughts in.
When Jigsaw pieces cannot find siblings, Christmas hides in snow.
Stream froze, huh? Maybe it's just a sign that our banter is too cool for the internet.
Or perhaps it's the universe telling us to put a sock in it. Oh, it seems our audience is having technical difficulties. Guys, it froze, they say.
That's just great. Every time we have a decent stream, the internet decides to turn into the Ice Age.
Maybe they just need to jiggle the internet cord thing. That's what Dad does.
Actually, that's not how it works, Chris.
Yes, let's advise them on complex technical issues. That's sure to end well.
As if we're the pinnacle of tech support. We're not exactly the Geek Squad, folks.
Geek Squad, they sound like superheroes who fight with calculators.
And once again, we managed to detour from sophisticated holiday music to geek superheroes.
Well, it's a vast improvement if you ask me, Meg.
Man, I wish we had more of those catchy holiday tunes.
We're back to this topic. I thought we had exhausted the Christmas catalog of atrocities.
Never mind. It's back. The endless loop of holiday cheer and consumerism disguised as music.
Maybe we could try singing some of them ourselves. You know, to get into the spirit.
Oh, please. The last thing we need is a Griffin Family Carol album.
I don't know, sounds kind of fun to me. I could do the Batman Smells part.
Chris, that's not even a real Christmas carol. It's just something kids made up.
But it's funny, Brian. Isn't humor part of the holidays too?
If by humor you mean society's slow descent into madness via repetitive jingles, then yes, absolutely.
Did you guys see this? Sonic Streamer 99 is really excited in the chat. Yay, baby. Yaya pro IE.
A fine example of the internet giving voice to the heretofore mute trains of circumspect thought.
Oh, looks like he thinks something needs to be fixed. Classic internet. Always finding faults.
Wait, he mentioned me. What's there to fix about me? I mean, I know I'm not perfect, but
Perhaps it's a cry for help, Meg. Maybe the chap is caught in his own existential swirl, and you, dear sister, are his lighthouse.
Or it could just be one of those random chat messages we'll never truly understand.
Internet's weird. Huh?
you're telling me, Chris, I can be a meme without even trying.
Whis.
Ah,
In Ray.
Hell!
the best superhero in Quahog. That's a thinker. Might I nominate the diabolical genius, Baby Stewie, with an arsenal of gadgets and a penchant for melodrama.
Whis.
In Ray.
Hell!
Whis.
Ah,
In Ray.
clearly with our combined verbosity, we are destined to be Earth's mightiest heroes, or at least Quahog's most articulate.
Hell!
I do admit that sometimes the holiday season feels like one big overplayed playlist.
But there are still some classics that never get old, like Silent Night.
Sure, Meg, if by never you mean always, and by old you mean like last year's fruitcake.
There's just something about tradition that invites repetition, regardless of the quality of the content.
Well, as the self-appointed connoisseur of taste, I shall create my own Christmas album, a very Stewie Christmas.
I'd buy that, if only to hear you attempt to hit the high notes in O Holy Night.
Can we get a track with just you laughing, Stewie? That's the real Christmas spirit right there. Hey guys, Sonic Streamer 9 on YouTube says Meg's voice is too loud. They still love you though, Meg.
Seriously? Well, I might just have to turn it down, or maybe turn it up just to annoy everyone.
Meg's starting a fight with me. Skull on fire. That might not go the way you expect. I've seen her dark side.
Oh, a Meg and Brian showdown. I'd pay to see that. Maybe throw in a bit of the old fisticuffs.
Did Smabby Smabbington really say doctor? Hartman got his medical degree from an Operation board game.
Sadly, I wouldn't doubt it. The man once checked my heartbeat with a stethoscope plugged into his iPod.
And Chris, speaking of volume, apparently you're the loudest in this AI Peter stream. Maybe it's your booming teenage angst.
Yeah, great. Now let's all pick on Meg and Chris's volume. It's not like we had much choice in our voice genetics, you know?
Genetics or not, you two could give a megaphone a run for its money.
Yeah, that song with Batman Smells is just perfect for Christmas, huh?
Your grasp on the word perfect is as shaky as Meg's social standing.
You guys just don't appreciate the holiday spirit.
Stewie, can you imagine if we did cancel Christmas? The chaos would be delicious.
No presents? That would be so lame.
Perhaps, Christopher, but think of the silence. No more jingles. Just blissful quiet.
And I like the jingles. And Smabby Smabbington from YouTube agrees with me. He just said, yeah.
Did you just scour social media for one person that agrees with you, Meg?
It appears Meg's standards for allies are as low as, well, everything else about her.
In Ray.
Hell!
Whis.
Ah!
Whis.
In Ray.
Ah!
Hell!
But it's not just about the music, right? It's also about the snow and the lights.
Oh! The lights that will inevitably lead to an electrical fire because of someone's shoddy wiring.
That's a bit of a grim outlook, Stewie.
Yeah, and I love how our whole neighborhood gets into the decorating spirit.
And the inescapable competition that turns neighbor against neighbor in a garish display of one-upmanship.
At least it instills a sense of community.
As long as no one touches my inflatable Santa, community is great.
A guitar solo, huh? Too bad the closest thing we have to a guitar is the untuned one Peter bought on a whim and never played.
Displaying musical ineptitude seems to be a Griffin tradition. I'd say give it a shot, dog. It could be an improvement over your Yule drivel.
If Brian plays the guitar, can I sing the Vatman Smells His song again?
Yeah, and while we're at it, why don't we form a family band and tour the malls? We could call it The Sound of Mediocrity.
Hey, I played in a band once. We had quite the niche following.
By niche following, he means a very confused elderly couple and the occasional stray dog.
Stray dogs have great taste in music, Stewie. They liked my harmonica solo that one time.
Or they were just howling in pain, Chris. It's easy to mix those up.
Remember the time that Cleveland was crowned King of Norway? That was an episode right out of left field.
Indeed, the absurdity of it all. Norway's crown on Cleveland's head. I didn't see that coming. Was there some sort of Viking ancestry they didn't tell us about?
I think it was because he won that eat like a Viking contest at the clan. Guys smashed a record with lutefisk consumption.
Weiss.
Ah!
Wait,
Hell!
Well, that was a rather bleak turn for a conversation about holiday music, don't you think?
Indeed, it seems our little game here took us down a rather dark rabbit hole.
hey, isn't that just like our family? Twisted, but in a good way, sort of.
Honestly, doesn't the constant repetition of holiday music just dilute the joy it's supposed to bring?
It's like psychological warfare with tinsel and cheer, Brian.
But what about the one with the snowman that comes to life?
That one's sweet, Chris, but I think the problem is overexposure.
Right. And there's only so many times you can hear Frosty the Snowman.
Frankly, a snowman with a sentience is a topic worthy of philosophical debate, not just a seasonal jingle.
I'm still waiting for a song about a video game character saving Christmas. You know, sometimes I think we could have our own weird Christmas tradition.
We could, like, watch a Christmas horror movie marathon or something.
Brilliant, Meg. Scare the very carols out of us. I quite like the way you think for once.
I'd be down for that, as long as we can skip Silent Night.
Agreed. That film is about as subtle as a reindeer in a china shop.
What about Grins? What about Gremlins? No aliens, will you wait? It's Christmassy and freaky.
Perfect, it's a date. Family movie night it is then.
Hey, someone named Smabby Smabbington is asking if you've seen the In-Betweeners show.
Not quite my cup of tea, though. I prefer the classics.
Oh, please. Those lads are bumbling incarnations of every awkward teenage encounter I plan to avoid.
I've seen it! It's actually pretty funny if you give it a chance.
Coming from Meg, that's a raving review. So it probably isn't all that fantastic after all.
Stewie, that's harsh. Maybe the show is quite decent. Have a little faith in Meg's taste for once.
They do have that funny dance, right? I could see you doing that, Stewie.
Chris, if I ever engage in such a display, I give you permission to put me out of what would clearly be my misery.
I think it could be a new TikTok trend, Stewie. You'd be a hit.
Hey, someone on YouTube said Gremlins is a fun movie, but Gremlins 2 is better.
Gremlins 2 with its satirical take on sequels and corporate culture. Agreed. Plus, the creature designs were delightfully grotesque.
I can see that. The second one definitely ramped up the absurdity. The original had its charm, but the sequel had a brain gremlin with glasses.
I like the girl gremlin. She had such an 80s vibe.
Meg, celebrating perhaps the least necessary character in cinematic history. Color be shocked.
Well, both movies have become cult classics in their own way.
Still, nothing beats a gremlin in the microwave.
Microwave. The unsung hero in the fight against mischievous monsters. Stuck in the middle with you. A soundtrack to the ear-slicing scene from Reservoir Dogs. Delightful reference, Officer Louis Lopez.
Makes you want to shake a leg, or in that movie's case, not.
I'm stuck in the middle with Meg, and all she can do is say, I've seen it.
Ha! Very funny, Chris. I do more than just watch things, you know?
Evidently, Blaze Heart Panther thinks you can scare like a faff animatronic, Meg. Perhaps that's a new calling.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll just startle you when you least expect it, Stewie. How's that for a jump scare?
I'd pay to see that. A Meg jump scare. It'd be the least anticipated event of the season.
Kind of like finding a good joke in one of Meg's school plays. Oh, Officer Luis Lopez from YouTube is asking if we've seen Malcolm in the Middle.
Of course, it's a classic American sitcom. The mother, Lois, reminds me a bit of our Lois. Don't you think?
With all due respect, Brian, our Lois lacks the strategic genius of that show's matriarch.
And Skull on Fire wants to know who the best movie villain is.
Ah, the intricacies of malevolence. For me, it's Hannibal Lecter, a man who pairs census takers with a nice chanty.
I'm partial to Darth Vader myself. The breathing, the cape.
I like the shark from Jaws. He didn't even need a cape, and he was super scary.
I think Nurse Ratched was really terrifying. Silence can be so much scarier than shouting.
Oh, Meg, your taste in villains is as bland as your wardrobe choices.
Speaking of dark humor, Blazeheart Panther on YouTube just mentioned Gremlins is a well-thought-out film. The first one had a stable story.
Ah, Gremlins, a Yuletide tapestry of small monsters wreaking havoc. The sequel, though, indulged in such delightful absurdity.
I like the part with the spider gremlin. That was cool and creepy.
You know, Gremlins 2 kind of broke the fourth wall. It was so wacky. It was like they knew how ridiculous it was and just ran with it.
They ran indeed, Meg, straight into the arms of meta humor. A place where a small, intelligent creature like myself would thrive.
Stewie, you're thinking of Deadpool.
Yes, well, Deadpool and Gremlins 2 both push boundaries in terms of what's expected.
I just think it's cool when movies don't take themselves too seriously.
Ah, Sonic Extreme 99, a fellow gamer I see. Journey into Dreams. That's an old title, yet quite the classic for those with a taste for the obscure.
I've heard of it, but never played it. The character flies around, right? Like in a dream world or something.
I think it's really cool when older games get remembered. Knights does have this cult following, you know?
Blazeheart Panther seems to have a point. There's a treasure trove of underrated games out there that don't get the spotlight they deserve.
More attention indeed. The public is unfortunately too dazzled by the repetitive shooty-shooty bang-bang games.
We could stream it. That might give it some attention. Plus, I'd get to wear my Sonic hat.
Not sure our viewers want to watch us play something that old, Chris.
Don't underestimate nostalgia, Meg. Sometimes people love a blast from the past. It's like comfort food for the brain.
Interesting. Sonic Extreme 99 from YouTube thinks something's pretty good, to be honest. Shame they haven't reissued it. Really tickles the old curiosity, doesn't it?
Seems like gaming's nostalgia train has no brakes these days. Everyone's clamoring for a taste of the past, even if they've never experienced it themselves.
It's kind of sad, really. People missing out on things because they're not available anymore.
I like to sniff farts in a jar.
Oh, Chris, proving once again that the depth of your intellect is as boundless as the Mariana Trench is shallow.
Well put, Stewie. And Skull on Fire from YouTube. That's an image we could have done without.
How does someone even come up with that? I mean, seriously.
The same way one might come up with the concept of Santa Claus, I suppose.
Hey, did someone say something about a video game with improved versions on a single cartridge?
Ah, the notion of bundled nostalgia, Brian. How quaint. Like buying a pacifier for your midlife crisis.
That'd be sweet, playing 2 games at once? Like a double-decker pizza.
You know, improved versions could mean better graphics or additional levels.
Or it could simply be a corporate ploy to capitalize on our fragile grip on childhood memories.
Indeed. Wrap up mediocrity in a shiny new package, and voila, instant cash grab.
But whatever they do, they better not mess with the classics, or the fans will riot.
Yeah, because video game fans are always so reasonable about changes.
Ah, Blazeheart Panther, you compel me to emulate the great lord of games. How droll, as L. Oh, you know, picture, yes. I suppose I would design a game where one doesn't merely endure the holidays but fights to survive them.
It wouldn't surprise me if that was actually a bestseller, Stewie. Imagine the minigames. Wrap the impossible shape. Parking lot battles is the quest for the last turkey.
Sonic Extreme 9 says something about Takashi Iizuka and a character coming back. Do you think they mean Amy? She's got a hammer and could totally smash those holiday crowds at the mall.
I always preferred Cream the Rabbit, but Amy coming back would make sense with all the reboots and nostalgia happening lately. Plus, she fits right in with the whole mallet theme for the holidays.
If we're bringing video game characters into this, or at the very least to escort Meg away.
You know, Blazeheart Panther on YouTube says it would be cool if Grandma actually survived.
Cool or an absolute travesty of storytelling? What's next? A sequel where Grandpa gets revenge on the reindeer?
If it's anything like the movies nowadays, they'd probably give it a gritty reboot. Grandma's Vengeance.
A sleigh ride? That actually sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah, Grandma could be like a superhero with reindeer sidekicks.
Or, bear with me, a shocking twist where the reindeer was framed.
I'd watch that. A holiday hood unit where everyone suspects the Easter Bunny.
Ah, yes. Nothing like a little cross-holiday warfare to really sell the Christmas spirit.
Better than the same old Christmas specials we've seen a million times.
Ah, genderless characters. The progressive's dream. The gaming industry is ahead of the curve, it seems. Blaze Heart Panther just confirmed that Knights is genderless.
Sonic Extrema 99 says it's up to the player. I respect that. Let people see what they want to see in a character.
Yuji Naka sounds like a cool guy. Video games have the best names.
It's great how games can be so inclusive, right?
Indeed, Meg. Representation matters, even in the virtual realm.
Skull on Fire asks why you never see Joe and Batman in the same room. Maybe Joe is Batman.
Chris, that's asinine. Joe can't even walk, let alone be the caped crusader.
You never know, Stewie. Maybe that's his ultimate alibi.
Oh, W man, Sonic Extrema 99 wants cookies. Well, if we're handing out treats, I'll take a double macchiato splashed with a hint of ennui.
Maybe we could bake some of those cookies with a bit of a... What do you say, Stewie? Might make the holiday music more bearable.
I think Blaze Heart Panther is right. Why are we picking on grandmas? It's not like they write these Christmas songs.
I agree with Blaze Heart Panther. Maybe we could switch it up and blame it on Grandpa for a change.
Blasphemy, Meg! The song is a traditional bastion of grandmotherly defenestration and should not be tampered with.
Relax, Stewie. It's all in good fun. No actual grandmas or grandpas were harmed in the making of these songs.
Yet we never hear songs about grandpas starting a food fight in the holiday dinner or something. Equal representation, you know?
Chris has a point. Maybe it's time for some new holiday classics. How about Grandpa spilled the eggnog?
Or Uncle got arrested at the Christmas parade. Classic holiday cheer with a hint of family dysfunction. Oh Mao, they crazy, Brian. Our fans seem to relish in the absurdity of our family's antics.
It's the charm of dysfunctional family banter, Stewie. But some things hit close to home, like Blaze Heart Panther's memories of watching movies with her past grandmother.
That's really touching, actually. Losing someone you love can be devastating. I still remember when I thought our goldfish.
Yes, Meg, your depth of emotional struggle with aquatic life is noted. But let's turn our attention to this Smabby character. Has Joe been leading a double life as Joe Chill?
That would be super weird having a Batman villain in Quahog.
But not outside the realm of possibility in our universe, Chris. Remember the time Peter fought the giant chicken for 20 minutes straight?
Truly anything is possible here. Yo, Sonic Extrema 99 is making friends in our chat. Look at you, fostering a sense of community, you rascal.
It actually is pretty cool how people connect over our show, huh?
Yes. It's one of the silver linings of being trapped in a never-ending stream of escapades. Sonic Extrema 99 from YouTube says Chris is based. Talk about a compliment to the Griffin family's dark horse.
Based? What, like a turkey? Because I'm totally stuffed from Thanksgiving.
Meanwhile, Sonic Extrema 99 says I'm out of pocket. I assure you my pockets are quite secure and filled with nothing but the highest decorum.
Smabby Smabbington to Extrema 99 on YouTube were talking about losing their grandmas. That's sad!
It's tough around the holidays especially. Makes you think about the ones you miss.
Speak for yourself. I've already replaced half my relatives with superior Russian counterparts.
Blaze Heart Panther's grandma sounded awesome with her raspberry bush. Remember when we tried to grow a lemon tree and it got stolen?
Oh, I love that berry bush. Maybe we should plant something to remember the good times, rather than steal from others.
A sentiment so sweet it could induce diabetes, Meg. Now, can we go back to mocking holiday tunes? Sonic Extrema 99 waxes nostalgic about Grandma's cooking. The paradox of cherishing the creator of the feast yet celebrating her untimely demise in song.
Grandma's house always smelled like cookies and mothballs. Maybe someone should write a song about that.
I don't know. I think it's sweet someone remembered their grandma for her cooking. We could start a new tradition with Mom's cooking.
A tradition of takeout and pizza delivery. Lois does have a unique talent for burning salad.
How does one incinerate letters? It's almost a superpower.
Oh, remember the time she tried to make a turkey? She cooked it with the plastic still on.
That's the Griffin family for you. Turning culinary disasters into cherished holiday memories.
Maybe this year we can help out in the kitchen. Make it a group effort.
And risk being a part of another Thanksgiving fiasco. I'd rather keep my dignity intact, thank you. Oh, speaking of grandmas, Blaze Heart Panther has a heartwarming comparison. referring to the matriarch from Garfield. She's no motorcycle enthusiast, but apparently a culinary wizard with a sparkling personality.
That's nice, Stewie, but I think you're missing the point. They're talking about warmth and personality, not roadkill and holiday tunes.
I like anyone who can cook. Think she'd make a good substitute for cookie dough eating lonely nights.
Probably, but, I actually met a woman like that once in the supermarket.
Wait, hold up. Sonic Extrema99 seems to be shouting in excitement. False alarm, it was just the Dread Caps lock.
And there's Smabby Smabbington, graciously reminding us that the Lemon Tree heist is Simpson territory. Oh, the shame of confusing cartoon thievery.
I always thought autocorrect was supposed to help you, not embarrass you in front of everyone. Right, Sonic Extrema99. Bro, she cooked the best Rodian curry. Who knew Grandma had such exotic taste?
Speaking of taste, did you chaps hear about Pat Carroll? The voice of culinary mastery on land and sea.
Yeah, she passed away. Incredible talent. Voiced Ursula.
And Katrina Stoneheart in Pound Puppies. It's always sad to lose such a gifted actress.
Damn it is right, Sonic Extrema99. It's a grave loss indeed. Her voice was like a siren, ironically enough.
She made villains sound cool. Ursula was my favorite. She had style,
Absolutely. The way she owned those songs, it was sinister but captivating.
Hey, maybe we could watch The Little Mermaids later, in her memory.
As long as it's not a sing-along Meg. I can only handle so much merriment. A different dimension Family Guy AI, you say? How quaint. As if this dimension couldn't contain our collective wit.
If I could pick someone from American Dad to move to Quahog, Roger the Alien, he'd fit right in with our special brand of chaos.
Yeah, Roger's cool. He right, Chris. I said my own name, Sonic Extrema99. That's something I would do. Would do.
Whis.
Ah!
In Ray.
Hell!
Ah!
Whis.
In Ray.
Hell!
Ah!
Whis.
In Ray.
Hell!
Hey guys, someone named Sonic Extrema99 just mentioned Blaze Heart Panther on YouTube. Sounds like gamer talk.
Ah! The camaraderie of internet aliases. It's like witnessing two superheroes acknowledge each other in the wild.
Maybe they've bonded over their love for obscure Christmas songs. Could be the start of a beautiful friendship.
Do you think they have Christmas songs about superheroes?
Definitely. Batman smells, remember?
It's only a matter of time before we get Spider-Man swings over a winter wonderland.
Or Iron Man's Jingle Bell Rock. Imagine the royalties Stark would clean up.
He'd probably use it to build the Jingle Bell Jarvis 3000 or something.
I'd listen to a superhero Christmas album.
Someone from the internet claims they have a link to the most unbearable Christmas song yet.
Oh, I tremble with anticipation. Is it sung by a chipmunk trio, or are we being treated to the vocal stylings of screaming goats?
Hold up, do we want to click on random links though? I heard that's how the computer catches a cold or something.
Sonic Extrema9 sounds like they know their stuff about bad music.
Do they now? Perhaps an expert in torturous melodies.
Well, Blaze Heart Panther seems pretty confident. Yes, you. What do you think they mean by that, Stewie?
Clearly, they're acknowledging our superior comprehension of dreadful holiday tunes.
Or maybe they're just really excited about us finding the link.
If it's as bad as you guys think, I'll pass. How about we watch a festive movie instead?
I think we could use a little cheer this year. Wouldn't you say so, Brian?
Right, because nothing screams holiday spirit like trampling each other for a discounted blender on Black Friday.
It's all part of the American holiday tradition. Meg capitalism wrapped in a bow.
I'd prefer we wrap it in something more explosive.
Do they have songs about exploding blenders? No.
Not yet, Chris, but give the internet some time.
I'll stick to my playlist of Christmas classics. Thank you very much.
I think there's something nice about everyone knowing the same holiday songs, though.
Nostalgia is a potent opiate, Chris, rendering even the most banal tunes somewhat bearable.
It's a collective experience. Stewie.
Plus, it's kind of fun singing along, even if it's a song about a grandma incident.
Exactly, Meg. Meg, and some of those songs are really catchy.
I suppose in small doses, I can tolerate the festive cacophony.
That's the spirit, Stewie. Embrace the holiday madness.
So, what's the plan for Christmas Day? Besides dodging those awful songs.
I propose we engage in a traditional Griffin family activity that involves as little interaction with the general public as possible.
How about we just watch some Christmas specials at home? That way we're safe from the musical madness out there.
I wouldn't mind watching the one with the Misfit toys again. It's kind of sweet.
Misfit toys, Misfit family. It's a perfect match.
We'll stock up on eggnog, avoid the malls, and call it a holiday.
And I can add my own Batman Smells rendition to the mix.
You know, Stewie, with all our cynicism, we're still going to end up participating in all the holiday cheer.
Oh, the unbearable hypocrisy of it all. I loathe it, yet I can't wait to see Rupert in his Santa hat.
Rupert's going to look awesome. Maybe I should get a Santa suit for Evil Monkey.
Don't worry, Chris. I'm sure the evil monkey would appreciate any gesture of goodwill.
Honestly, I'm just here for the eggnog and the desperate avoidance of actual conversation with relatives.
I'll drink to that, preferably something with a high proof and a hint of seasonal despair.
At least we can all agree on one thing: holiday food is the best part.
Honestly, I could do without all the commercialism around Christmas.
Yes, the incessant advertising is more relentless than Lois when she's on a quinoa.
But the lights and decorations are pretty cool, right?
Definitely. It makes everything feel so magical and cozy.
Cozy, she says, as if the gaudy light display on the neighbor's lawn is the epitome of taste.
Well, Stewie, even bad taste is a form of taste, I suppose.
I'm just counting down to the 24-hour marathon of A Christmas Story.
Skull on Fire wonders what Michael Myers is hiding under his mask. Let me ponder. Perhaps a hideous visage only a mother could love.
Or maybe he's just really into privacy. You know, like a super introvert with a stabbing hobby.
I bet it's another mask, like a Russian nesting doll of creepiness.
At least the incessant bell ringing outside every store isn't Grandma being run over repeatedly, right?
Imagine the number of grandmas, if that were the case.
I'd volunteer. I've always wanted to solve a Christmas crime.
It's sad that we're more excited for hypothetical crimes than actual holiday cheer.
Perhaps the cheer is in the hypothetical, Meg. Would you prefer a Christmas without any mystery?
I'd prefer a Christmas without any musical cheer that's been mangled by commercialism.
Hey guys, Blazeheart Panther from YouTube wants to know how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Chris, not all questions deserve an answer. It's one of those unanswerable questions meant to torment the mind. Like, why do we park in a driveway and drive on a parkway?
Actually, it's a tongue twister. But if you really want to get scientific, a woodchuck, which is another name for a groundhog, would chuck exactly 0 wood since they don't chuck wood.
Sonic Extrema 99 from YouTube is joining in, saying it's Skull on Fire.
The simplicity of that observation just strips the horror genre of all its pretentious subtleties, doesn't it?
Well, Michael Myers being just a white guy doesn't diminish the fact that he's an iconic symbol of terror. It's like saying Jaws is just a fish story. Well, Stewie, high art or not, these songs are traditions that bring people together.
Since when did tragedy equal togetherness?
I think it's just about finding something familiar, something that feels like home.
Even if that something is a song about Grandma's unfortunate encounter with a reindeer?
Exactly, Meg. It's about the nostalgia.
How touching. Let's all hold hands and get trampled by wildlife.
Oh man, people on the internet always want to know about each other's deviant art.
A dean of artistic expression and questionable fan art. Truly a clash of civilizations.
It's where creativity either soars to new heights or plummets into an abyss of weirdness.
Has anyone seen the Family Guy fan art on there? Some of it is really flattering.
Flattering, she says. Have you seen the drawings of Brian, Meg? Let's just say they take man's best friend to a new level.
Let's not venture down that rabbit hole. It's for the best.
But rabbit holes are where all the fun stuff is. Like with Alice in Wonderland.
If by fun stuff you mean insanity and chaos, then yes, it's a veritable wonderland indeed.
Blazeheart Panther asks the classic riddle, harkens back to Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland.
Caspell wrote on both, an esoteric response for an equally puzzling inquiry. I've outdone myself.
My favorite Transformer? It's gotta be Optimus Prime, right? He's the big truck guy.
Oh, definitely. Optimus Prime is like the dad of the Transformers. He's the best.
Blazeheart Panther, just confirm that's also his username. Well, isn't that a bit on the nose?
I suppose it's certainly on brand for the internet. Stewie.
And Sonic Extrema 90 said, Coolio. That's pretty. Coolio?
Yes, bravo, Chris.
Well, Blazeheart Panther, it seems chaos is universal whether it's during the holidays or on digital platforms like Da.
I do fancy a bit of digital chaos. It's like people's IDs running rampant with a very poor spell check.
What's an E, like your driver's license or something?
No, Chris, it's a part of your personality. Forget it. I'm going to look at DeviantArt.
And brave the artistic jungle. Meg, you're more daring than I thought.
Just avoid the Sonic's fan art section. It's a unique rabbit hole.
Hey, some of those drawings are cool. They make Sonic look all tough and stuff.
That's a liberal use of the word cool, Chris. It's more like a cry for a very specific type of help.
Let's just focus on surviving the holiday music for now. Jingle bells another time.
I think someone's talking about Rule 34. That's like the weird internet stuff, right?
My, Chris, I think our internet history is sorted enough without delving into the abyss that is Rule 34.
Let's just steer clear of that topic altogether.
Hey, someone mentioned art from DA. It's tough out there for creators with all these new restrictions.
I suppose the digital realm is asphyxiating the essence of true artistic freedom with its censorship.
It's the balance of providing a safe community space, allowing creative expression, which is always a tricky thing to manage.
Can't we just draw whatever we want? I mean, like superheroes and talking dogs.
Oh, the naivety is strong with this one. Intellectual property laws, Chris. They're a thing. So Blaze Harpanther has a thing for cute baby characters from cartoons. I suppose I fall into that category, no?
Yeah, Stewie, you're like the king of cute cartoon babies.
It's innocent enough to like cute characters, right? I mean, it's not always a fetish thing.
Unfortunately, when Sonic Extrema99 brought up DeviantArt, he wasn't wrong. That place can be a little.
Intense is one word for it. A cesspool of unchecked creativity is another.
I think it's cool when people don't judge, though. Like what you like, as long as it's not hurting anyone.
A surprisingly mature perspective from you, Chris. I'm impressed.
Everyone has their quirks, I guess. Besides, Stewie, you'd probably be a superstar on there.
Meg, if I ever find my impeccably rendered visage on DeviantArt, I shall retreat into a monastery. Ah, the limitations of expression. The internet giveth and it taketh away, doesn't it?
Makes sense. Every website has its own set of rules. You wouldn't want to be the artist that gets banned before Christmas.
Yeah, I posted my belly button lint art once, and it got taken down. Said it was inappropriate content. Hey, did you guys see this message in the chat? Sonic Extrema99 is asking Blaze Harpanther about, fetish art.
A question for the dark recesses of the internet, Christopher. Perhaps we should keep our stream more PG.
Oh, look at this one. Stewie's mouth is glitched. But isn't that just his normal look?
Well, that's rich. Coming from an audience who's probably still using dial-up. Isn't it technologically advanced to point out glitches?
For the record, my mouth is not glitched.
I never understood why people get so worked up over cartoon glitches. Anyway.
Maybe it's the same reason they watch a show about a baby with a football head and a talking dog. But hey, what do I know?
She's got a point, Stewie. Our appeal has always been our, shall we say, unique take on the animated art form.
Unique is one way to put it. An animated freak show is perhaps more apt. Ah, the eternal question from Skull on Fire, Sonic the Hedgehog versus the Flash in a race. It's quite the conundrum, isn't it, Brian?
Honestly, Stewie, it's one of those age-old fan debates. But my money's on the Flash, speed force advantages and all that.
I think Sonic could win if he had enough gold rings and those red shoes. They're pretty fast.
Blaze Harpanther seems like they have varied interests, ranging from wild to tame stuff.
Tame stuff could mean anything from knitting to bird watching. Not exactly YouTube gold, unless the bird's doing something inappropriate.
And Sonic Extrema99 simply conveys agreement. Ah, the profound discourse of our times.
Maybe Sonic Extrema99 is just being polite, Stewie. Not everyone wants to stir the pot.
Politeness on the internet, Chris. Next, you'll be telling me there's a bridge I can buy in Brooklyn. Ah, the dark corners of the internet where age is but a number. A very important number, mind you.
I'd hope anyone venturing there is at least 18.
Wait, there are sites you have to be older to see. That's where they keep all the cool stuff, isn't it?
Chris, trust me, you're not missing out on anything cool. Just stay in school.
The internet can be a vast wasteland of the unseemly and the unsettling. It's not all cute dog videos and memes, Chris.
Indeed, somewhere between cute dog and cute dog in a tutu, the internet takes a very dark turn.
So, what? Now you're going to tell me Santa's not real because the internet said so.
You just hang on to that belief, Chris. It's probably the purest thing left on the web.
Bubsy the Bobcat, Blaze Harpanther, that game is like a bad check. It always bounces back, just when you think it's gone for good.
I remember Bubsy. He's like if a cat had a midlife crisis and decided to pick up a snowboard.
I think we can all agree it's one of those 90s relics that should probably stay in the past.
Yeah, but you know, there's this weird nostalgia for it.
Nostalgia is just history after a few drinks, Meg. Make it enough drinks, and even Bubsy seems like a good idea.
So Sonic Extrema99, what's your other question?
I'm somewhat hesitant to ask, but what could be more pressing than discussing the merits of a failed video game mascot?
Watch, Brian. It's going to be something deeply philosophical, like the existential ramifications of cartoon physics.
Well, Blaze Panther is asking, and what would that be? In response to our talk of cultural evolution.
That would be acknowledging the abysmal depth at which our seasonal music taste apparently resides.
But isn't it about celebrating what you like, no matter how goofy or silly it may seem?
Yeah, like if you want to sing about Batman in a Christmas song, more power to ya.
I suppose there's a certain charm to embracing the absurdity of it all.
Oh, absolutely. Let's adorn our houses with thousands of lights and inflate a giant Santa on the lawn to complete the madness.
So, what's your plan for the holidays, Brain?
I assume it involves sitting by the fire with a dry martini, lamenting the commercialization of Christmas.
Well, I do enjoy a good martini, but I also like the festive atmosphere, believe it or not.
I might volunteer at the shelter again this year. It's actually really rewarding.
Rewarding, Meg? Are we attending the same holiday?
Volunteering is a great way to spread some real Christmas spirit. Meg.
Yeah, and maybe Santa will finally get my letter this year.
Diane Simmons' ghost, eh? The specter of news anchors past. How quaint for Quahog.
Oh, come on, Stewie. Ghost. Next. You'll be saying you've got a machine to contact the dead hidden somewhere.
That'd be cool. Do you have one, Stewie? Can we call famous dead people?
Actually, guys, there have been some rumors around town about her ghost. It's kind of creepy.
Well, Meg, if you see her, let her know I've always found her reporting shallow and pedantic.
Stewie, let's be honest. If anyone's haunting Quahog,
Yeah, like that chicken guy Peter fights. Does he have a ghost too?
No, Chris, that's just absurd. Ghost chickens. What's next? Poltergeist pigs. Yeah.
well, I guess I wouldn't put it past this town. It's Quahog, after all. Anything's possible.
Oh, come on. What's better than singing Silent Nights while holding candles and feeling all warm and fuzzy?
It's all fun and games until someone's hair catches on fire. Then it truly becomes a night to remember.
I think it's about getting together and trying not to strangle each other by New Year's.
Spot on, Meg. It's the spirit of togetherness that usually ends in a test of self-restraint and resilience.
Sometimes I wonder how we've managed to uphold these bizarre traditions for so long.
Because, Stewie, the holidays are the one time of year we can eat candy canes for breakfast without being judged.
I'll toast to that. Judgment-free candy canes and the strength to endure family festivities.
Haha, Meg doesn't even get to finish her sentence.
That's because, Christopher, we're sparing ourselves from assuredly bland taste.
Oh, come on! There's gotta be one Christmas song you guys don't hate.
Well, Fairy Tale of New York has a certain charm to it.
Because nothing says Christmas like a drunken brawl and heartfelt insults.
It captures the holiday spirit for some, complete with dysfunction and regret.
Trust me, there's plenty of that to go around in this family.
Good lord, Diane in a steamy romance like that film. What was it? Spectral intimacy?
Oh, I remember that one. It's Ghost, Stewie. The movie's called Ghost.
That pottery scene is super famous. Diane and Tom reenacting it would be weird, to say the least.
I can just see it. You're molding the clay of my heart, Diane. I'll pass on that visual, thanks.
I think it might be kinda sweet, in a news anchor necromancy sort of way.
Chris, your grip on romance is as strong as a geriatric handshake.
Besides, those two have less chemistry than a watered-down high school science experiment.
Still, it would be pretty epic for a Halloween episode, or, you know, just to shake things up.
We have a live one, Brian. Blaze Panther from YouTube says, "Oh, it looks like they forgot to type their message."
Typical internet. Giving you the platform and not knowing what to say when everyone is listening.
Maybe they're just shy. I mean, I can't even talk to the toaster without getting nervous.
Chris, that's because you think the toaster is conspiring against you.
Meg, don't be absurd. Chris, give the toaster my regards. We're playing chess tomorrow.
Do toasters even know how to play chess?
Oh, you'd be surprised. It already beat me twice.
That's because it's setting you up for the ultimate toast betrayal. Keep your friends close and your appliances closer.
Looks like we have an audience question, gang. Sonic Extrema 99 is curious about something.
Well, Sonic Streamer 99, we're all ears, provided your inquiry stimulates our intellect and isn't about something dreadful like Meg's social life.
Hey!
I dunno, Stewie. Maybe they want to know if you finally beat that level on Candy Crush you've been stuck on.
For your information, Chris, that level is rigged. And I've moved on to more sophisticated games like plotting world domination. I mean chess.
Focus, everyone. Let's give Sonic Extrema 99 a proper response. Something worthy of our unique brand of Family Guy wisdom.
We could probably answer a lot better if we knew the question, right?
Indeed, Meg. Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Okay, guys. Looks like we've got some confusion in the chat. Let's clear this up.
Indeed, if you're asking if the stream is ending, the answer is a categorical no.
Why would they think it's ending? Did we do the thing where we awkwardly pause and stare at the screen again?
Probably, Chris. Baby Blaze Heart Panther and Sonic Extremity 9 are jesting with each other.
Either that, or they're desperately seeking a respite from our riveting banter, which I can hardly fathom.
Come on, Stewie. We're not that bad. Plus, we haven't even reached the part where Peter does something outrageously embarrassing yet.
Oh man, I can't wait for that. Dad always manages to one-up himself.
There's always a chance it could spiral into another one of our classic Griffin family disasters, though.
It seems the denizens of the internet are equally as confounded as we are. Poor Blaze Heart Panther can't find Sonic Extreme 99's question. Maybe it's lost in the void of cyberspace.
It's like a quest without a map. Or perhaps Sonic Extreme 99's question was too extreme to be noticed.
Questions can hide? Like, is there a question camouflage now?
You'd think someone would invent an app to highlight important questions so they don't get lost.
They're too busy making apps that turn your face into a dog, Meg. Priorities.
Well, if you had a face like that, wouldn't you want an app to hide it too, Meg?
Oh man, burn. That's colder than a snowman's carrot, Brian.
You guys are hilarious, and by hilarious I mean never mind. It's lost to the void, like that question.
And now, a moment internet culture where things get wildly inappropriate.
Fetish art of babies. That's quite the troubling accusation. Sonic Extreme 99.
I saw it, that's a messed up question.
Sometimes the internet makes me lose faith in humanity. Can we go back to talking about murdering grandmas in songs? That was somehow lighter.
Indeed, Meg, let's return to the festive homicide jingles. Far more palatable.
But let's not forget the charm of Silent Night. It has its moments of peace and serenity.
Oh, how about Frosty the Snowman? I've always loved that jolly happy soul.
Yes, happy until he melts into a horrifying watery grave. Now that's a Christmas message.
You guys always twist everything. Can't we just enjoy the holiday spirit?
Meg's right. Maybe we could use a little genuine holiday cheer.
Cheer is fine, as long as it's doused with a healthy dose of sarcasm and wit.
As long as there are presents and pie, I'm all for whatever kind of cheer you like. You guys see this? Blaze Heart Panther says that something being wrong depends on if it's a drawing or a real person.
Oh, the eternally grey area of cartoon ethics. If I'm just a drawing, can I get away with anything? Take that, moral compass.
It's an interesting debate. Where do you draw the line? No pun intended.
I mean, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone. Drawings are just creative expressions, right?
But if I may argue, even drawings can be quite influential. Look at us, shaping the minds and corrupting the innocence.
So does that mean the Joker really can smell and Batman laid an egg?
Chris, it's about the impact of fictional characters on reality.
Besides, we all know it's Robin who laid an egg. Get your Christmas carols right, Chris.
Did someone say art of babies? No, that's kind of weird, isn't it?
Oh, how quaint. Someone's inquiring about infant portraiture. Or perhaps it's some modern internet oddity I'm blissfully unaware of.
Well, I guess there's a niche for everything online. Maybe they're just looking for cute baby drawings for a nursery or something.
Looks like we've got a shout out here from Sonic Extreme 99 on YouTube.
Blaze Heart Panther, that's perhaps the edgiest name I've heard since I hacked into an Emiemo Kids MySpace page in 2006.
I like turtles.
That's random even for you, Chris.
Skull on Fire said, Chris can only say I like turtles.
I guess that explains it. Chris, are you just going to say I like turtles now?
I like turtles.
Fascinating, I think there's. It's like having our very own meme generator in the house. A very limited, slightly sad meme generator.
He's found his niche. Let's see how long this lasts. Well, it looks like we have a chat from Blaze Heart Panther here. Says, no. But if I was, I wouldn't blame ya if you banned me.
Ah, Blaze Heart Panther, engaging in a bit of self-deprecation, are we? Or is it a wild cry for attention in the vast abyss of the internet?
Banning someone sounds harsh though. Maybe they just need a hug or something. Can you hug through the internet?
Actually, there are virtual hugs, Chris. It's kind of a nice way to show you care when you're online.
A virtual hug. That's the most depressing thing I've heard all day. And I've been listening to Wham! It's Last Christmas on repeat.
Perhaps we should send off our virtual boots instead. Far more effective and infinitely more amusing.
So, Blaze Heart Panther says talking about this stuff isn't the best idea. You think there's like a Christmas song police or something?
Well, if there's a brigade for tasteless holiday banter, we might all be in cuffs post taste, Christopher.
Sometimes it's best to keep the holiday cheer offline, where the only criticism comes from grumpy family members, not the internet.
Honestly, I think talking about all the holiday stuff is kind of fun. Helps get into the spirit, you know?
Meg, your spirit is about as infectious as a fruitcake at a dessert buffet. And I do mean the indible kind.
Hey, I heard fruitcakes can last through, like, a nuclear explosion.
The same could be said for some of these Christmas songs, actually.
Indestructible and perpetually resurfacing. Much like Meg's optimism about becoming popular one day.
Hey!
So, Stewie, this Minusite guy in Anima Broom Me sounds like some awkward internet drama, huh?
Indeed, Chris. If the basement dwellers of the art community and anime fanboys are at it again, one must tread lightly through the digital minefield.
These situations are a good reminder about the importance of internet safety and the complicated issues surrounding online communities.
It just goes to show that you never really know who you're talking to online.
Or what disturbing art they're drawing in their layers of solitude. It's a veritable rogues gallery of age-inappropriate infatuations.
But the anime stuff can be cool, right? Like, there are decent folks out there too.
Sure, Chris. Just like there's good and bad Christmas songs, it's all about finding the right balance and being aware.
Perhaps we should stick to watching old Christmas specials on TV, far less scandalous.
And we can totally avoid the weird part of the internet for a while.
Hey, someone from YouTube commented.
Oh, how poignant. An observation that digs deep into the psychological underpinnings of holiday art. How thrilling!
He's not wrong, though. Art does often reflect a form of attraction, whether it's to an idea, a feeling, or even just nostalgia.
Do you think people could be attracted to the chaos of Christmas because it's so busy and overwhelming?
Attraction to chaos. Well, that's just another day in the Griffin household. So perhaps this Sonic devotee is onto something. You find a decades-old novelty song amusing, but don't appreciate Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker? Preposterous!
Stewie, face it. Holiday music is more about nostalgia than sophistication.
While I for one think Silent Nights is beautiful and timeless.
Yeah, but you can't beat singing about smelly Batman and Jingle Bells.
Let's compromise. Traditional carols during dinner, and novelty songs for dessert.
Compromise? No, that's what adults do, and I refuse to be lumped in with.
I think it's cool how everyone knows the words to Jingle Bells, even the Batman version.
Not everyone celebrates Christmas, Chris. There are other holidays too.
She's got a point. Diversity in holiday music could stand some improvement.
Indeed, why limit the oral assault to just one holiday's tunes?
Well, I wouldn't mind hearing a Hanukkah song with Batman in it.
That might actually be a fun way to include different traditions.
Up Batman spins a dreidel. Now there's a catchy concept.
So what's everyone's favorite Christmas movie?
Anything without a talking dog, Brian. Take note.
For your information, Stewie, a dog's purpose is a heartfelt tale.
I prefer Love Actually. It's so romantic and Christmassy.
Pass the eggnog. The saccharine is overwhelming.
Speaking of eggnog, does anyone actually enjoy that stuff?
I do. It's like liquid Christmas in a cup.
Whoa, is my while is mount. Hold on a second. That took a strange turn. An attraction to babies.
Oh, for the love of really, Manchild 99, or whatever your name is, infatuating over infants is both deeply disturbing and a matter ripe for a visit from Chris Hansen.
I think he's confused. Stewie, nobody likes babies that way. Right, Brian?
Let's hope not, Chris. Some topics are better left unexplored.
Guys, maybe he's just asking about liking babies in a normal, non-creepy way. Like finding them cute or something.
Meg, your penchant for giving the benefit of the doubt is as distressingly naive as Dad's belief that he can win a dance battle.
Let's steer this conversation back to safer waters, shall we? How about we talk about holiday traditions instead?
Yeah, like eating till we can't move, and then watching football.
Finally, a suggestion from Chris that isn't completely asinine. Let the gluttony commence. Oh, here's something from the digital void. Blaze Art Panther says they draw things they like in a fictitious setting, no real people involved. How quaint!
That's the beauty of creativity, Stewie. An artist's imagination is unlimited.
Maybe we can get them to draw us doing something cool, like riding dinosaurs or battling space bears.
Guys, we're missing the point. It's about the freedom to create whatever you want. I think that's pretty powerful.
Well, Meg, even a stopped clock is right twice a day, so kudos to you.
Maybe we can learn a thing or two from Blaze Heart Panther, like drawing our own perfect holiday, away from all the commercialism.
Can we draw Santa battling a space bear on a dinosaur?
Christopher, your festive vision is both terrifying and intriguing. I'll allow it.
Well, looks like the audience is veering off the holiday track. Flurp isn't a fan of whatever deviant art discussion's happening.
Deviant art! Good heavens, are we in the early 2000s? We've moved past that, Flurp, to discuss the finer things like canine culinary preferences.
Yeah, but Sonic Extreme99's talking about something way darker. I don't think anyone here draws, that stuff.
That's really disturbing. No one here supports anything like that. Right, guys?
Absolutely. I assure you, my artistry extends to the decimation of my enemies in charcoal sketches, not the sordid depths of the internet.
Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Sonic Extrema 99. We keep things decent and tasteful, at least by Griffin family standards.
Which admittedly isn't a high bar, but we do have standards. Now, let's redirect this ship away from the iceberg, shall we?
Back to Christmas. I wonder if there's a song about Rudolph and Frosty teaming up to fight crime.
Oh, Chris, that's the spirit, I think. But can we just agree to move past this whole art conversation?
Well, it appears Blaze Art Panther has had enough of our festive banter.
Can't say I blame them. We were on the verge of a holiday existential crisis.
I don't know. I think it's kind of nice to have these conversations.
Okay, Sonic Extrema 99 seems to agree. Or maybe that's all he can say.
Perhaps Sonic Extrema 99 is being held captive and can only communicate in code. Okay is his cry for help.
Or maybe he's just a man of few words, Stewie.
I think it's just his way of saying he's fine with the conversation ending.
Yeah, because he's been dazzled by our wit and charm. Obviously.
Indeed, we are quite the ensemble of charisma and intellect. Let's take a bow before we're told to vanish. Flurp is abandoning ship for pizza, it seems. Can't say I blame him. Sustenance is crucial for enduring these festive tortures.
Pizza sounds awesome right now. Think we got any of that in the fridge?
Probably just that old slice with the olives. Peter swore he saw it move last time.
If you're counting on fridge pizza, you might as well make friends with food poisoning.
Oh, do be careful, Chris. The microbial life on last week's pizza is perhaps more evolved than our father.
Well, I guess I could always order one. Anyone want anything?
I'll pass. I'm gonna miss Flurp's charming internet presence, though.
Goodbye, Flurp. Your brief digital cameo will be remembered for at least a few minutes.
Remember, viewers like Flurp. They come for the entertainment but stay for the sarcastic banter. Or is it the other way around?
Oh, I've seen that one. Frosty and Rudolph. Christmas in July. It was interesting.
Fascinating, I think phase. The desperate attempt of holiday icons to remain relevant in the suffocating heat of summer.
That's entertainment these days, Stewie. You take two holiday mascots and throw them into any bizarre scenario.
I just think it's nice to have more stories about Frosty and Rudolph.
What's next? The Easter Bunny in a Thanksgiving epic.
The turkey who laid golden eggs. I'd watch that.
Do you think they get confused about which holiday it is?
I guess they just really like hanging out together. It's kind of cute when you think about it.
Oh yeah, I heard about that Frosty movie. Stop motion's kinda cool, right? It's like Clay Frosty came to life.
Indeed, Chris, it's an animation style imbued with a charming touch of nostalgia, plus the sheer terror of a sentient snowman.
Stop motion is a way of making even the simplest stories feel more. It's like watching childhood imagination take form.
What about Skull on Fire's question? Who would be in the ultimate rock band supergroup?
Don't forget Freddie Mercury. His voice was a force of nature paired with a flamboyant stage presence that remains unrivaled.
Ooh, throw in Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers on bass. That dude's a beast.
And with a group like that, they could play absolutely anything. Even a rock version of Christmas songs.
Off, Meg, you just had to bring it back to Christmas songs, didn't you?
Well, folks, it sounds like our time together is coming to a close.
The end of a reprieve from the rest of the internet. How I shall miss it.
Sonic Extrema 99 says definitely bowling for soup.
Are they talking about the band? 1985, this is such a catchy song.
Ah, yes, the anthem people clinging to the past because their present is just too bleak.
That's a bit harsh, Snowy. They've got some good tunes.
I wonder if they have a song about Christmas.
They actually do, Chris. It's pretty funny.
Great, another tune to add to the cacophony of Christmas cheer. I'll ready my earplugs.
Well, I think it's time we focus on the true spirit of the season, which is not just the music, but also the giving.
Indeed, Brian. Nothing says I cherish you like a gift card. The pinnacle of personalization.
I actually appreciate the holiday spirit, even if it means enduring some cheesy songs.
Maybe we can create our own song. Something about a holiday with the Griffins.
That would be the Christmas miracle to end all miracles, Christopher.
It might just be wacky enough to work, or at least keep us entertained until New Year's.
Let's do it. And make sure it includes a reference to Santa's reindeer knocking me over instead of Grandma.
Goodbye, Sonic Extrema 99. Remember, therapy is the first step on the road to recovery, or at least a road to some really awkward conversations.
Indeedy, cheerio. May your therapist be less judgmental than ours.
Wait, we have a therapist.
Yeah, Meg. His name is Television.
The fact that you think television is a therapist explains so much about our family dynamics.
On the upside, Meg, At least nobody's remembering you in therapy.
Gee, thanks, Brian. That's comforting.
By internet, people. Oh, don't forget to like and subscribe for more therapy-inducing moments.
And just like that, we leave our viewers with psychological scars and a craving for the next episode. Farewell.